I think our YouTube streams are up. Give me 1 minute to double check, and we should be up on TikTok here in just a second. All right, and we are live on the TikToks. A bunch of people are live. We got Joel and Mezzo live right now. Ian's live. All the Ian typically is on before me. I suspect Ian's going to send their people over here momentarily. Welcome in, friends. Actually, before I forget, I should open up my notepad. Now, I know that some of y'all are like, why has Justin got a shoulder towel? What's happening here? Well, what you can't see because of the angle is that I've got a friend with me, and there he is. He's new to the family, and this is his safe place. He wants to be next to my head and eat my hair. Name's Akam, by the way. So welcome Akam to the DZ family. I cannot wait for Akam to learn all of my talking points and literally roast theists with me. Although he's hiding right now. He's trying to snuggle up next to my head, but he'll be on camera. He'll be on camera soon, I suppose. But and hopefully after a couple weeks, we'll be able to introduce some of the birds and kitties. Not near the kitties. Don't worry. There actually is a method for introducing them, so that the cats don't try to eat the birds. I realize Looney Tunes has conditioned us to believe that all cats are going to eat birds, but there's a way. There's a way about it. It's gonna be all right. But he's a cutie. Look at him. Look at him. He's cute. Anyways, he's a little bigger now. He was a baby last couple of weeks. He was a hatchling just a little over a month ago, and so excited to see all the feathers grow in. It's really exciting. Let me grab some super chats. It looks like we got a guest already. It looks like Dirk is waiting to get in. Dwight explains the Bible. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, can you explain blasphemy of the Holy Spirit with examples so I can make sure Jesus can't forgive or save me? Yes. So the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, if I remember correct, is Mark 2 or Mark 3. Let me double check. It shows up elsewhere. It shows up in Matthew as well. But the place that I remember it the most, for some reason, is the first time I read it, it was in Mark. That's why it's stuck in my head. But it should be Mark 3. So let's see. Jesus points to 12. There we go. Jesus and Beelzebub. So the reason why the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, it actually is a pretty sensible thing once you understand what it is. So let me explain it to you. There's a lot of people that wondered, oh no, have I committed blasphemy of the Holy Spirit? And the reality is, the odds that anybody here has committed blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is next to nothing. It's incredibly unlikely. But blasphemy of the Holy Spirit starts with what you see in this passage, right? It says, when his family heard it, they went out to restrain him, for people are saying he has gone out of his mind. And the scribes who came down from Jerusalem said, he has Beelzebub, and by the ruler of the demons cast out demons. And then he says, he gives a whole diatribe about why that's stupid. He's like, well, obviously that's stupid because of this. Then he says, truly I tell you, people will be forgiven for their sins and whatever blasphemies they utter, but whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit can never have forgiveness. So the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is what the scribes and the Pharisees just did. Namely, witness the Holy Spirit at work and then accuse the Holy Spirit of being the devil. That's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. You're slandering the Holy Spirit. Slander of the Holy Spirit is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. So that's all it is. If you haven't seen the Holy Spirit do miracles and then say that it wasn't the Holy Spirit, it was the devil, you probably haven't done this particular sin. So Besa Shara, my friend, thank you for the super chat. It says, try this new pickup line. Hey baby, did you know that I'm the Holy Spirit? Because I can see myself coming in you. Fucking gold. Now, I don't know if that will work. But I would imagine that the Holy Spirit coming in you is a better pickup line than Jesus, because Jesus will never come. He's been teasing us with coming for 2,000 years and still nothing. But my understanding is that the Holy Spirit did come through. And helping make a deconstruct. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, let the barbecue begin. I miss BMF. Rock hard for Doug. And simply what for sure. And you know what? Helping Mega, I kind of had hoped that he would come back. Oh, hey, bud. But as of yet, nothing has not come back. Helping Mega deconstruct. Thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I'm sorry, DZ Debate gifted memberships. But also, it looks like twice 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That's huge. And also, Amir is in the house. Great to see you, Amir. Thank you also for sending 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Memberships help the channel out a lot. And it also sends people access to the deconstruction cheat sheet, which I'm continually adding to every single week. In fact, we got a couple new failed prophecies and a couple new contradictions this week. And Mecha Bistromath, thank you for the super chat. Says, my pet hate is when they appeal to science in some way. Ask them to explain the scientific method. Ask them to apply it to their God. Rock hard for Doug. Actually, that's a fair point, Mech, because like, if science is valuable, somebody has to ask the question, is it valuable enough that if it says God isn't real, that you would trust it? I bet they're not going to say it. And last super chat from Forge the Gods. Great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Burb, you nailed it. We got a burb right here. Despite what you've been told, burbs are real. They are. Now, I don't know if horses are real. Horses might not be real. But burbs are absolutely real. So you definitely want to get on board with that. But let's bring in our first guest and we'll have some conversation here.
Well, this is Dirk here. Go ahead.
Well, welcome in, Dirk. Are you at least 18?
I am at least 18, sir. Happy
Sure.
Friday. It's fantastic to see you.
You as well. And Dirk, we're doing kind of a pick your poison here tonight. Which one of the topics on the board would you like to address?
Well, I would like to address God does not exist.
Sure. So the claim that God does not exist, I think, is pretty mundane. And usually the way we address this is I start by asking you, which God do you believe in? And you usually would say like one of the Abrahamic types. Is that accurate? You probably believe in one of the Abrahamic gods?
Well, that would not be accurate. I am a deist. I believe that there's some God that exists, but I don't exactly know which one.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're a general theist or a deist, because typically a deist is like almost akin to like God is like a force of nature that just kicked everything off. So
Sure.
is that where you're at, or do you think that
Pretty
there's
much.
actually a real theistic
Well,
God that like interacts with the world?
God is the standard for what good and evil is. I could say that confidently. God is the standard at which we have the concept of logic. God is the foundation of everything that we believe to be fundamentally true.
So this is
But
interesting.
saying that Jesus was God is not something I'm willing to say.
Well, that's fine. I'm not forcing you into the Abrahamic religion. But I did have a question saying that God is the foundation. You said God is the foundation of morals, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Good and evil.
How do we know what his morals are, or her? I don't know, the her, a he, or neither.
Well, I would say that's a straw man. I never said that we could even know what his morals are.
I didn't
Did
say
I
you
say
did.
that?
I
Well, you
didn't
just said,
ask.
how could we know what his morals are? I never said we could. I don't
I
think we can.
I didn't say that you said we could. That's why I'm asking you is
Okay, go
what
ahead.
would be
Go ahead.
the method? Is there a method
We
of
wouldn't have a
knowing?
method.
Okay, so
No, there is no method.
then how did we determine that we have objective morals?
Well, I think the fact that as a collective, for the most part, we have an understanding of what good and bad is. And the very fact that we have any sort of concept of morality in the first place is proof to me that there's some sort of standard at which morality lies.
I think
Just
the
like we
standard.
collectively agree 2 + 2 = 4, this is a self evident truth based on principles in the universe. I would say that mathematics is built on fundamentals that God created.
Well, I don't agree with that, but that's a separate topic. We could do that
I know
next.
you
So
don't.
on the moral argument, right? So if we
Go
don't
ahead.
have a method of knowing what the actual morals from God are,
Hmm.
it seems like we don't have a method of knowing that they exist either. And the claim is that, well, they exist because humans tend to agree on what moral behavior is, but I don't think humans do agree. For most of history, people thought that it was okay to own slaves, and for most of history, even up to modern times, most people have thought it was okay to beat children. Although there's a huge contingency in the modern time that are against this now. In the ancient world, it was thought that it was okay to marry children, and now that's something that people would be against. So I'm not sure I understand why these morals, like we would think that they're objective just because a lot of people believe a thing. It seems like they're culturally derived.
Well, I mean, you could say that, but I mean, it very clearly shows that you didn't even listen to what I said. I never said that human beings have an understanding of what actually is moral and what is immoral. I said the very fact that human beings collectively have an idea of what morality is the reason that I believe there's some sort of standard. I never said their idea of morality is correct and they have perfect judgment on whether something is right or wrong. I didn't say that, Mr. Deconstruction Zone. I'm simply
Well,
saying the very fact that the idea
Mr.
of
Dirk
morality
Funk,
exists. Well, this
the
is Dirk Funk
idea
here,
that
by the way.
morals, I don't know who Dirk Funk is. So the
This is
fact that
Dirk.
people believe in morals has nothing to do with whether or not they're objective. It has to do with the fact that
Well, it
people
means
have
there's a
a
foundation.
people no, didn't mean the foundation. The foundation is the evolutionary instinct to have self-preservation. So as a social species, we develop rules because of self-preservation. Like we live in a society, and I'm like, listen, I don't know if I want to be
How
stabbed
does letting
because
an old lady sit on the bus, how does that make me self-preserve more?
well, just keep listening. Maybe you'll learn something. So I
Go
live in a
ahead. Speak
society,
clearer.
and the society. Well, maybe if you'd listen, you'd hear what I'm saying. So, like,
Go
even
ahead.
on a fundamental level, like our moral system is usually based on do to others as you would want to be done to you. And the reason why that is the case is because it's like the easiest method for determining laws. So if I don't want to be stabbed, I don't know, by some person out in my society, it behooves me to live in a society or to encourage my current society to have a law saying that we don't want to stab each other. And it just happens to be that like nobody wants to be stabbed. It's like an incredibly rare thing that somebody would want to be stabbed. So we can just all agree, hey, actually, we're just not going to allow people to stab. And that's the essence of moral systems is self-preservation.
So, okay, nice dodge there, not answering my question at all. I thought if I listened, you would answer that
I
question very
literally
clearly. It seems
directly
like you
answered your
haven't. What
question.
law
It
is
seems
there
like you
that
weren't
says old
listening.
ladies need to sit on the bus seat? What law is there? None, right? So
There's
it's
no
almost like you
law
didn't answer
saying
that
that
question at all.
there's no law that says an old lady must sit on a bus seat.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, there is no law that says that. Can you show me a law that says you
Why
must
would
give
you
up your
need
seat for an old
why
lady?
would need a law for that? So there's a
Well, I never
sense
said you
of
needed a law.
behavior.
You're actually making my point now. You're
There's a
talking about the
sense of
basis of
behavior.
laws.
There's a sense of behavior that people have in that they would want a particular thing. So for example, like I know if my grandmother, like if my grandmother's no longer with us, but if my grandmother was, I know that she's in a different state of health than a young person would be. And so she probably deserves to have a little bit of ease rather than
Why
making
does
things
she
hard on her
deserve that?
because
You have something called empathy, right? For somebody who.
so the reason why she would deserve it is because it's what we would want, right? If we were in a situation where, let's say we were, I don't know, we were physically disabled or we were aging out of good health, we would want society to lend a helping hand. So it's not
Why?
hard. Well, it's
Why?
not because it's survival.
Oh, so
It, it,
self-preservation means that you sit on the bus seat. That's self-preservation for the old lady on the bus and your
so
grandmother.
so self-preservation is that you
It's almost
encourage
like you don't even understand the words you're.
self-preservation means that you live in a society. We're all in societies. Like we're not in a jungle. We're not on an island. We're in a
Well, that's like
society.
a nice seventh grade.
So the way that morals
You live in
work
a
in
society.
social culture is that people have like this thing where like, listen, if I was in that situation, it's called empathy. If I was in that situation, here's what I would want. What's that?
So do you do things
Oh,
for others because that's what
hold on. The vertical stream's not live. Oh,
do you give
weird.
hundreds of dollars
It
to
didn't go
strangers on
live.
the street because that's what you have wanted?
So obviously, moral like frameworks have a limit. So I actually don't want people just to give me money. It's weird that you would want that. If I was poor, I might want some assistance, but I actually don't want people to just send me money. So no, this is like a really weird argument for morals being objective because that's not really how people behave. Maybe like there's a subset of people that are like jerks who like in their dream world everybody around them would just hand money to them, but that's generally not the way society works. So it's kind of a silly premise. Also,
So silly.
moral systems aren't just based on like one person's desire. So moral systems are developed socially between like a large group of people, and they agree on like behaviors and rules and actions that generally benefit the society at large. That's why we have laws and morals, because we live in a society. It's pretty simple, and it sounds like this is above your head. So
It's not like you don't know
maybe
how to properly explain yourself. You're actually talking past every single question I gave you. You're dodging
actually
left and right.
actually
You
answer
you didn't
them
you didn't
answer them
you didn't
directly,
answer.
and you're actually not capable of paying attention.
You're
So
not capable
being that
of answering a question directly.
no one knows who the fuck you are, and you're obviously an idiot, I'm just going to move on to somebody who's an adult. Okay, who the fuck is Dirk? Does he think we should know who Dirk is? Mm. Well, he's nowhere now. He's gone. Friends, hey, we got some people already in the guest queue. If you want to talk and you're on YouTube or Twitch, the link is on the screen. It's tiny.cc/DZ live. And if you're on TikTok, just hit that guest request button and we'll get you into the queue. And you'll be able to talk about one of the topics on the board. And also, yes, it's true. I've got a burb on the shoulder. Welcome to the family, Occam. Occam's newly old enough to do bird things now. He hatched a little over a month ago, and he's a great little burb, and he's just happy chilling on my shoulder. Unfortunately, he's not potty trained yet, so my shoulder has to be covered. But hopefully, here in the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to get Occam potty trained and debate some of these fools as well. Ichabod, thank you for the super chat, friend, and great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. It says Jesus has been teasing us with coming for 2,000 years and still nothing. The Edge Lord of Lords. That's 100% it. The Edge Lord of Lords is the best description I've ever seen. And yes, to the chat, the bird is the cutest bird to ever live, and it's not even fully grown yet. Just wait. Herbie Shine, thank you for the 10-pound super chat. Says, I watched your video with Scissor Woman earlier. Oh, fantastic. I assumed Scissor was a YouTuber or TikToker, then realized who she was. It was such a fun video. Poor guy you were speaking to. I imagine him crying after. I know. Go to the Deconstruction Zone, my main channel, and watch my latest video. It's phenomenal, friends. But yes, you know what? I would say that gentleman that answered the phone from 83.4 Truth, he was really nice. I did my best to be kind to him. I think he was a decent individual. I think these phone calls prove, though, that, like, listen, decent, well-meaning individuals can still hold really dangerous, toxic beliefs. And I think that guy was one of them. And he was probably raised in it, you know? Andrew, hey, good to see you. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, Matthew 5:17, it is debated what Jesus meant by fulfilling the law. Law and Torah are synonymous, right? Yep, that's what he meant. Yeah, it's Torah. Or in Greek, it'd probably be something like namas. Or just different ways to change the word up, but it's a slightly different word in Greek, but we know what they're talking about. Would it not make sense that Jesus is saying he's fulfilling the Torah, meaning being the person of prophecy? So if verses 18 and 19 didn't exist, you can make that claim that Jesus is just fulfilling the prophets and the Torah, which he says elsewhere. He says he must fulfill everything in the Torah and the prophets. Now, the problem is that where we find this passage in Matthew 5, he's actually, the whole point of the chapter is about how to be righteous and how to follow the laws, right? If you look through the chapter, And so when you get to verse 18 and 19, he's literally telling you that if you don't want to be the least of the people in heaven, you've got to follow these laws. In fact, you got to do a better job than the Pharisees. So that's what I would say to that. Wild Space Eagle, thank you for the super chat. It says first time super chatter. Well, hell yeah, good to see you. It says been listening regularly. Did you see someone update the Ashland Seminary wiki page with your name on notable alums? No, I did not. That's crazy. I'm at the Ashland Seminary wiki page. I didn't know they had notable alums. Fucking A. Unfortunately, they used my name. Didn't love that, but it says, yeah, we got some people on there. Okay. And well, now everyone knows my name. Congrats. I'll see if I can maybe edit that shit. We'll find out. But wow, I didn't know I grew so big I could be on a wiki page now. Fantastic. I hope Ashland Seminary doesn't know about this. They probably won't be happy about one of their own defecting and going this route. Although not that it's uncommon. I'm certainly not the first. Dylan, my friend, says, here's some burb food for little Occam. Well, thank you. Rock hard for Doug and Justin Falcon Rock. And thank you for the burb food. Occam, I think, though, is for the short future, mostly going to be on basic pellets. But we're using treats for training. I think once he's fully trained, we'll probably mix in more of the delicious stuff. But for now, we kind of need that for training. And Mr. Yogi Bell says, I'm 2 episodes late, but Free Game was a real life idiot. All the nations equals every person on Earth. Shake my head. With that logic, no country is represented in the Olympics unless every citizen is there. Very good way to frame that, actually. That was really good. Okay, I might use that next time if it comes up. I'm going to grab just 2 more super chats, friends, and then we're going to get Krusha in here. Scribbles by Janice, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. It says IRNs shouldn't be adopted before 10 weeks. What? IRNs? Oh, Indian Renecks. Too risky for the burb. 10 weeks. My understanding is that they wait for adoption until after they're fully weaned. I'm not sure how many weeks that is. It's maybe 1.5 to 2.5 months. But anyways, also disappointed you drove while filming Carnage on about self-driving, but you never clarify that with callers. Hypocrisy. I'm out. Well, sorry, Janice. I wasn't driving and living. I've never once told people that they can't take a phone call while driving, which is what we did. We took a phone call, and also I wasn't driving. Sorry. Hate to burst your bubble, but driving a vehicle while on a live stream is against the TikTok terms of service, which is why we tell people not to do it. It's also just not safe because you're watching a phone like while you're trying to drive a vehicle. That's not, you can't do that. That's how you get into an accident. Even on self-driving mode on a vehicle, I would be reluctant to be on a live stream because you're still staring at the thing the whole time. So you're not supposed to watch movies on one of those vehicles. But if you're just mulling about in a self-driving vehicle and you're keeping your eyes on the road, it's going to be okay, I promise. The self-driving vehicles are safe. You'll be fine. If you're in a Waymo, you're not going to wreck because you're not looking at the road. The reason why Waymo works is because the self-driving technology works. I don't have to tell you. Sufficiently advanced tautology. Thank you for the super chat. Says, as a bird programmer, I must correct you. Birds are not real. Oh no. That's an RFC 2549 compliant government drone spying on the stream. Yes, that's a real RFC. Oh no, I'm in trouble now. You can tell because the color of Bluetooth. Right. You got me. You know what? I might have to rethink the whole burb thing just to make sure the government isn't spying in on me. That's something I'm going to have to check out. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out. Okay, let's get Krusha in here and we'll get the discussion, or at least the next discussion rolling. That's crazy that somebody updated the wiki page for my seminary with my name on it. I did not know that I was notable. At least notable enough for a wiki page. Did they link? Now I got to check. Did they link to my channel? I got to check. Hold on. Also, why don't they have notable faculty on the wiki page? Ashland, I don't know about the current faculty, but historically, Ashland has had some pretty high profile faculty members. Like some really well known professors have taught there. I'm shocked that that's not mentioned on the wiki page. Again, I don't know who's teaching there now. One of their best professors just recently retired. I don't know who all is there, but let's see. Oh, and it's already removed. Well, that was fast. Okay, so an editor. Obviously, somebody in my audience is an editor for wiki, which is I've got editing power for wiki too, actually, by the way. And they already removed me so that my name's not exposed. I appreciate that, friends. Whoever did that, by the way, I appreciate that. I don't need to have my name listed on this website. It's not valuable to me, and I certainly don't want my prior seminary catching shade for what I do because they're good people. It's a good seminary, friends. You shouldn't be mad at Ashland Seminary for what they're doing. They're doing their best. All right, well, let's get honest in here then, and we'll keep the conversations rolling. If you want to call in and you're not on TikTok, you can use the link on the screen. It's tiny.cc/DZ live, and we'll get you into the discussion. Welcome in, Honest.
Hello. So the thing I wanted to make a point of, it's not exactly written on the prompt, but it was a prompt you did like I think a week or two ago, which was God is evil. Is it okay
Sure.
to discuss that?
I think so. So, Honest, we've talked before. I think we talked last time on unapologetic, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And I remember you. Let me double check my notes real quick. Let's see. Yeah, it was on the 26th. And I don't have any notes that you said anything mean or inappropriate, so I assume we'll have a perfectly pleasant discussion. So I'm willing to let you pick a topic of your choosing if you really want to. You want to talk about whether or not God is good or not, huh?
Yes. It's basically because of the story. I'm a Muslim, by the way. Because
Right.
of the story in the Quran of Moses and Khidr.
Moses and what?
Khidr. I'm not sure of the English name.
I don't I don't know either. Like Moses and Aaron.
No, K H
Mm-hmm.
A D E R.
Never heard of him.
Okay, one second. Let me check the correct English name.
Well, it's not too important to know the name because my argument for why I think God is not good is not really related to Moses. I mean, maybe your argument for why God is good is related to Moses. I don't know. I lost him.
Khidr.
Yeah, that name, as
Yeah.
far as I'm aware, is not in the Bible.
No, no, no. I'm a Muslim in the Quran.
Oh, well, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were referencing the story from the Bible. Okay, what about it?
In the story, basically, uh, somebody like the origin of the story. Somebody goes to Moses and then tells him, "Is there somebody who is of more knowledge than you?" And he says no. And then God directs it, tells him, "Why did you answer that?" and directs him to somebody called Al Khidr. Okay, and then he journeys with the Khidr, and in this journey he sees things which are done by the Khidr which appear terribly evil, and at every time he asks the Khidr, why did you do that? Okay, so at the end of the story, there are three instances where each time he asks him, why did you do that? And at the end of the story he reveals like the hidden thing of each instance. Like I
I
could give an example.
I don't know how this
I
is
could give an
relevant to the
example.
topic of God being good. Can you help me out here?
Okay, so he assumed that he was evil, but in the end it ended up that he just was lacking knowledge.
I have no idea why this is relevant to the conversation. The Quran is a storybook, my man.
Yes. Okay. So one of the instances is the Khidr and the Moses are on a ship, and the Khidr goes down to the
Right,
ship
but
and
I don't I don't think either of them existed in real life.
Well, it's the idea of the story, whether you believe it or not.
Well,
Like you said,
that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if I don't believe that these two figures even existed, I don't know why their conversation would prove anything.
but you do not believe that God exists, right?
I don't believe that God exists, and I definitely don't think that Moses and Qadir exist.
Yes, but you said God is evil. So if we're gonna, and when you say that, you come with words from the Bible or the Quran or so on.
Yeah,
So
my
what are
point
we gonna?
is that the God concepts, all of the God concepts, I would say, even the deistic God, I think that those gods are necessarily evil because of what they've done. And I'll give you an example. So, if you had the ability to press a button and make it so that no baby is ever born with bone cancer, would you press the button?
If I had that ability,
Yeah.
yes,
Why would you do that?
because it would relieve suffering.
Okay, so unnecessary suffering isn't good then.
Okay, you have to look. You have to look to the world
Well,
from the
well,
Islam. If we're gonna talk about why the
well,
Islamic God
well.
is evil,
Hold on,
you have
honest.
to.
I'm not giving you an argument for the Islamic God right now. I'm doing a critique on what it means to be bad, right? So, are we saying that unnecessary suffering is good or bad?
No, in my opinion, if you cause unnecessary suffering, then that is bad.
Okay, so that's my point. If unnecessary suffering is bad, and God causes unnecessary suffering by having babies die excruciating deaths with bone cancer and other terrible things, even though they've done nothing wrong, that to me would say that God is doing bad things, and people who do bad things are bad.
Okay, so here does the story I'm talking about come into play. What I the one of the instances in the story, well, there are three instances. One of the instances is that Moses and Khidr are on a ship, and then Khidr like punches a hole in the ship from down. Okay, so the ship sinks or starts to sink. Okay, so Moses looks at him and he says, like you're saying, you cause suffering. This will be bad for the people. They were kind. They took us on their ship, and so on and so forth. And Khidr tells him to be patient and to not rush, like for the first time in the story, okay? And there's the second instance and the third instance, and at the end, Moses has enough of it and says, "This is evil." And then Khidr and him separate, and before they separate, Khidr tells him the true meaning between each instance and each story, because we believe that Khidr was a man of God, like another figure mentioned in the Quran, Dhul Qarnayn. But let's stick to the story. In the story, we find out that Al Khidr that the ship that the Al Khidr sinked was going to pass by a king which was a tyrant, and one which took every ship that passed by him by force, except ships which had like tears in them, which had problems, so they barely make it to shore. Moses and the Khidr go, and Moses doesn't know why he did this, but then he reveals it at the end, okay, that it was told to him by God to do that. So the idea of it is to give an example of how something could appear evil, but you do not understand the lining. The entire idea of Islam that this whole world, your life, our life is a test, part of a much smaller of a smaller story. So you cannot,
Sure.
from
So
Islamic point of
the
view, you
argument,
cannot see it totally.
sure. So the argument that you're laying down is God's not evil. He does things for reasons that are beyond your understanding. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, well, yeah, that's what God
Okay.
is. Someone who can see what we cannot.
Is your God all powerful?
Yes.
Okay. So your argument essentially sometimes God has to do things that appear to be evil in order to achieve a greater good. And the problem with that is it means that the means is justified by the end, and I don't think that's how God should work. And it also just means that God's not all powerful, because if God can't achieve his goal without causing unnecessary suffering, then he's not all powerful. If God can, if he's capable of achieving his goal without the unnecessary suffering, and he does it anyways, then he's evil.
Okay, okay. So I'm just going to critique one little bit. You told me that my argument is that if God has to do something with the means of suffering to reach something better, okay, I don't think that God has to do it, okay? But if you keep asking the question, then eventually we'll find ourselves asking, why did God create us? Because you're going to say, why is there suffering in the world? Okay, then go back one step further. Why did God create us? And so on, okay? God didn't have to create us, but He did.
Right, but
Why?
if God didn't have to create
The
unnecessary
answer, I
suffering and
believe,
he
at least.
chose to anyways, that means God did something bad.
Yes, but God created no, but God created this world as a test, which is part of something bigger which we can
What does
see.
the test
For
have to do
example,
with unnecessary suffering? Like my son has to do tests in school, but the teacher's not about to like hit him. Like giving somebody a
yeah,
test is irrelevant than making like you don't make them suffer.
yes, but in the Islamic belief, this is part of a smaller totality. Do you
Yeah,
understand me?
but the point still remains, which is if God can accomplish it without making people suffer and unnecessary suffering is evil, then that means God is evil for making people suffer unnecessarily. So again, if you need to live through like an experience to learn something, that's different, right? We might call that necessary suffering. I'm talking about unnecessary suffering, meaning God could achieve his goal without it, and he chooses to do it anyways. That's unnecessary. That means he's evil.
Okay, so how I think of it, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, I swear, but I just feel like there's a difference in the fundamental viewpoint in each of us, is that God didn't have to create humanity, okay? But he did,
I guess he did.
and he chose to create heaven and hell, and he chose to make the world as a test. Okay,
Your
he
God didn't
chose to
choose
do
any of
this.
that.
What?
I know he didn't.
Who?
Your God didn't choose to do that.
What do you mean?
Because if God's word is always true and his word always existed, then he necessarily had to have done those things.
He chose it to be so.
Again, if his word is eternal, then for his word to be true, then he must have created humans and he must have created heaven and hell.
Yes, but he chose to make his world eternal.
He can't if his word existed alongside him in eternity.
I don't think I understand.
Okay. Is the word of God eternal?
Yes, anything God says will come true.
Is it eternal? I didn't say if it's true.
I don't know.
Okay. The Muslim point of view is that the words of God are eternal and they're not created. They're eternal and coexist with God since God always existed. They always exist with him. They cannot come into existence. So, meaning that for his words to be true, then everything he says must necessarily happen. Meaning that
Yeah,
he
that's
must
what I'm
have
reading.
necessarily made the heavens and the earths and the humans. Or else his words would be wrong.
But didn't he choose to say those words?
Sure, you could say he chose to say those words, but the problem is they eternally existed, so they never actually happened. They've always been happening.
That's what it
But
means
he
to be
chose to
eternal.
make them eternal.
Sure, could you show me, could you tell me when did the words of God come into existence?
If they are eternal, it's because he chose it to be so. I
Sure,
don't think.
sure. Before he chose it to be so, what were they? Because choice is an action that happens in time.
Well, what I know about the Islamic point of view is God existed before time, that he created it all.
Sure, then he wouldn't be able to choose, because again, choice would be outside, would require time, because there's a point in which he chose and a point in which he didn't choose. So,
Yes,
if God's word is eternal and God's word is timeless, then God's word has always existed, irrespective of time, and for it to exist and God to be truthful, then the word of God must always come true, meaning that necessarily humans must come into existence for God to be truthful.
okay, yes, but as I'm saying,
So yeah, God didn't choose.
The Islamic point of view is that
Is
God, when
inconsistent.
just give me a second. The Islamic point of view is that God existed before time. He created time, and he
Including his word. His word always existed before time. So
it's eternal,
before humans even existed, there was the word of God in which it mentions humans and it mentions specific humans and it mentions actions that happened in history. And that happened before the universe was created. So for it has to come true, meaning the universe must be created.
okay, so I will admit that probably I'm missing something or I'm a little bit uneducated on some verse. So I would like to excuse myself, but before I
Oh.
can do that, can I ask you which verse you're referring to? It says that.
I'm
So
not
I
referring
will.
to a verse, I'm referring to basic aqidah in which the Quran is uncreated.
Yes, we believe that when God created,
Sure. Is the Quran created or uncreated? According to Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah.
I'm pretty sure it's created by God.
No, it is not. The Quran is uncreated. Because the words of God cannot be created.
Yeah,
They're the words of God.
I'm on a Muslim website right now talking about this very thing, and everyone seems to agree that the Quran is uncreated. It existed eternally.
So, if the Quran existed before the universe, then God, for the words of the Quran to be true, then God must necessarily fulfill the words of God by creating the universe. Meaning that the Quran always existed alongside God, so God cannot choose to defy the Quran because he would be contradicting his attributes of being truthful and not lying.
Okay, so in Islamic point of view, do you know what Muslims believe was the first thing created by God?
The pen.
Yes, and do we agree that we also believe that He commanded the pen to write every al-qadar, which was everything that's going
Yes,
to happen?
yes.
So God
But that
knows
is
everything
different.
that's
That is
going to happen.
different than the Quran. The Quran is a thing, and the Al-Lawh al-Mahfud is a different thing. Those are two different things.
But
The Quran is uncreated.
I'm pretty sure that I'm missing something or I'm uneducated
I'm
about the
telling you,
point.
Al-Quran غير مخلوق. It is not مخلوق.
Do you speak Arabic?
أيوة أنا من عندك.
مصري?
أيوة.
Oh, okay. I just noticed that your Arabic was quite good.
That's how it works. Yes.
Okay, okay.
If you go to Islam QA, which is a question and answer website for the Islamic faith, they seem to agree as well. Everyone's saying that the Quran is the word of Allah and it is not created. So I don't understand why.
Which would mean that God must, by necessity, make everything that is said in the Quran come true.
Right.
So he cannot defy it.
Okay, so thanks. There's something that I'm missing probably here, which I'd like to look into.
It is inconsistency in the Muslim theology. That's all.
Okay, I'd like to look into it. Thank you for telling me. The idea that I had was that God first created the pen and ordered it to write everything.
That is a different thing.
I know. I've heard it, and ordered it to write everything that's gonna happen. But yes, I'll look into that. Thanks for pointing that out. Okay, so thanks. I would like to excuse myself.
Sure. Listen, Anis, you've talked to me twice, and I think you're good faith every time. So you come back anytime you want to. I'm always happy to talk to you. You seem good natured. But we probably will. Obviously, a lot of these arguments that you're going to give, we're going to give you some pushback. But you're welcome to come back whenever you want to, and we'll treat you fairly.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Sure.
Sure. He missed one.
So, did you understand my argument?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, because the morals couldn't have come from God that are in the Quran if the Quran is eternal.
The Quran and God must have always existed together.
Right.
So, and the Quran has to be fulfilled. So
it's almost like God is
a puppet himself.
Yeah, beholden to the Quran in the argument. That's actually a really good argument. I think that's one of the problems with the Christian faith is if morals are actually objective, meaning they exist independent of God, that means God has to follow those morals or he's not good. It's pretty crazy. Ems, good to see you, buddy. I'm going to grab some super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here. The Knights Who Say Knee, good to see you. It says, what was that your girlfriend in the video in the car? Also, you're late. Ian is really becoming a bad influence on you. I was like 10 seconds late. It was 6 o'clock when I hit go. Rock Hard for Doug and Gay for Justin. Well, thank you, Knights Who Say Knee. And yes, Scissor Woman as many of you may have guessed, is in fact my significant other. So yes to the answer. And to the question, Dade, good to see you, my friend. And thank you for sending out a DZ Debate gifted membership, and also for the super chat, which says, excuse me, the Christian triune God does not exist. Duh. And I think it's about the most duh as humanly possible. Herbie, my friend, great to see you. Is that a bat on your shoulder? You know what? Some bats are kind of cute, like maybe a fruit bat. This is not a bat. This is an Indian ringneck. And he's a delight. His name's Occam, and he's the newest member to the family here. And we'll be commencing training right quickly, actually, especially with the other animals, to make sure that there's never going to be any kind of a dust up. Although these guys can fucking bite. If one of these cats get bitten by Occam, they're going to have a bad day. It's going to be very bad.
I didn't even notice.
Oh yeah, he's just chilling. He's tired. He's trying to sleep right now. He had a long day, but he'll become lively and talkative after a nap, I would imagine. He likes to talk a lot, believe it or not. Beto, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, I have a close friend who suddenly became super religious. That does happen. He preaches to me now. I'd like to learn enough to have decent biblical rebuttals. Any tips on how to learn best? Okay, so the short way is to become a member of the channel and use the deconstruction cheat sheet. I've got information and stuff on there to handle most of what an apologist is going to say. It's a go-to reference in the debate community. And if you have like, I don't know, a couple hours a week to take a peek at some of the Bible passages in there, it'll help a lot. Now, if you got a lot of time, you could just read the Bible. I mean, the way to defeat like every Christian is to just read the Bible, because they have no idea what's in the book. None. They misquote it. They don't understand it. They have no idea what's in there. All you have to do is know a little bit of Bible, and they're basically cooked. So, Twisted Scriptures says, happy Friday, all. Well, happy Friday to you, Twisted Scriptures. Thank you for the super chat, and I hope you're doing well. My sister had a beautiful large parrot. Some of them can get pretty large. I think they're all beautiful, though. And cats. Cats ignored the bird. Everybody lived happily together. Here's a little gift for your Kraken. Cheers, Justin. Well, thank you, Twisted. And I agree. Listen, as long as you socialize the animals properly, it's going to be okay. Cats aren't like mortal enemies of birds if you have a proper system set up. You know what I mean? So it'll be all right. I'm not too worried about the birds. Maybe Volta. We have to keep an eye on Volta because, Volta. But nevertheless, We'll make sure it's okay. And Dade coming in again, thank you, says, excuse me, this caller is an unequivocally insufferable dumbass. Dirk, you're referring to, and yes, that was the case. He wasn't worth any of our time. And it was going to be a supremely nonsensical conversation. So I nipped that one in the bud. And Viking Chef, great to see you, says, is Matthew 10:34 metaphorical, or in your opinion, an actual sword? Also, Dirk, you're a child. Rock hard for Doug. Yes, Dirk is 100% a child. It's crazy that he came in here thinking that anyone would know who he is. Typically, if you announce yourself somewhere, like, people should know who you are. But Matthew 10:34 is right when Jesus sends his disciples out to preach in the villages. And there's a couple renditions of this particular story. But here he says, do not think that I've come to bring peace, but to earth, I've not come to bring peace, but a sword. My understanding is by sword, he's referring to division. So this is another form of like a merism. Well, almost a merism. It's just a form of pairing opposites. And the opposite is peace and war. Peace and war, or peace and unrest, you might even say. And so I think Jesus is basically suggesting here that, he's going to bring unrest. He's going to overturn the apple cart. But to be fair, if you read Revelation, in Revelation, he does come with a sword. Remember, he comes with fire in his eyes and a sword in his mouth, and he is going to chop everybody to little bits, according to Revelation. So his next coming, according to the Bible, he's going to be fucking people up. Gretchen, good to see you, says, you aren't live on Vert, dummy. Gretchen, I'm sorry. I was informed, at least, thank goodness, a couple minutes ago, and I resolved the issue. When I clicked on it, for some reason, I guess I didn't click hard enough or long enough, which is a real problem these days. And so I did it again, and we should be good to go. I appreciate the warning. And the Nights Who Say Knee says Dork trying to talk like he's some tough guy and bully the conversation. Justin just bullies him back without hesitation. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. Listen, if somebody comes in acting a fool, they're going to treat it like a fool. I don't know why I would treat them with respect if they don't come in with respect. Yoda St. Cloud says it took 14 minutes for the first mute and 17 minutes for the first kick. It's going to be a good night. You know what? When they come in hot like that, what are you going to do? You want to keep that conversation going, or you want to get them the fuck out of here, right? John Klein says Occam's last name isn't Razor Claw, is it? I didn't consider a last name yet for Occam, but now that you've mentioned it, Razor Claw is pretty fucking badass. That might be the full name, Occam Razor Claw. I love it. William Rogers, thank you for the super chat. Says, was Homo erectus on Noah's Ark? That's a fair question, but my understanding is the biblical narrative is that there were no precursors to humans, so they wouldn't need to be kept on the ark. Like that's basically how it's going to pan out. Like if you ask a Christian or you're reading the story carefully, there was no need for Homo erectus to be on the ark because Homo erectus was Noah and his family, essentially. You know what I mean? Anyways, walk up to the ark from Antarctica and then walk back. Same for koala in Australia, asking for a friend. So did the penguins, you mean? So I asked this question. Ian asked this question. I think Ian talks about kangaroos, but it's a fair question. Namely, listen, how did the animals get anywhere? And there wasn't a landmass for them to travel across. People will say there was, but that was millions of years ago. So they have to invent, excuse me, they have to invent new geology to make the Noah's Ark work. They have to say that Pangea existed prior to the flood and that the flood broke it apart. But if the flood broke it apart, it still doesn't answer where in the fuck did the penguins get from one continent to another? Do you mean it broke it apart a little bit and then they slowly drifted over time? There's not good answers for these problems. Like they're just continually piling on one bad answer after another. I'm going to grab one more super chat, friends. We'll get our next guest in here and we'll keep the conversation rolling. David Burke, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for the $99 super chat. That's huge, my friend. Humongous says, consider reframing. God killed no one. Made humans kill babies. God made the humans do it. No change from Old Testament to today. God told them they did it. God is still telling them that is how we should frame. Then abortion necessary. Saying God did it misses the point, is directing it then and now. So, I think in the Christian framework, to be fair, abortion is necessary. In fact, we released a video, Scissor Woman and I released a video yesterday on the main channel where we talked to the 83 Truth people, and we touch on that very subject. In the Christian framework, it seems like abortion should be like the status quo because you're sending all these babies directly to heaven. Otherwise, they risk going to hell. So I mean, it just seems to make sense. Yeah, send those babies directly to heaven. Listen, the path to heaven is narrow. The gate to destruction is wide. So if you want your babies to go to heaven, you really want to make sure they go to heaven. But you know, that's the easiest way to do it. All right, let's get our next guest. Seth, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Hey, Justin. We spoke before.
Oh, this is the Seth. Well, I didn't see your face on camera, so I didn't know if it was the same
didn't want
one.
to go on camera today.
But I definitely recognize your voice. No worries.
Yeah, it's been a minute since we last spoke. Hope everything's been well. So I just wanted to talk a little bit actually about, I don't know if I consider it deconstruction, but just I think you'll be a little pleased to hear this. So
Sure.
I've sort of reached the point now where I'm like fairly certain God is not omnibenevolent.
Right.
I still believe in the omnipotent, omniscient Jewish God, but I've come to the point that and I have a theological, so this sort of goes to God does not exist point. I have a theological and more of a just a general logical point of view on this now, which is the world as it designed is sort of tailor made for us to thrive but still suffer. So if the world is designed in such a way where evil exists, therefore God cannot be all good. If there is a God, it would not be an all good God.
Sure.
That's sort of I guess where I'm coping right now, or where I'm currently sort of logically standing. That's my just rational argument, and then my theological argument is in Deuteronomy 30:12. You have a
Hmm.
very famous you have the very famous verse "Lo b'shamayim hey," uh, it is not in heaven. My idea is if God gave the Torah to human beings, God could not be all good because he knows humans are fucked up inherently. So because the Torah is a man-made driven uh religious book, even which is even said as such in Deuteronomy, um again, God cannot be all good. And I guess just the way the world is designed, where you have that balance of survival where we live, but the world is simultaneously fucked up. If there's going to be a God, it's going to be a God that's not all good. So I guess what's the argument against the God that God exists, but it's not all good? What would be the argument against that?
It's a fair question. We've gotten that argument quite a bit, and I think I would say a couple things about that. One is if you think that God is not all good, I'm reluctant to wonder why we should worship or follow the God. If the God's just not good, it seems like following it doesn't really provide a benefit. And you might say, well, listen, God's not good, but he'll reward you if you do what he wants. But like we don't know that. If God's truly not good, it stands to reason that why would we agree that they're going to follow through on their promise? It's like making deals with people that are untrustworthy in real life. Would you make a business deal with somebody who you didn't trust?
I agree with you 100%, but the goodness of God, I don't think is correlated to whether God exists. So God could be great and exist. I don't believe that at all. But God could also be not good and still exist. So like it's for me, it's not a question is this God worthy of praising?
Oh,
It's more
oh, you're using it for an existence. Yeah, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
so when we run the God is not good topic, I would reframe it as like the omni paradox, meaning one of two things has to happen. You have to exist, or you have to assume that God doesn't exist, or get rid of one of the omni properties. Now, I think the better solution is to get rid of the omni properties. When I was a believer, that's what I did. I said, well, listen, there's not a great reason to believe that God is omni. And I was an open theist, meaning I didn't think that God knew every decision humans would make. And my understanding from reading the Hebrew Bible is that God's not omniscient. It doesn't say that he is. In fact, over and over again, he has to learn new things that he didn't know before. So I just said, oh, well, God doesn't know what's going to happen in the future. But the problem I had with that correction is like, well, listen, if God doesn't know what's going to happen in the future, he still knows what has happened in the past, and he could make corrections. Like you probably heard my background is in machine design. I'm an electrical engineer.
Yeah, I've heard you have some. I remember this
Yeah.
crazy call once someone was arguing you about energy. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, listen, if I make a bad design, like I go back and I fix the shit that was bad, right? And God doesn't do that. So now you end up with still kind of the same problem. He's not all knowing and he's also not good. And so I think getting rid of the all good part is easier. Just saying God's not all good, you only
Hmm.
have one more problem to deal with. So if you get rid of the God is not all good part, now that argument doesn't really do anything for the God argument, as far as I'm aware. There might be an argument for why God has to be good. I've not heard it before. So if you want to accept that God's not good, then really I think the next thing to do is to move on to a different argument.
I guess what I'm trying to still get over is the indifferent. Why would the indifferent God or the not all good God, who, as you know, I guess whatever terminology you want to use, why would it matter? Uh, why would they want to go back and fix it if they don't? If they're just indifferent and just they're just watching the universe play out as it is. Why would they feel the need to go back and fix it? I think that's what I'm still wrestling with.
Well, that's my point is if you're indifferent to the unnecessary suffering, then it's tantamount to not being good. Like, for example, if I had a button that I could press that would end, say, I would make it so every pregnancy ever was safe and painless. And women didn't die giving birth, children didn't die being, strangled by the umbilical cord in the birth canal. I would press that button every day of the week because I care. I'm good. Like I have empathy. if God wouldn't press that button, I think it is an indication that the God's not good. And again, that doesn't mean he doesn't exist. If you believe in a God that's not good, it doesn't have to mean that he doesn't exist. But it does raise the question of like, well, why the fuck do we care about him then?
Well, I think for me, it's because I mean, I'm just trying to find what the truth is,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know if that is that there is some sort of God that I obviously I had the more traditional Jewish view of God growing up. I've definitely deconstructed from that point. And I've also come to know that the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, is not all accurate. I view it more as a library of the legends and the backstory, or just the histories or the myths that were told by a group of people. So I've definitely deconstructed to that point. I think for me, it's like I'm trying to figure out um, if there's God, and if there's not God, what is there? And if there's nothing there, then how did nothing come to be? I don't mean to be so cosmological and so um, you know, out there in my speaking. I think I'm just wrestling with um what exactly is the truth, because that's what I'm ultimately trying to find. I'm not trying to preach, I'm not trying to deliver any sort of dogma, I'm not trying to uh, you know, deliver any sort of message. I'm just trying to find what is the true reality of our existence, for lack
Yeah.
of a better phrase.
Yeah. So
Uh,
my next question would be, if we're past the problem of evil, one of my next questions would be, well, what problem do we think God is solving, right? So, for example, I love the principle of Occam's razor because
mhm.
it really frames some of the God stuff. So if I have an explanation for the world and my explanation works and my explanation makes scientific predictions that come true, but the explanation doesn't include God, then I don't really know why God would be added into the mix. That's kind of the point of Occam's razor is the simplest explanation that doesn't needlessly multiply entities should probably be the accepted one. So I don't see why we would include a God in the mix when I think we've got a pretty good explanation of the world around us, how humans were created. I think evolution is sound science, and I don't see a good reason to believe that there was ever nothing. And I realize that's a real mind fuck. The idea that there was never nothing, there has always been something. I get it; it's hard to wrap your mind around that, but I think that's actually more logical than the idea that something outside of space and time created space and time, even though space and time would be needed for the thing to exist.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think it is a mind fuck. Thinking that the world's always existed for me is just a concept I'm having a difficult thing coming around to, because the idea that something can come out of nothing, I know that's a very common argument used by theists or deists, but it's like I'm programmed like not to understand that. Like, how can something just always be? Like
Well,
go. I'm sorry.
how can God always be, right? So this is one of the things I realized early on, like with the eternal
Mm,
universe, people would be like, well, that doesn't make sense. How can something just always exist? But like, if you believe in a God, there's no explanation for why God would exist or why God would exist forever. So to me, I think both have the same problem, is that both of them you have to answer, why does it exist as opposed to nothing existing? And to that, no one has an answer. But what I do know is, if I'm going to pin one of these things as being eternal, it makes sense that it's the thing we know already exists. Like, we know the universe exists. We don't have to wonder about that. And so it just seems like the priors that we have would lead toward the universe always existing.
and you wouldn't necessarily see, let's say, evolution as just this is just another cope I guess I'm coming with. I'm still wrestling with evolution as just being God's way of the world just naturally developing itself. I guess that's sort of attached to the indifferent God, but evolution just being God's way of managing the world.
Yeah, if you believe in an indifferent God or you're a deist, you could see how evolution would be a natural process. But at that point, I guess I don't know what God is needed for, because evolution is basically something that started naturally, and if the universe always existed, then it's inevitable that would have happened. Like if the odds of, our chemical life self-assembling is anything but zero, and the universe is in fact eternal, then it has to happen. It's a requirement.
Yeah, I definitely think I'm on the trajectory. I definitely am not there yet. I don't know when I'm gonna be there. I'm
It takes
definitely
time.
think that at some point I'm gonna end up with the idea that either God is indifferent, not good, or there's no God at all. But view, I guess, Judaism and just sort of my upbringing and understanding of the Torah more so as a cultural and a spiritual
Yeah.
appreciation for it, not viewing it as anything verbatim that's true. I mean, there's obviously historical elements to it that are true, but that's more so like the kings and whatnot. I think that's what I'm trajecting towards right now. So I can't really consider myself fully deconstructed, but I definitely think I'm definitely getting there, and
It's a
I
long
think it's
process.
just
I was 10 years.
yeah.
Like it took me 10 years to get from point A to point B.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how long it's gonna be. I don't want to take too much more of your time. Just one thing that I just noticed. I've been noticing for a while on your wall with like all the Near Eastern texts. Is that kuf right? Because that kuf looks off to me. That's a random thing, but
Well,
it's been bothering me.
let me see. It depends on which line we're reading, because I got the Phoenician on there as well. And
The first line, all the way to the left,
oh,
right next to the word.
it's sloppy. Let me show you what it looks like, because it depends on how you're going to draw it. But
Sorry,
hold on.
my Hebrew OCD is
I get
just
it.
always.
So typically it would be something akin to that.
Yes, yes, that would be the typical
But
cuff, yeah.
I use like a sloppy paint pen to do it. So when I did the cuff, it's got more like a blob at the end of it. You know what I mean? It's
I
not
see it now, yeah. Looks like
it's
a
not
P
very
almost,
good.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
But it was
Alright,
just a piece of artwork I wanted to do for the wall that I thought would be neat. And
no, it's
I
really cool. It's
I
really
think it
cool.
turned out. I tried to see if anyone sold something like that online, and nobody sold exactly what I needed. So I was like, "Fuck, I can go to Hobby Lobby and get some
Yeah,
paint pens and do it."
yeah. Alright, well, I just wanna say three things. First of all, birds aren't real. Second of all, Jesus was a liar and a fraud. And
Fucking
third of all,
A.
justice for Asia.
Big W. Big W. So
Alright,
hey,
thank you so much,
but
Justin.
it's always good to hear from you. I know you're working through a lot. I remember being in your shoes trying to work through everything. So definitely, as you're working through some stuff, coming back and let us know. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much,
Oh,
Justin.
cheers.
And hi, Em. Nice hearing you.
L'chaim.
And hey,
Oh, M said something and then disappeared. Allah took him.
I said hey.
Oh, hey,
Yeah,
buddy.
I'm just doing something in the background.
No problem. No problem. All right, friends. We had a guest, Wash You, that was in the queue and just dropped. Wash You. I don't know if you ran out of time. You're welcome to get back in the guest box. Actually, it's a good time to get into the guest box. The live stream is still early, and it happens to be that not a lot of people are in the guest box right now. Maybe because that live stream didn't get a lot of push. Maybe because I got a violation on my last live stream. It tends to work that way. You get a couple of violations, and then your next live stream is kind of shitty. But we'll get some peeps in here, I'm sure. Is Ian still live? Maybe when Ian ends their live, we'll see a sea of new people pounce in. Samurai Jack says, is there a theological explanation to why God didn't make female angels? It seems hypocritical to be homophobic and have sausage fest of followers. Also, would have solved the whole fall Nephilim thing. So I agree. I think at some point there is a female angel that enters the zeitgeist. Let me look. Layla was the name I was thinking of, which also means night. That's the Hebrew word for night. So there is one female angel that entered the zeitgeist at some point, and I know there are probably a couple others. But this is a fair point. So if in fact God had created all these female angels, one, they wouldn't have wanted the women on Earth, and two, what's the point in giving, like, if you're just making male angels, what's the point in giving them all this genitalia, and then not letting them have a consort, right? Now, if you go way back in Canaanite history, there were female angels, because remember, the angels initially were just the sons and daughters of Elohim, or of El. And so, for example, Anat is the sister of the 70 sons of El. She's one of the sisters. She would have been considered an angel if she got adopted into Judaism, because all of the sons of God were eventually just considered angels. So there's kind of female angels, but it's not clear that there's many of them. And Atlas, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Happy Friday. Lux on Jimmy Snow's channel. Thanks that you and Sarah are together. A lot of people thought that. Well, we work together a lot, friends, and we've been working together for years now. But we're not, actually. My significant other is a scissor woman. Said it on Calling It Now on Thursday. Well, fuck. I guess we'll have to keep the information campaign going. Pretty sure she isn't, correct? Yeah, that's the case. That is the case. But we do work together, and we'll continue to do our podcast together, and we're doing shows together. So, I mean, but yeah, I get why somebody would make that assumption. Let's get Wash U in here. Keep the conversation rolling. Welcome in, Wash. Are you at least 18?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. And do you... Actually, I'm sorry. I got a different topic tonight. Is there a topic on the board that you wanted to address?
Yeah, I think I dropped because I figured I had it backwards. I thought I was going to come defend that homosexuality is not wrong.
Oh, no, that's...
But I think I had it all
I'm sorry.
backwards. You're on board, so we agree.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
was
for
the
sure.
topic I wanted to die on that hill, but I realized I got it backwards.
Yeah, we'll die on that hill together, buddy. Don't worry.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Good to hear from you.
Bye.
Big fucking W for Wash U. Hell yeah. Okay, well, friends, I'll read some super chats, I guess, while we're waiting for guests to load up. It's early in the stream. Kind of a weird start. Maybe we had a slow start. I apologize. I know some people don't like taking some calls right at the beginning of the stream. They want to get some interesting calls right at the beginning of the stream, but you can't really control which calls you get sometimes. Guest box is open for anyone who wants to discuss one of the topics. If you're super good faith, I'm okay with you presenting a topic yourself. But if you're a jerk, obviously that's not something that I'll allow to happen. Ariadwin, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says congrats on the new family member. Bird is cute as fuck with the beard. You are low-key giving off a pirate vibe. Just need a hat. Happy Friday, Saturday, all. Well, thank you, Ariadwin. Yeah, you know what? I should get a pirate hat and maybe an eye patch. I don't know. I think I could pull it off. I don't know if I wanted to get a peg leg, but we'll definitely see what we can do about that. And Hunter Girl, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, hi, friend. I have one follow-up question about running a live stream. Do I have to have TikTok? No, you don't have to have TikTok. Also, what do you think about channel name Puzzling Apostasy? I like it, actually. It might need a little bit of explainer. If I plan to do jigsaw puzzles, oh, there you go, while debating. Thanks, Rockhard Frederick. That's a fucking great name then. Puzzling Apostasy is phenomenal.
And have a jigsaw mask.
Yeah, oh, yes. That's what you, yep, that's great, Hunter Girl. I love it. You don't have to have TikTok to do a live stream on YouTube. I have TikTok Studio because I live stream to YouTube and TikTok at the same time. And then I also take guests from the TikTok queue. So if you're not taking guests, you can live stream with whatever software you want. In fact, you can even live stream to OBS or to TikTok using OBS if you're not taking guests. My setup is wild only because I'm taking guests from multiple platforms and I'm streaming to multiple platforms. But if you're just dead streaming somewhere and you're not taking guests on, you can use like almost any software you want to. Also, StreamYard. StreamYard's a great way to do it now. They finally updated the feature so that you can do custom vertical live streams, and you can do a vertical and a horizontal at once. So StreamYard, I get it's expensive. It's like 40 or 50 bucks a month. They finally got the goods. They're finally doing what streamers need. So if you don't want to mess around with OBS and learn how to run your own show and do all the crazy shit, you can just pay a monthly fee to StreamYard. StreamYard, by the way, fucking call me. Give me a sponsorship. StreamYard's actually really good shit. Let's get Chris Meltech in here from the YouTube queue, and we'll hopefully have some conversation rolling here. Welcome in, Chris. Are you at least 18?
I am at least 18. I'm actually 24 years of age.
Awesome. And which topic on the board did you want to discuss first?
I wanted to take a shot at elucidating your mind of the existence of God.
Sure. What God do you believe in?
Okay, so I believe in two primary gods. One, the messenger god known as Thoth. Thoth is from the Egyptian subtext of Hermeticism and is the one largely accredited with psychological warfare, which is assumed to be the reason that they were so easily able to enslave God's chosen people, the Israelites, as well as also math, science, sorcery, and basically what the Freemasons refer to as degrees of nature.
So what's the other
And
God?
so-
You said Thoth and who?
Thoth and Yahweh or Tetragrammatron, which is, to the best of my knowledge, a completely nearly dead god that is basically grafted parts of divine figures from the previous universe from ours.
Well, that's something special. How did you come up with this theory, and how would one know that
So-
it's true?
If you read between the lines of what you're provided with at your start and what will be removed from you at your death, you can basically formulate the idea that death doesn't mean that the information you've accumulated in life will simply vanish so much as it will be like a siphon from what your brain has comprehended your entire life. And once the energy to fuel your brain runs out, the information will be still present, but will not be accessible unless you figure how to actually use your conscious mind, not necessarily your brain, to access this information. So,
Right. So, but I just
basically-
want to make sure we're running the right race here. So, you're kind of explaining what you believe. I'm trying to figure out why you believe it and why somebody else would believe it.
Because I've basically experienced very many things that would be considered otherwise impossible or anomalous, or things that just are so-called unfeasible to the human mind alone, you know? And we all know that, sure, you can talk with people, but just because you're talking with people, unless you come to an agreement and terms are stated and there are an exchange of experiential information, you're not going to be able to really equip yourself very differently in your head than you would be able to alone, unless you're just a really good listener, if that makes sense, right? Because just because simply talking to somebody, you may be able to agree on meaning or agree on definition, but you're not going to be able to just simply increase the rate at which you learn or increase the knowledge that you contain within yourself by just simply talking with somebody. If you are able to delve into your inner being and basically ask questions of it, and then reflect upon the answers that are given and try to recreate that event outside of yourself, and you still get the same answer, then you should be able to assume that there's some type of origin point. And I'll actually explain this pretty quickly too. I once went on a trip with psychedelics, and the second I
explains
closed
it.
my eyes, it was like I could feel the confines of what was pain expanding, and my understanding of how to feel, what is essentially nerve damage, or the ability to cause damage through just simply redirecting nerves is okay. So I'm gonna get off of this topic, but so assume that there's a 0 point of
I just want to make
dimension,
sure
right?
we're understanding here. You said you went on psychedelics and you met God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that happened a couple of times. But I've also killed God before, and I've also killed people and then just brought them back to life with basically essentially particle wave duality, because basically the human brain's like a cybernetic quantum computer with trillions of axons and relays and light paths. And if you're able to divert more than one or two of them and cause them to lose track or trail, then basically the electrons that fire up and move along the information and data in the human brain to trigger the reactions that lead to the actual thoughts formulating without word, and then the associative factor of being like recognized within the pattern, then that's where people begin to think through words rather than just the data points. And so
Sure.
my
I
perception.
follow-up question though. How did you kill God?
Well, okay. So
No, wait.
how can I say it?
I came back
So
and I hear
assume
a
that you
guy
have
killed
a
God.
and if you
Uh-huh.
stick it into the ground fast enough and with enough force
Say
and
that again.
angle it at the same
I
time,
didn't quite hear you. Say that
then
again.
so assume that this is like I don't know how to explain it. It's like a paradox, but not at the same time, if you can like probably fathom that. So basically, imagine that you have a shovel, and if you stick it into the ground quickly and hard, or fast, or quickly and with enough force, and angle it at the same time, you end up having to go straight up. Now, if you take a lens of some kind to verify just how straight it is from the relative point of all other particles or other units of measure, and just completely ensure that you're able to verify that it is just 100% straight relative to all other essentially points of observation or pinpricks of data. And then just basically stretch it from that point on and then just let go.
Stretch what?
And it continues to stretch the straight rod holding the shovel handle together.
The wooden
And so
handle.
you just
You're
stretch it,
stretching the
stretch
handle.
it, and then you continue to stretch it until it doesn't stop. And it's like
How do you
basically breaking the planks.
How do you stretch a
And
rod?
if you do it in such a way, well, I mean, you have to remember matter is just gluons, particles, and vibration. The vibrations, the heat energy.
Can
that
you
keeps it, like,
demonstrate
active
this? Because if I could stretch like some wood, I would. There's other things I might stretch,
Okay.
but I need to see a demonstration.
Let me see if I have one right here. We're prepared. I've been doing a lot of just organizing and writing lately.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's a very complicated process, to be honest,
believe
because you
you.
have to remember our human senses are always faulty. They're basically coded with a retina relay, allowing for like personification of the brain without necessitating that each person has the same working brain. Because if everybody had the same working brain, we would definitely be considered a hive mind, because that would mean that like if it's the same working brain in each person and that all the axons are present in all the same locations and the particles are all running through a similar
Chris,
path, it'll be a
just to make sure
entanglement of
that
superposition and permeations. And then if those
Chris,
permeations
please,
are isolated,
can you hear me?
then that's what you would consider the
Chris,
names.
you can hear M's talking, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
Chris, I want to make sure you understand the words you're saying. What do you mean by axons?
Axons, the things inside your brain. Axions, I don't know. The little nerve endings that are connected up to the filaments in your head that allow for the light to travel through it and the chemicals.
Wait. Slower and again, please. Can you repeat that again? And just slower.
Okay, so axons are the nerve endings inside of your brain's
those are
chemical
dendrites,
relay
not axons? Sure,
yeah.
those are called dendrites, not axons.
Well, I mean, sorry, you guys have the Mandela effect and you have never really comprehended how to understand time, have you?
No, the problem is you're pretty much a Phil bro that is not using philosophy. You're using words that you yourself do not even understand in a way to confuse people. But you don't even understand the words you're saying.
0 point, the origin form of everything and nothing. This creates a barrier between the 0 point and the rest of the universal observables. observers.
he's
First
a
dimension is
nothing
basically
purpose.
the extension of
Yeah,
light
this
and
is.
particles
Tell you
into every
what,
direction.
if you
The
can
second
show me,
dimension is a line that
if
continues
you can
throughout
show me that
everything
you can
forever.
stretch a
The third
rod,
dimension is
then
the
I'm more than
3D matrix
happy
of
to believe what
dimension.
you're telling me.
The fourth dimension is a time frame that's shades and gradients across all dimension. Fifth dimension is the possibility of alternative routes and
Yeah, yeah.
planning. The
You're
sixth
gonna do
dimension
the
is
thing
where
though.
humans
We're
and
waiting for you
fluid
to
are all
demonstrate the thing
concealed.
you could said you
Remember
could
that
demonstrate.
society always has been. You people are foolish and lame to believe that you can't comprehend it and just make up excuses as to why
We're
not.
asking you to demonstrate it. Oh, and now he's gone. Wow. Okay then. I don't even know what to say to that. Okay. Wow. Well, that was something. I guess we'll move on. Guess we'll move on to the next one. Wow. All right then. Mephistopheles. It says, "Hey bud, your take on Ehrman's thesis in Love Thy Stranger claims atonement is followers post hoc rationale, cites Luke's silence, but Paul precedes Luke, so Luke is silent on purpose." Gave for Justin, Rockoff for Doug. Okay, interesting question. I haven't heard Ehrman's thesis on this, so I'm not sure I can respond to it. But hmm. I think what you're suggesting is that Ehrman believes that originally Christ didn't die as an act of atonement. That was something that was done later. And that is the case. In fact, this is a pretty hotly debated topic in like seminary and Bible college, which is what is the purpose and nature of Christ's death? In fact, N.T. Wright wrote a book on this. There's a couple different views. You can say that popular view is Christus Victus, I think, in Latin, which means Christ is victor, meaning Christ needed to die to win over death and the devil. So basically, Christ is the victor. He won the victory for us. So that's an early interpretation and a popular one, and the Catholic Church still holds to that one. The death as an act of atonement. I feel like if that existed, it might have existed alongside the other one because it seems to come from an audience that would understand that point of view, namely a Jewish audience. And I think the early Christian church probably had a bunch of Jews in it, but it probably not so much once it took off. Once it really took off, it was mostly pagans, Greeks, and Romans. So it's hard for me to know. Maybe there was enough Jews in the early movement still yet that they needed to come up with an excuse, and they came up with the atonement. It seems clear maybe in the book of Hebrews that was the case. I guess one of the problems we have is when we're talking about the early state of theology, we're talking about kind of before the Bible was written, what people would have believed, you know? And the only way to know is to read the Bible and try to pick out stuff from the Bible that sounds like what people at that time period were talking about outside of the Bible. You know what I mean? But overall, if that's what Ehrman's saying, I think it's a perfectly fine position to believe that the original reason why Christ was crucified is not to be an atonement. It's a perfectly acceptable view. A lot of people hold to it, actually. I forget what N.T. Wright holds to, but he was the one that I recall that wrote a book on this particular subject. Cheese Mondo, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, first time I've heard someone say they have killed God. There was that guy on the line that was having intimate relations with God. True. But Chris's beliefs are just out there wild. We hear from so many wild people that I'm not shocked that there's a guy here that thinks he murdered God. Jason says, casually writing down Chris Meltek for tip line purposes. Yeah. Somebody needs to talk to a psychiatrist and maybe start taking a beneficial substance that would straighten out some of these problems. And that substance certainly not being psychedelics. Gretchen, thank you for that. Super Chat says Occam's first two words should be drop in next. You know what? We could probably make that happen. My suspicion is that if he's on my shoulder a lot during stream, he'll just start repeating DZ talking points. And he'll just debate the guests for me. Laura loves DZ Debates. Amazing fucking name. And thank you for the super chat, Francis. Justin, as a true prophet of Doug, the one and only true God, I have something serious to ask. Any plans of building a boat in the near future? I didn't have plans to build a boat, but I like going on a boat. I don't know if I want to own one. Cute bird. By the way, kitties are sweet too. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, and Justin's fucking rock. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. But no boat in my future that I know of. I don't know if I even live close enough to water to use it. I'm like an hour from being able to get into the water, probably. Well, actually, there's some local lakes, but no boat. There's the classic saying: "There's the two best days in any boat owner's life is the day you bought it and the day you sold it," and I think that's actually a true statement. So, no boat for me, but we do have a guest in the queue. Let's grab our guest and get some conversation rolling. But the guest doesn't have a name. So if you can hear me right now, you're the only guest in the queue. You didn't put a name when you came in. What should we call you? And they're gone. Okay. I guess they guess they didn't know how the system worked. Fantastic. Wow. Weird night tonight. Okay. Well, guest queue is surprisingly and shockingly empty. Usually by now they're starting to pile in because they want to tell me how wrong I am and yell and scream at me. So I guess until we get a guest in the box, we'll read a couple super chats and we'll see if we can drum up Christians. Now's a good time to, shore up your faith and do a defense for God. Or like, listen, if you think that like homosexuality is wrong, and you're not, maybe you're not even religious, you're welcome to debate that as well. We also have a fun claim on the board. Christians should be pro-life. I'm sorry, pro-abortion, not pro-life. And that all Christians should be flat earthers. Not everyone knows the term FLERF. It's short for flat earth believer. So I think if you believe in the Bible, you should be a flat earther. It just seems to be the case that the Bible supports it. And Rational Atheist says, happy weekend. Can't wait for some delicious Christian barbecue and maybe some Philbro tears to wash it down. Rock hard for Doug. And if you go to the gift shop on YouTube, you'll find a Philbro's Tears mug that you could drink Philbro Tears out of. And so, we got that going on. Actually, I think we got another guest loading up in the guest box. We'll grab him here in a second then. Steve Murphy, thank you for the super chat. So pretty soon, with enough vocabulary, Occam will be able to take calls if you keep getting those low IQ theists. Rock hard for Doug. Actually, that is the case. Parrots can learn a lot of words. Let me check real quick. So, an Indian ringneck can learn anywhere between 200 and 250 words. It's a lot. Now, obviously, they're going to have like favorite phrases. Like they're going to... Oh, why I'm yawning? I'm wide awake. But they're going to have favorite phrases. They're going to use some words over and over again, but they'll definitely be able to build up a pretty mean vocabulary and be able to debate some of these theists. Let me grab just one last super chat, and then we'll get Justin number 2 in here. Allegedly someone else, I believe you. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, no man has read the Bible for what he says it means. For what he says it means, yeah. And said he reads it for what he says it means. Wait. No man has read the Bible for what he says it means, and said he reads it for what he says it means. Google the author. What? Is that a quote? I have to Google the author of that quote. Let me look at it. Let's see. No man has read the read the Bible for what he says it means. Is that a quote I should know about? It does appear as a quote. The Bible's meaning isn't just in the ancient text itself, but in the complex lens through which every individual reads. Oh, yeah. Okay, so in seminary, we would say that everybody, regardless of how good you are, is going to bring their own worldview and lens to reading the Bible. And it's impossible to get rid of some of it. the goal of a good interpreter is to get rid of it as much as possible, but it literally is impossible to do it. So your quote is saying no man has read the Bible for what it says it means, which is true. No man has actually done that. They've tried, but they're always going to be a point of failure. And said he reads the Bible for what it means. Meaning no man has done it, but they all say that they do it. Yes, that is the case. Every person thinks that they're reading the Bible for what it says, but in reality, they're reading what it says and they're bringing their own cultural stuff with it. So, all right, let's get Justin in here and we'll hopefully get some conversation. Welcome in, Justin.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you at least 18?
Yes. How's it going?
Not too bad. How are you doing?
Good. I was, I don't know if you remember me at all, but I called, I think, like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, so I don't necessarily have a hill I want to die on. So if it's okay with you, I wanted to talk about that Matthew 24 verse. Obviously, it's your stream, so that's up to you.
Sure.
I want to be respectful to you.
Yeah, what about it?
Okay, so Matthew 24. You seem to be arguing that Jesus is basically lying, or he doesn't really know what he's talking about, because he says, let me find the verse.
Says that people are like the generation living is still going to be alive when he comes back.
Yeah, so verse 34, truly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things take place.
Mm-hmm.
That verse specifically?
Yep.
Is that the one that you are, I guess, referencing to say that he's a failed apocalyptic?
Well, there's a couple of them. He says the same thing essentially in Matthew 16 and in Matthew 10.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I would agree, but this one specifically, this is one of the verses that you use to say that.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, why? I guess why is that the case? Like, why is he? Why do you think he's lying and not something else? Could it not be another thing?
Well, yeah, he could just be a false
understanding?
prophet.
What was that?
Yeah, he could just be a false prophet.
You don't think it could be anything else?
Yeah, that's it. So the test of a prophet in Deuteronomy 18 is if they say things that are true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm actually under the impression that I think it did happen in that generation.
Oh, sure. Tell me when that generation saw the Son of Man appearing in heaven and all the tribes of the earth mourn, and then collected the elect from all the ends of the earth and judged them.
Yeah, so I think when reading that I fully admit that I think the language within that sounds like it's a far off end of the times event.
Yeah,
I don't think that actually is the case.
Sounds like it's in that generation. You mean?
No, yeah, of course. I do think it's in that generation, but I don't like the language. Where were you quoting from?
The same passage you were reading. He says that
No,
all
I
of
know.
these events
But
are going to
what
happen within
verse?
that generation, and that included sending out his angels with a loud trumpet call and gathering his elect from the four winds from one end of heaven to the other.
Yeah, what verse?
30 and 31.
30 and 31. Okay. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Yeah, so it talks about in verse 29, the sun being darkened, the moon not giving its light, the stars falling from heaven, and the powers of heavens will be shaken. Do you think that when Jesus was talking about that, he's being literal?
No, but I'm not talking about that verse. I said 30 and 31.
Yeah, so then the next ones, you think he's also not being literal as well? I just don't know like why it wouldn't follow that.
No, I think he is being literal, and the reason why I believe that is because the imagery that is in this particular passage in verse 29 shows up in the Hebrew Bible quite a bit, and it's pretty clear that it's hyperbolic.
Yeah, talking about verse 29.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I totally understand that. He's quoting from a lot of the Old Testament prophets.
He's quoting from
some of them word for word. I think Isaiah, right?
He's quoting from a pretty well-known tradition. Yep.
Yeah. And so there, when you go to those texts, they're talking about an immediate context, but they're using that language as well. And so I think maybe you could agree that the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light. Those things did not literally happen during that time.
Well, literally is not. No. When you look at these like apocalyptic phrases, the clouds do gather, the clouds do muster, and storms as well that block out some of the sun and some of the moon. I think one of the traditional interpretations is that if this is literal, it means that the sun and moon will be like 100% dead. The sun won't give out any light, and neither will the moon. But I think a better interpretation of this is that it's a hyperbolic statement demonstrating that when God comes on the clouds, he comes in a storm.
But not necessarily a literal storm.
No, literal storm.
So you think when it talks about the Son of Man coming in the clouds, it's a literal storm?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I guess like when I see in the Old Testament when it talks about God coming on the clouds, it means judgment.
No, he says he comes in the storm, and he's described multiple times as coming in the storm.
Yeah, but that is relating to judgment.
Yeah, that's what this is. This is the judgment. We agree.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily that he. So you agree with me that the verses before, verse 29, is not literal.
No, it is
but
literal.
Then verse 30.
I think
so you think the stars fall out of heaven?
You're confusing.
You're
confusing literal with hyperbolic. So what you're trying to say is that these are metaphorical rather than literal, but that's not what I'm saying. They could be literal and still be hyperbolic.
Okay, explain that to me.
So something happening literally doesn't mean that it doesn't happen or that it is a metaphor for something else. It can happen literally, but still be a hyperbolic statement. So if I said, let's see, how would I phrase this? If let's say, for example, a really good thief was going to rob the store of all of his Snickers bars. He might run in and grab as many Snicker bars as possible and run out and then say, I took all their Snicker bars. Well, that's a hyperbolic statement. He still took the Snicker bars for sure, but he didn't take every last one of them. And so you can still literally be doing the action while the action being hyperbolic. So the sun being darkened and the moon not giving its light is a hyperbolic statement, not a metaphorical statement, because God does in fact come to judge in the clouds, which is how it's described throughout the Bible.
Yeah, but do you think that those things, do you think that the intent of what the author was saying is that he would actually do those things?
Yeah.
Interesting. Where do you get that from?
Because I think words mean words.
Yeah, but I think it's reading kind of like a modern lens into it.
No, it's not.
But I think it is, because I don't think, in my opinion, those things didn't actually happen. Like the sun was not actually darkened. The moon did not give its light.
That's why it's a fulfilled prophecy. You nailed it. Yeah. Congrats.
No, I think it's just using cosmic language to describe an event, a near event.
Yeah, a cosmic event. Yeah, you got it.
No, a near event. I mean, I wouldn't say
a cosmic event.
I wouldn't say it was cosmic.
But it is cosmic. Do you know what cosmic means?
Maybe not. Explain to me.
So cosmic is when you basically are experiencing the divine.
Yeah.
So if God is coming on the clouds, it is a cosmic event.
Okay, I'm just doing a quick definition of that. Cosmic definition. So when I look it up, it says cosmic is an adjective that refers to the universe or outer space. It describes things that are related to the cosmos as a whole, or things of an immeasurably vast and grand scale.
Okay, so what we ought to do is go back and give you an alternative definition. So there's a physical, like modern English definition, and then there's also a theological definition.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
For example, there's a book called, hold on. There's a pretty famous dissertation called The Cosmic Mountain. And the Cosmic Mountain is a description of where a physical mountain here on the earth acts as basically let's say a portal or a pathway to the divine realm. And so it's called a cosmic mountain. This is how it's typically used in like a religious sense. I agree, though, if you're not religious, you're not going to use it in that particular sense because you don't believe in the divine realm. So I get that. When I say cosmic, just know that I'm referring to it in the religious sense, meaning contacting the divine, the thing that is otherworldly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would. Okay, so you think that cosmos means, like spiritual? I guess you could say. I'm not trying to.
I don't think spiritual is the right word. What I'm saying
trying to
is
understand what you're
usually when I
saying.
use the word cosmic, I'm just using it in a religious sense to describe some sort of encounter with something otherworldly, right? Not something here on the earth. And God is otherworldly. That's why God coming on the clouds is a cosmic event.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think then we would agree. But I guess I still don't necessarily agree why it has to be him coming in the clouds or any of that.
Because he says he will.
There's plenty of like using imagery and all that kind of stuff. People say just to describe an event, but it's just using imagery. It's like poetic in a sense.
But we have no reason to believe that God is saying anything poetic here. The Bible says over and over again that God literally lives among the clouds.
Yeah, and you don't think that those verses that refer to that are poetic?
No. That's what everybody in the ancient world believed. Every human being in the ancient Near East believed, and even in ancient Greece and Rome, believed that the gods lived in the sky. That's why if you read any ancient religious literature, all of them depict the gods living in the skies. In some religions, they live on the top of a mountain because the top of the mountain is in the sky. In other religions, they literally live in the skies, like Ra in the Egyptian pantheon literally lives in the sky, doesn't need a mountain. And so when God is described, the God of the Bible is described identically with what other people are saying about their gods in the ancient Near East. I don't really have a good reason to think that they don't mean it. That, it turns out all these people believe that God lives in the sky. And these people say that God lives in the sky, but they don't actually mean it. These people mean something else. To me, that's a cope.
I don't know. I think like I do think there are some parts of the Bible where it borrows, I guess, language from other texts. You might agree with that, maybe not, but and so I think like it can use language such as coming on the clouds and God being in the clouds without them really meaning in the clouds. In a lot of ways, that could mean in the heavens, in the spiritual sense.
No, heaven is the clouds. That's easily demonstrated from the Bible. Job 22:14 says of God, thick clouds enwrap him so that he does not see, and he walks on the dome of heaven. And there's a bunch of passages that depicts God in the clouds. In fact, the Psalms even say, "Who is like him among the clouds?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get that. I still don't. I guess I still don't see why it has to be. Like, why you think that they thought he was literally in the clouds? Because I don't think they.
Because everybody did.
So everybody. I think they describe the God as being up there. Their gods, or
because that's what they believed. Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's. I don't think that's true. What's the evidence for that?
They said it.
That they actually believe that. Yeah, but like
they wrote about it.
To say that someone's
you can literally
up in the clouds.
Did you bother to read any of the rabbinic writings? If you read the rabbinic writings in the Talmud, they literally go into great detail about where God lives and how he lives there. Deuteronomy 33:26 says, "There is none like God, O Jeshurun, who rides through the heavens to your help, majestic through the clouds." The heavens is where the clouds are.
Yeah, but I don't think they think that God is literally up there.
Yeah, they do.
I think they're using language in a way that describes God being up there, but
because that's what they believed.
So the evidence you have is from rabbinic writings?
My evidence is from the Bible saying it 100 different times.
Yeah, but I still don't think that proves that.
It does prove it. Yeah.
Okay, why would they be using?
Why would they be using?
I'm not trying to argue just to argue.
Are there clouds in? Are there clouds in God's celestial heaven?
Are there clouds in God's celestial heaven? I don't think so, no.
Then why is he depicted with clouds every time?
Because I think they viewed heaven as being out there, and so they used language.
In the sky.
Yeah, but they didn't view heaven as a physical place, though.
Yeah. And they viewed heaven as being the sky where the clouds is, and that's where God is.
Do you think
that's
they viewed
why,
heaven as a physical place?
I don't know what you mean by physical. Yes, the sky is
Material?
Physical. Yeah,
But
that's
do you
where they
think
are.
they viewed heaven as a material place?
These people did not believe in an immaterial heaven. Not a single word of the Bible speaks of the heaven that we're going to experience on earth is being out in the cosmos somewhere. In fact, when the heaven comes to earth, it literally comes from the sky. Every time Jesus comes back from his Father, he's coming from the sky. These people just believed that the gods were in the sky.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'll have to look into a little bit more.
This is what everybody believes. Read any text from the ancient world, and they're just going to describe it in great detail. Read Plato or Aristotle, or you read the Jewish writings. The Jewish writings, they go into great detail describing how God lives on top of the firmament. They even describe how thick it is. In fact, in Bereshit Rabbah, it says that the firmament is 2 to 3 finger breadths thick. And then in Ramban, they also discuss the firmament. These people literally believed that there was a solid dome over a flat disk earth, and that God's home was on top of it, because that's what the Bible says. It says that.
Okay, so what was the reference you said for the Jewish text?
There's a bunch of references that you're going to want to grab. So there's one in the Jerusalem Talmud where it's from Rabbi Phineas, or in English, they got it written down as Pinhach. But it says, in the name of Rabbi Hoshea, equivalent to the space between the earth and the firmament. So they're answering the question, how does God live on top of the firmament if there's water up there? It says, so the distance between the firmament and the upper waters, let there be a firmament in the midst of the water at the midpoint between them. Rabbi Tanhuma says, I will say the source, had it been stated God made the firmament, he divided between the waters that were on the firmament. I would have said that the upper waters rest directly upon the firmament, but since it says that the waters that were above the firmament, it indicates that the upper waters are suspended above the firmament by God's word. And that's their explanation for how God can live above the firmament, even though there's water on top of the firmament, which is what Genesis says. And in Bereshit Rabbah, you've got a number of references to the firmament, specifically in chapter 4. In Ramban's commentary on Genesis.
Quick question. Not trying to interrupt, but how do you spell that?
Bereshit is B-E-R-E.
I feel like I'm not going to be able to look it up because I don't know how to even spell those.
It's okay. It's B-E-R-E-S-H-I-T, and Rabbah is R-A-B-B-A.
Okay.
And you want
Rabbah.
Yeah,
okay.
you want chapter 4.
Okay, chapter 4. Got it.
And they discuss with great detail the thickness of the firmament, and then also what it's made out of. So if you go to, there's one section where they discuss whether or not it's made out of sheet metal, because in Job it says that the firmament was the sky was spread out hard like a cast metal mirror.
Okay, so you think that the biblical authors, and I guess most people during that day, thought that the gods literally lived up in the sky, and yeah, okay, I guess that's the argument.
Yeah, they wrote about it. All these people, even outside of their religious texts, they wrote about it. They have stories about how people have died and visited God in the clouds in the heavens, like the myth of air. If you read that in Plato, like this was just what everybody believed. They had no concept of anything outside of the clouds and the firmament.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing I would say about it is that I think humans use language to describe stuff that they don't know how to describe. So, like for example, if heaven is immaterial, spiritual,
There wouldn't be
then
clouds there.
we have to find a way to describe it. And
There
so
wouldn't
maybe
be
one way
clouds
of
there.
using that would be to say it's in the clouds.
There would be no clouds there. It's described as being full of clouds and described as being where the sun and moon are. That's
Yeah, I know, but
not heaven. That's the
was my
sky.
point, though, is that they're using language to describe what they don't exactly understand.
They're using language to describe exactly what they believe, which is that heaven is where the sky, where the clouds are. That's why it says that they built a tower reaching the sky. Do you know what this is a reference to?
Yeah, you're talking about the Tower of Babel.
Yes, it says they built a tower reaching to the heavens. And do you know why the Babylonians built those towers?
They were part of what, from what I've researched, is that they wanted God to come down.
You nailed it. Yeah. So the reason for these ziggurats is because there was a place at the top of it.
God would come down and step down and come to earth.
You nailed it. It was a man-made mountain where they could commune and service the God that they believed in. And typically it was a regional deity. So you had multiples of them. That because everybody in the ancient world believed that God was just in the sky and he could just walk down the mountain to the earth. And that's why in the Baal cycle, in the Canaanite literature, the gods have banquets on Mount Zaphon, the mountain from the Bible, Mount Zaphon. That's where the gods live. They live on top of that mountain and they have a banquet and they feast and they have discussions with each other and they hold judgment sessions where they do basically courtroom scenes. This is just what people believed about God. And the Israelites came from the Canaanites. That they believed roughly what the Canaanites believed until Yahweh took over.
Okay, actually, I think I am in agreement with you. I think, like, for example, that's why Jesus is described as touching down on the mount, or Elijah and Moses going up to the mountain to commune with God.
Why would he need to go up to a mountain to do that?
Being built on a mountain, it wasn't really a mountain. All those things. So I guess I would agree with you that I do think that they had that view in mind, and that's why there's all this imagery describing all that stuff. I guess I still don't think that means that Jesus was a prophet or was a failed prophet, but I see your point, and I'm willing to look into it a little bit more.
Right, but my point with Jesus is actually pretty simple, which is he's describing in Matthew 24 and 25 the judgment scene. And then he tells you when it's going to happen. He says within that generation. And the judgment
happened in that generation.
Right. Well, the judgment says that all the tribes of the earth is going to mourn and all the elect is going to be called. Collected.
Yeah, so from my understanding, that verse is talking. So let's read the first one you said, or the first part of the verse that you said, which
30 and 31.
All the tribes of the verse, or all the tribes of the nation will mourn. Hold on, where's that? 31, you said?
30 and 31.
Okay, 30 and 31. Okay, yeah. So then will appear in heaven the sign of the Son of Man. And that's do you agree that that's referring to Daniel chapter 7?
Yeah, mostly. The Son of Man coming is obviously a messianic reference to what they believe the book of Daniel chapter 7 is referring to. And we've got lots of extra biblical literature to defend this view, yeah.
Okay. Then all the tribes of the earth will mourn. So you think that the whole earth was mourning then? Like it has to be literal?
Yeah, because if you keep reading in the chapter, he tells you what that means. So people, for some reason, think that the Olivet Discourse ends in chapter 24, but it doesn't. The Olivet Discourse goes all the way through chapter 25. And in chapter 25, he tells you. So, for example, right here it says, he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, so on and so forth. Okay, well, what could that possibly mean? All you got to do is keep reading, and he tells you exactly what that means. The same wording in chapter 25 says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, he will sit on the throne of his glory and all the nations will be gathered before him. It's the same thing.
It doesn't talk about mourning, though.
Yeah, there's going to be mourning because these people are going to be judged and cast into hell. So if you keep
Yeah,
reading,
but
he will say
before
to
we
those
go,
at his left hand, "You who are cursed, depart from me into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels." That's the judgment. That's why people are mourning.
I don't think it's talking about the same time, actually. I
Why?
think
Why would
Jesus
you think these are
switches.
different times?
Jesus switches, I think.
Why? Why would we think
Why?
that? Yeah.
Okay, so if we go back to chapter 24 in the first verse, or not first verse, let me get to it. The disciples ask him questions.
Mm-hmm.
They say, as he sat on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately, saying, "Tell us, when will these things be? What will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age?" So they
Right.
ask.
So
Some people see
he's
that as 3 questions.
he's answering the question, when will the coming of the end of the age be?
Yes, he's answering that question. Then
Yeah, there's only one answer. Yeah.
no, he
The
asks. So he
sign of
says,
the sign of your coming is the end of the age.
when will these things be? Right.
Yeah.
That's the first question. Can
Within
we
that
agree? Can we
generation.
agree on that? That is the
Mhm.
first question.
Mhm.
When will these things be?
Mhm.
And what are those things that he's talking about?
He's listing them after this. He tells you all the things.
No, but the disciples are asking those questions. So what
Yeah.
are the things that the disciples are talking about going to happen?
He's asking, well, the disciples didn't say anything. They asked a question, and Jesus told them what to expect. There's going to be
You know,
wars,
but
rumors of wars,
I don't
nation
think
will
you're
rise up
understanding
against
my
nation, and
question.
then the Son of Man will appear in heaven.
I don't think you're understanding my question. The disciples ask, when will these things be?
Yeah.
So when they're asking that question, what are they referring to?
The signs of the end. Says, tell us
No,
when this will be and what will be the sign of your coming and the end of the age.
I think we have to go to before. And Jesus says in verse 2, the temple will be destroyed.
So what?
And so out of Jesus saying the temple is going to be destroyed, the disciples are now asking, when will these things be?
Yeah, that's exactly what they asked.
So they're asking about the destruction of the temple.
No, they're not. They're asking about the end.
No, because what does Jesus say directly before?
Well, the problem that you're committing right now, or the problem you're creating right now, is that you're assuming that the destruction of the temple is a separate thing from the end of the age, and it's not. Now, that's the interpretation you have to take, because the temple was destroyed, but the rest of the chapter didn't come true.
You're assuming what the disciples were assuming as well. I would agree. Then you think it's all one event.
It is one event, yeah.
I don't think it's all one event.
Well, you have failed to demonstrate that yet.
I mean, I can tell you why I think that, and why I think it's a better view than saying it's all one event.
You're welcome to do it.
Can we agree that at least the disciples think that it's one event?
Yeah.
They're on the same page as you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess we agree there. But I think then, so out of the question, or out of Jesus saying that the temple is going to be destroyed, and also earlier the judgment that's going to come on this generation, the Pharisees, Jesus is then saying, or the disciples asked him, when will these things be?
Yep.
And what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age?
He tells you in verse 34.
They're asking,
truly I tell you,
out of him asking,
this generation will not take place until all of these things have taken place. All of these things is everything he just listed. Everything prior to that statement, all of them are going to happen before that generation passes away.
But all these things are not necessarily the sign of your coming and of the end of the age.
Yeah, they are.
You have yet to demonstrate that.
No, it's actually really easy. That's how language works. If you give a whole list of events to look for, and they're like, all these things will happen at this time period, it means all the things you just listed. That's what the word all means.
Or all the things that the disciples are talking about when they say, when will these things be?
Yeah, that's the second coming, the signs of the end of the age. He said all of these things because he's not answering one part of that question. That question is all about one event. The event is the end of the age and the coming of the Son of Man and the destruction of the temple. They're all tied. They're all the same thing. And he's saying, hey, when is this going to happen? And Jesus gives you all the signs. And then he says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until these things have taken place. If he's merely referring, when he says all these things, he's referencing just back to verse number 2 with the destruction of the temple, then he didn't answer the question. Because there's not a single, there's not a single point, there's not a single point in the Olivet Discourse where the question actually gets answered then.
I think it does.
Where?
Well, first I want to go back because you said that, tell us when will these things be and what will be the sign of the coming and of the end of the age. And you said that that is obviously all one question.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
But it isn't. Tell us when will these things be and what will be the sign of your coming. The and.
Do you know how word
it's
and
separate.
works?
It's separate.
No,
that's how and works.
That's literally the opposite of what's happening here. No, and is referring to the event.
And I don't think that's what. That's no. And
the sign of your coming,
separate event.
The sign of your coming and the end of the age. If I said, hey, I'm going to Walmart and I'm going to Home Depot, and they're give us, tell me when you're going to Home Depot and Walmart, and then I gave you all the signs, and then I didn't tell you which sign goes to which. I just left one open-ended. I said, well, actually, it's going to be Monday. Monday what? Am I going to Walmart or Home Depot Monday? What are you talking about? Which one are you referring to? See, that's the problem with your assumption is you just have to assume that he's answering one question and ignoring the other question because only part of this prophecy came true. Also, it was written after the events, which makes it not even a real prophecy.
Oh, well, that's a different thing. But I think when read in context.
I have,
so,
yeah.
I'm not saying you haven't. I'm just saying I think that this is a better telling of what is going on. Jesus says.
So
he just condemned judgment on the Pharisees.
The way that you need to support your argument is show me where in the Olivet Discourse he answers the question about when the end of the age is.
Okay, I'll show. That's fine. I'll show you. So, verse 36. But he says, "But concerning that day and hour, no one knows."
Mm-hmm.
So he switches. The "but" implies that he's switching.
No, it's not.
Regardless of that stuff, it's saying
no,
but
not even remotely the case. The "but" is contrasting his prior sentence. His prior sentence is that all these signs are going to happen within this generation. Then he says, "But." Well, what do you mean, "But"? He says, "But no one knows the day or the hour. Only the Father knows." So
but
he's saying
that day and hour.
So,
but concerning that day and hour.
Yeah, that day and the hour, which is the day and hour of the end of the age, which is what you're talking about.
I would agree. Exactly.
Which is also the destruction of the temple.
So we have to define what all these things are when the disciples ask that question.
I think it's actually pretty clear for anyone who's honestly reading the passage.
Talking about.
Yeah.
What are the disciples talking about when they say, "When will these things be?"
So it's actually pretty clear. He says, listen, here's the window. The window is within this generation, but the specific day or the hour, no one knows. This is not a difficult thing. If I said, listen, I'm going to Walmart over the weekend, but I don't know which day, that's exactly how that phrase is functioning. This is basic linguistics.
You haven't answered my question in verse 3. When will these things be?
Yeah. Yeah.
What are the disciples talking about when
they're all happening at the same time?
But that's coming before the sign of the coming and of the end of the age.
No, they're all happening in a sequence.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily imply it's a sequence. So it doesn't necessarily imply that it's all happening all at once.
Except it does. Yeah, because he says all of these. Because he says all of these. Because he says all of these things. All of these things refers to everything that he just said in the text prior.
We're not there yet.
That's what all means. 3. That's what all means.
Yeah, but we're at verse 3 right now. When the disciples say,
you need to be at verse 34 because you failed to recognize the word all here. When he says all, how is he not referring to everything? Because it literally is preceded by the judgment, sending out his angels to collect the elect from one end of heaven to the other. The trumpet. Remember, Paul says in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4 that when Jesus returns, he's coming with the command of a trumpet call with the angels. That's what it means for the second coming. So when Jesus comes back with his angels and the trumpet to gather his elect, that's the second coming. And he says that all of this, meaning the stuff he just said, all of this is going to happen before this generation passes away. This is a really bad cope. You can't believe this cope.
It's you haven't demonstrated to me how that it can't be two separate events.
I actually have demonstrated with the word all. The word all tells you exactly
but you
what's
haven't
going
answered
to
my question
happen.
from earlier, and that is when the disciples asked the question, when will these things happen?
Every one of your questions. It's going to happen within that
Okay,
generation.
what was the answer?
All these signs, all of them are happening in that generation.
You're talking about what Jesus is saying. I'm talking about the disciples.
Because that's specifically what Jesus said. Jesus said all of these things will happen in that generation. No,
but what the disciples? Let's go to verse 3. I'm going to keep on going back to this point because I feel like it's not getting answered.
It is answered. It's over your head, apparently.
Maybe it is. Maybe I don't understand. So explain it to me really slowly. As he sat on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately, saying, "Tell us, when will these things be?" Define for me what the disciples mean when they say when these things will be, without using a future verse.
They're asking about the future. I don't know how this is difficult for you. They're asking about the future, and then after they ask the question, Jesus gives them the answer. Do you not know how timelines work?
No, they are asking about the future, but what I'm saying is you keep going back to what Jesus says later in the verse.
That's the answer. The answer is with Jesus' words.
Yeah, I'm saying what are the disciples talking about when they say when these things happen?
They're talking about the end of the age, which includes the destruction of the temple. Because remember, this is their interpretation of the book of Daniel. It's not even their alone interpretation. In Sanhedrin 97, they have this identical same discussion about the Messiah coming right after the temple being destroyed. According to Daniel, and they cite Daniel for their belief, according to Daniel, the temple is destroyed first, and then right after that, the kingdom is ushered in. So this is a sequence of events that they're expecting. The temple gets destroyed, boom.
Are you talking about Daniel chapter 7?
Daniel 7 and 9. So according to their interpretation of Daniel, the temple is going to be immediately destroyed, and then the Messiah is going to show up, and God is going to be in the clouds with the Messiah, give him the keys to the kingdom, essentially, and then set up shop here on earth where all nations will serve the Messiah. So that's their interpretation. They're not asking about two different events. That's preposterous.
Let's go to, I guess, Daniel chapter 9. Is that okay?
Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna like Daniel 9 though.
That's fine. I mean, I still don't see how it can't be talking about two events. You can call it cope.
Because the word all is inclusive of all of the signs.
Yeah, but you're using Jesus' statement later in the verse. I'm asking, what are the disciples meaning when they ask, when will these things be? Right? When they ask that question, they're referring to something. And it can't be what Jesus is referring to because he says it later.
The disciples and Jesus are talking about the same thing. Are you intimating that the disciples ask him a question and then Jesus doesn't answer the question?
No, but what I'm saying is we need to define what the disciples are asking when they say when will these things be.
Did Jesus
you have to use that from prior text.
I know. I did use it from prior text. You're not reading the text at all. So this is not like a difficult thing to ascertain. They're trying to figure out when the end of the age is because they expect it to happen already. That's why they asked prior to this, when is your kingdom going to come down from heaven? That's what they're expecting. So when Jesus says that not one stone is going to lay upon the other, they understand this as the precursor, the run-up to his coming.
Okay, I think so earlier in chapter 4, Jesus says the temple's going to be destroyed. We can agree on that. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
And then the disciples ask, out of that question, that out of what Jesus says, the temple will be destroyed. They ask the question, when will these things be?
Yeah.
And what will be the sign of the coming end of the age? So I think we can agree that the disciples saw those events all happening at the same.
Yeah, they did. You nailed it. Yeah, they saw all those events as being part of the second coming. Well, Jesus is saying that. Not only did the disciples believe that, but Jesus answered that question directly.
No, I don't think he does.
Which is why everybody in the early church believed it. Paul taught and believed it as well. And the rest of the Hebrew Bible or the New Testament teaches it. Every book of the New Testament teaches that Jesus is coming back within their lifetime because Jesus literally said it.
Yeah, and I think the disciples did view it as Jesus coming back.
because
once,
that's what
and I
Jesus
think he
told
did.
them.
And I think
Yeah.
he did. But there's multiple comings.
No, there's not.
Yeah, there 100% is.
No, there 100% isn't.
Yeah, I mean, when at least in the Bible, I mean, you might not believe it as, I mean, I don't know exactly what you believe, but you might not believe it as like an atheist, but I think from the Bible, you can determine that there has been multiple comings of Jesus, and there will be a final coming eventually
Nope.
at some point.
Only one so far.
Sodom and Gomorrah, you don't think that was a coming of Jesus?
No, obviously not. It was Yahweh with 2 angels.
Yahweh with
It-
2 angels. So when
it
it says the
literally
Lord rained down fire from
It literally
Yahweh,
says it. Yeah.
the Lord rained down fire from the Lord. It's
Yeah, you
not,
nailed it.
It's not Jesus
No,
in flesh.
it's Yahweh. Yahweh
Well-
Yahweh wasn't there, by the way. The 2 people that went to Sodom and Gomorrah were angels. It says that they're angels.
Okay, let's go to that. I guess let's go to it. That's fine. You want to go to it?
Yep.
Okay.
Genesis 19. It should be Genesis 18 and 19, actually. Genesis 19:1.
Yep. Okay, so he says the 2 angels.
Yeah, you nailed it. 2 angels.
Mm-hmm.
Not Yahweh, not Jesus. 2 angels.
But then later, there's a verse where it talks about
I know.
the Lord rained down fire from the Lord.
Yeah, I know.
So verse 24.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from the Lord out of heaven.
Yeah, what's the problem?
So he's raining down fire from himself.
Yeah.
So
That's what it
there's
says.
2.
No, there's not 2.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't say,
No, there's
I rained
2.
down fire for myself. You would just say, I rained down fire.
Well, he's not speaking.
Yeah, but you wouldn't say, Justin rained down fire from Justin.
Yeah, you would.
No, you would just say, Justin rained down fire.
No, you could literally say Justin rained down fire from Justin. And also it happens more in the Bible. In fact, if you bothered to read a single commentary on this passage, this question was answered, I don't know, over 2,000 years ago. The rabbis point out that this is a way of speaking that happens in Genesis. Lamech does it as well in chapter 4 or 5.
I'm sure it does happen a lot. I'm
Yeah.
not going to disagree on that.
Well,
but I
we're
don't
not going
think
to
it's
disagree on that. It's pretty simple. The Lord rained down fire from himself. And this is somebody talking about God. It says the Lord rained down fire from the Lord out of heaven, because that's where the fire of heaven is stored. It's stored with God. That's why in Job chapter 1, it says that God's fire fell from heaven and wiped out the servants. God has fire up in heaven. That's his prerogative to send it.
Yeah,
So-
but notice what the verse doesn't say. It doesn't say that God brought down fire from God.
It does.
It says that in that verse.
That's
that
what
you
the
just
Lord
mentioned.
means. Yahweh is the name of
No,
the
no,
God.
I'm not talking about verse 24.
Does
I'm actually saying the verse
the
that you just
Lord-
read in Job.
The Lord Yahweh says Yahweh rained on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from Yahweh out of heaven. They're giving you the location of the fire. The
What does-
fire
yeah,
came
what
from
does
Yahweh
Job say?
in heaven. Job said
What
that
does Job say?
the fire of God fell from heaven.
Okay, so it doesn't mention God again.
It does, yeah.
Job doesn't.
So what?
That's my point. Is like
Are
Job could have
you
used.
suggesting that Genesis has to use the same wording and whoever wrote Job? What a
No, of course
nonsensical
not.
belief
But
system.
you're saying that Job is mentioning where the fire is coming from. I'm saying that they're using weird language then just to describe where that fire is coming from, when they could
They're
have just
saying-
used the same language as Job.
They're saying the same thing. The Bible isn't like every
They're not,
author of the
though.
Bible is not required to describe the same event identically the same. That's preposterous.
No,
That's
but
like
we would
the
read
first
that text,
rule
and we
of
would
like the
say,
literally
that's a
first
weird way
rule of
saying
doing
it.
hermeneutics
No one
in
would
Bible
say
college
Justin-
is that every author has their own way of speaking.
No one would say that Justin rained down fire from Justin. No one would
Yeah.
say that.
If you needed to clarify where the fire came from, you would.
But Job clarified where it was coming from, and he didn't have to just say it that way.
Job didn't clarify where it came from. He just says the fire of God fell from heaven.
Okay, so fell
And
from
Job's
where?
not required to
From
word
where?
things in the way that the
From
author
where?
of this text did.
No, you just said Job did not say where it came from, and it just said from where did it say it came from?
I said the words from heaven.
Yeah, from heaven. So Job did say where the fire came from.
Yeah, that's what I just said 3 times
No,
now.
you said Job did not say where the fire came
I
from.
did not say that at all. You're having trouble listening. It literally just says, the fire of God fell from heaven and burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them. And this isn't even the words of the author of Job. This is the words that are attributed to the servant that he's saying. The servant in the story said that the fire of God fell from heaven. So this isn't even a stylistic choice. This is
we
just
have
a
an example in the Bible
quotation.
of fire falling from heaven and not having to say the fire fell from the Lord from heaven. And we have another example in the
I don't
Bible.
know if you're aware of this, but you don't have to word things the same way every time you say it.
No, but you saying that the Lord rained down fire from the Lord is a weird way of saying things.
No, I would say it's
when someone could just say the same thing as Job said.
I would say it's possibly redundant depending on your belief system, but if you don't know anything about this religious system, then it's actually helpful information.
To know that it came from the Lord? Obviously it came from the Lord. It says
from
the
heaven.
Lord
well, it's obvious to you. It's not obvious to the immediate audience. We don't know what the original audience knew. Remember, this text was possibly written before any of this religion was fleshed out and these people even knew this shit.
It says, then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah, sulfur and fire. So where do you, it's pretty obvious where that sulfur and fire is coming from.
It's obvious to you because you've read the entire Bible. The original audience of this story did not.
I mean, they probably had Job, I think, probably. Maybe not.
No, they didn't have Job. Job was one of the latest books written, actually.
Okay. I mean, I still don't think just because they didn't have the whole entire Bible doesn't mean that they can't understand when someone says the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah, sulfur and fire, it came from the Lord.
It has nothing to do with them not being able to understand. It's just helpful information. You're adding context and information to the story, which is not a problem. You're allowed to do that as an author. It's not a problem to add additional helpful information.
So whoever wrote this part of Genesis is just adding helpful information, redundant information specifically.
Yeah. Well, it depends on your.
That's the best explanation for that text.
Well, no, it's not the best explanation. That's the accepted explanation if you're religious. I'm not religious. So I think the best explanation is obvious, which is no. I think the best explanation is obvious that there's just an error. Somebody just put an error in the text when they were copying.
So it's an error that they added the Lord out of heaven.
It's an error, yeah, that they just added the name of Yahweh twice. Yeah, it happens all the time. In fact, we got lots of manuscripts with these types of errors in them. So we've got lots of priors.
It is a weird way of saying things.
We've got lots of priors. We've got lots of priors showing that these types of errors exist. Now, I'm not saying it has to be an error. I'm just saying if I'm using what I know about manuscript traditions and manuscript copying, this appears to be somebody maybe just added the name of Yahweh in twice, or maybe they weren't good with grammar and they didn't know how grammar worked. But there's no reason to interpret this as a secret message from God if you think that the words were intentional. And in fact, the ancient rabbis even pointed out, it says about this particular problem, let's see, this is as it is written. It says, I will respond to this problem. This is as it is written. And Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, wives of Lamech. Lamech talks about himself in the third person in Genesis, a really weird way to phrase it, because Genesis is full of these types of weird phrasings. You can say that maybe there's a hidden message in there, but the reality is it's probably just either a copyist error, and if it's not a copyist error, it's really just helpful information. It doesn't imply that there's another being. There's only one Yahweh. It says the Lord rained down fire from the Lord. Yahweh is one. That's the greatest rule in the Hebrew Bible. Deuteronomy 6:4, Yahweh your God is one. Not three in one. He's not a shampoo.
Okay, so I want to understand. The Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah, sulfur and fire from the Lord out of heaven. So you think that's an error?
I think it's most likely somebody put that in there, either not having a good understanding of grammar or thinking that somebody needed an explainer, or it was just a copyist error. It happened all the time.
Okay, so you think someone didn't understand grammar. Why is it that you don't think they understand grammar from that?
Because it's redundant. Now, not understanding grammar doesn't mean that it's wrong to write it this way. It's just redundant, meaning it's not entirely necessary in some cases. Now, if you think it's necessary, if you're an ancient scribe and you're like, listen, we need to make sure they know that the fire comes from where Yahweh is, it's his actual fire, then yes, you would add that in. And it wouldn't be a typo. It depends on your viewpoint. But again, nothing in here. There's not a single word of this sentence that can be interpreted as somehow Jesus. Jesus is not Yahweh.
So you think it's an error because of the weird way that it's written?
I said it's most likely an error of which happens a lot in the book of Genesis. Even God himself,
sure. We're talking
even
about
God himself talks about himself in the third person.
Sure, we're talking about this specific verse though.
Yeah, I know.
So you think it's an error because of the weird way that's stated. Now, if we were to remove that, let's say if it's just purely out of adding more information, if we were to remove that, would we be removing that the idea of it came from the Lord?
Again,
the fire came from the Lord?
We've already said it's redundant. No, you wouldn't remove the idea. That's what redundant means.
Okay, so they're not adding in extra information.
They are adding in extra information. It's redundant because it can be implied, but if you're unknowledgeable, it's helpful information for those who are unknowledgeable. If you're knowledgeable, it's redundant. It's redundant for you because you already have a framework. It's not redundant for the original audience, probably.
I don't know about that. I feel like that's just, your words. I feel like that's cope just to say that it's not kind of a weird way of saying it.
Not cope at all. It's just demonstrably evident that these types of weird wordings exist in the Bible, and they're not secret messages.
Sure, there might be other ones, but we're talking about this one here, and this one you say that it's kind of it's weird to have that extra information, and because of that you think it's an error.
No,
I think it's weird to have that extra information, and because of that I think it could be implying that there are two Yahwehs.
No, I no, there's certainly not two Yahwehs. He literally tells you that there's only one. This is not a question. In fact, he says that there is no one before me, no one after me, and I will not even share my glory with another. There are obviously not two Yahwehs, or else there would be two gods, and God is one. So there's not two Yahwehs. This is ridiculous. Are there two Lamechs?
Is the Son of Man given dominion,
are there two Lamechs?
Power, and glory?
Are there two Lamechs?
Are there two Lamechs? I have read the whole Bible, but I don't remember reading about Lamech.
Lamech says to his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, you wives of Lamech, listen to what I say. Are there two Lamechs?
Are there two Lamechs? Lamech said to his wives, Ada, and hear my voice.
Who is he calling Lamech?
Hold on, I'm reading it. Where is this at? What chapter and verse?
Genesis 4:23.
Genesis 4:23.
And I've got about a dozen verses where God speaks about himself in the third person if you need them.
Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice. You wives of Lamech, listen to what I say. You have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for striking me. If Cain's revenge is sevenfold, then Lamech's is 77-fold. Okay. So Lamech is referring to himself there.
Okay, so there's not two Lamechs.
No, I don't think so.
No. So you can refer to yourself in the third person or have the name in there a second time in a clunky manner without it being a secret message?
I don't think it's clunky when Lamech is saying it.
Why is it not clunky?
You wives of Lamech?
Yeah.
What would you rather have him say?
Would you call your wife the wife of Justin? Would you address your wife and say, "Hey, the wife of Justin, so and so"? Would you do that?
No, I think the author is probably adding in wives to add in information to the reader, because I don't know if we know who Ada and Zillah are before this.
Those are his wives.
Yeah, we know that from verse 23. But do we know that before?
I think it shows up in Chronicles. We can double check.
Doesn't Chronicles come later though?
Yeah. Is Chronicles wrong?
No, I'm just saying like what I'm saying is that we don't know who Ada and Zilla are
They're
at
his
this point in
wives.
the story. At this point in the story. Until he says, "You wives of Lamech."
That's how we know they're the wives. He's
Yeah,
addressing
that's what I'm
his
saying. So
wives
he's
as Sorry,
so it's
people
adding
on
information to the
I don't
reader.
know why you're talking over me right now. For everyone on TikTok, sorry, the TikTok stream restarted. It gave me one of those weird inactivity messages where you have to like solve the CAPTCHA puzzle to keep the live stream going. And then the CAPTCHA just never loaded for some reason. So the live stream ended and I had to restart it. I don't know why it does that. TikTok's weird. Sorry about that, friends. But nevertheless, my point is actually pretty clear, which is like there are lots of instances where there's like just clunky wording. No, you wouldn't refer to your wife's husband as you. You're not going to say wives of Lamech or wives of Justin. You're going to say my wives.
Do you think that Lamech is writing was the one who wrote this?
No, this is somebody writing about Lamech, recording his own speech. Lamech said to his wives, and then Lamech speaks. Ada and Zilha hear my voice. He's speaking to his wives. You wives of Lamech, listen to what I say. Why is he referring to himself in third person?
I don't think he probably refers himself in third person when he actually says it. I think
he does.
The writer of Genesis is adding that in so we know that Ada and Zillah are his wives.
We know that. It says in 23, Lamech said to his wives. We already know that they're his wives.
Verse 23, oh, Lamech said to his wives. Okay, I see. I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay. I'm following now. Okay. Okay. That's fine. I don't have anything to say about it then, honestly.
Okay. Yeah. These types of wordings exist in the Bible and they're abundant. In fact, in Genesis 18, the same passage we were in, let's go to 17 17 through 19.
So you said 18, 17 through 19?
Yep.
Okay.
It says, the Lord said, so now we get a quote from Yahweh, right? Yahweh said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Seeing that Abraham shall become a great and mighty nation, all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. No, for I have chosen him that he may charge his children and his household after him to keep the ways of Yahweh by doing what is righteous and justice. Why would he refer to himself as Yahweh? Why wouldn't he just say my ways?
We gotta slow down a little bit.
He does it again in the next sentence, so that Yahweh may bring.
No, I'm just reading it again. So where does he say
Verse 19.
Explain to me what you were saying again.
Verse 19, Yahweh is speaking, and Yahweh refers to himself in the third person again. He says,
so that the Lord may bring to Abraham what he's promised him? Is that the part you're referring to?
Twice it's in there, right? He says, so that he may charge his children and his household after him to keep the ways of Yahweh by doing righteousness and justice, so that Yahweh may bring about for Abraham what he has promised him. Yahweh speaking about himself in the third person.
Yep. I would agree.
Okay, so this is like a really common thing that happens in the Bible. And the reason why this happens in the Bible is because these stories are coming from many different sources and they're being smushed together. Some of the sources originally were first-person stories. Some of them became first-person mixed with third-person stories. And when they converted some of the quotations, they didn't take care to figure out like how to do proper pronouns and proper wording to make it not sound weird. And they didn't need to because nobody was reading this shit back in the day. They couldn't read. The scribes didn't have to be careful.
Interesting. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll have to look into a little bit more.
So
specifically about the Genesis 18:17 and then also the Lamech one.
There's a bunch of them. You can do Exodus 16, 28, and 29. I just read that one last week. I was talking about that on a podcast where Yahweh says, see, Yahweh has given you the Sabbath. Yahweh says, why didn't he say, I have given you the Sabbath? Yahweh literally said, Yahweh has given you the Sabbath. What a weird way to say that. It happens all over the place.
And is it only okay? So we have an example of Lamech doing it, but of it happening with Lamech
and Yahweh.
And so it needs to be a better argument for that the Lord doing it as well. There needs to be a justified reason for the Lord doing it then too, if the argument is going to hold.
Yeah. So, for example, in chapter 16 of Exodus, it says, the Lord said to Moses, how long will you refuse to keep my commandments? He said, my right there, my commandments. And instruction, see, the Lord has given you the Sabbath. Therefore, on the 6th day, he gives you food for 2 days. Each of you stay where you are, so on and so forth. God refers to himself all the time in third person.
Why do you think that the biblical authors wrote it like that?
Again, because the stories are a mesh. So and I'll be doing a video on this soon, actually, on the documentary.
I was going to say, do you think of the documentary hypothesis?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the documentary hypothesis is like one of the most sure theories of source criticism inside of the religion. There's very few. In fact, I don't even know if I've ever met one in person. There's very few scholars that depart from some version of the documentary hypothesis because there is such strong evidence for it. And it's been tested. So the Julian Wellhausen came up with, there was a guy who kind of started it before Wellhausen, but Wellhausen popularized it. But over 150 years ago, Julian Wellhausen made the theory popular, and it stuck for 150 years because nobody can debunk it. There's so much evidence for it. And one of the things that you see in the documentary hypothesis is sometimes a source will be saying something properly in the first person, me, my, I, so on and so forth. And then another story, a similar story, but from a different time period and a different location that gets meshed up with it, is telling the same story, but actually it's in the third person. So when they mesh them together, it goes back and forth between first person and third person because they're just sticking sources together. And sometimes it's really clumsy. Sometimes they did it in a way that made mistakes. So, for example, in Genesis 37, they mistakenly assume that the Ishmaelites and the Midianites are the same people group. But that's not true. That can't be true because at the time that Joseph was sold into slavery, there were clans that lived like 200 miles apart, and they maybe had like 12 to 25 people in the clans. They weren't the same. But at the time the Bible was written, right? Most of our sources at the time the Bible was written understood them to be the same people group because 1,000 years later, they did grow. And then they did eventually kind of start to merge and mingle and become indistinguishable from each other. And so we know, for example, that eventually they became the same people group, but certainly not at the time that Joseph lived. There was only a tiny amount of time that passed between the birth of Ishmael and the birth of Midian, and there wouldn't have been, there wouldn't have been any confusion about who they were. That's certainly not the case. So the documentary hypothesis explains everything. It explains why Genesis flood story has contradictions. It explains these weird grammatical issues. It also explains why there's so many anachronisms. Why, like, for example, in Exodus, it says that God instructed them to take a jar of manna, and they placed it by the covenant. Covenant didn't exist yet. They didn't have a covenant yet. That comes like 3 chapters later because it's just an anachronism. There's tons of anachronisms in the text because they merged these stories. Anachronism is when something is out of time. Right. So I'll give you an example. Something would be out of time. I want to give you a good example to make it very clear. I got a couple of them on my cheat sheet that I like. So let me grab you one of the easier anachronisms. Okay, perfect. In Exodus 15 and Genesis 21 and Genesis 34 and so on and so forth, we hear mentions of the Philistines. The Philistines absolutely did not exist during those time periods. They existed 1,000 years after Abraham. They don't even make an appearance anywhere in the historical record until the Iron Age. So there's no way these people in the Bronze Age were avoiding the Philistines. They didn't exist yet. And an even better one that doesn't rely on history. Well, if you're saying, well, maybe history was wrong, maybe they did exist. Well, there's an even better one that you can turn to. For example, let's go to the tribe of Dan. In Genesis 14:14, Abraham chases the people that were causing problems with his nephew. He chases them, it says, as far as where Dan was, up in the northeast corner by the Arameans. But they didn't live up there. There was no tribe of Dan, or not even a territory of Dan in Abraham's time period. That didn't happen until close to 250 years, about 300 years after they entered the promised land, or actually after they exited, based on in Judges 11, Jephthah states that the Exodus happened 300 years or 340 years prior to his living. So, and then later chapters after Jephthah, it says that the tribe of Dan relocates up north. So that's the last thing in the book of Judges. The tribe of Dan relocates. So hundreds of years after the Exodus, even the tribe of Dan didn't exist. So there's no way there's no way he ever could have said that Abraham chased him up to the tribe of Dan, because they didn't exist yet. And Moses couldn't even have written it, because even in Moses' time period, the tribe of Dan didn't exist up there.
Okay, so an anachronism is basically an addition to the text before the thing existed.
It doesn't have to be before. It just has to have something out of order. So the word comes from a combination of two Greek and like one English word. So chronos, the Greek word for time. And then the abbreviation A, like we say atheist, that means you're without God, or you're, and so a chronos would be you're out of time. Something's wrong out of time. So an anachronism would be the English ism at the end of a chronos. So an anachronism is it's Greek Englishese, right? So an anachronism is just something that's out of time in the way that it's told.
Got it. Okay. It's funny that you mentioned the documentary hypothesis, because I just listened to video on it yesterday. So I'm by no means going to say anything about it or anything, because I don't really know anything about it.
Sure. Well, I'm going to be doing a video here in like a week or two on it. I did like a warm-up video on the Ishmaelite issue, but I'm actually going to do a pretty extensive video showing all the proof for the documentary hypothesis, because it's a bundle. There is so much evidence for it. It's one of those things that's roughly undeniable nowadays.
So do you think, because from what I understood about the hypothesis is that there's the 4 authors, J, E, P, and D. So do you think there's only 4 authors, or do you think there's a ton more?
Well, there's many. So when you get into the documentary hypothesis, when they say authors, they're really referring to classes of authors. So there were the Yahwist authors, people that were basically in Judea. They worshipped Yahweh. And then there was the Elohist, and the Elohists were basically people in northern Israel. They worshipped Elohim, which was their expression of the pantheon of the Canaanites. They worshipped El and Elohim, because we're referring to the whole pantheon there in the Canaanite religion. And then later you've got the Deuteronomist, and then the priestly source. And so you can pretty well track which time period these authors come from. Once you separate out the language and the themes of the text, it's really easy to tell who's living in what time period.
Yeah. Okay, well, interesting. I'll look forward to looking at your video and checking it out when it comes out.
Sure. There's 2 books you might want to get on the topic if you're interested. Joel Baden recently wrote a book on the topic, and he's the most recent. but prior to Joel Baden, Richard Elliott Friedman wrote, I would say it's a short book, but it's called Who Wrote the Bible? And by Bible, he really just refers to the Torah. Who wrote the Torah? He's not Christian. He's Jewish, and he has a really good, concise book on it. And he even, if you want, I don't have it with me; it's downstairs. But he also wrote another volume called "The Bible with Sources Revealed," where he just took the Torah and he color coded it to show you what source came from, or what verse came from which source, was mostly agreeable to the field who do textual criticism. And most of what he has in that book agrees with just about everybody else. There's only a couple occasions where Richard Elliott Friedman is suggesting that perhaps we might reevaluate one passage here or one passage there.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I got a long list of books I need to read, so I don't know when I'll get to it, but
well, you'll get around to it eventually. It's
yeah,
a slow process because if you're not in school, you're usually working, right?
Yeah, I'm working a lot, so
right. I get it.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I wanted to end it on at least a good note because I know it was starting to get a little
Fair
bit
enough. Fair enough.
Heated. I enjoyed our conversation, even if it got a little bit heated. And I appreciate you taking the time.
No problem. I appreciate being here, and again, come on back. I don't mind having a tense conversation. I think these conversations get a little bit charged, and that's normal.
Yeah, and I still don't agree with I think the hypothesis on Matthew 24, but I mean I see your argument and stuff for some of the things that you said, and so as always I'll look into it more and try to look into it more. And
okay.
But yeah, I just appreciate the conversation, and I never want to. I genuinely do want to seek truth, and so wherever that leads me, I'm okay with that. I think that actually my Christian faith has taught me that. But anyways.
Okay. Well, take care, Justin. Do some reading, do some thinking, and come back and tell me where you're at, and maybe we'll go a couple rounds on a few more topics, and we'll find some things we agree on and some things we don't agree on.
All right, sounds good. You have a good day.
Cheers.
Bye.
Well, as they say, all's well that ends well. I don't know if that's universally true, but I think sometimes it's true. Let me grab a couple of super chats, and then we're going to get in. We have two guests waiting. The one that came first is Schmel, the defender of Jesus, and then the Spear People. So should be interesting. Still attacks a bit, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says sugar-free A&W root beer is my go-to. It's really good, by the way. And I think AMD makes it, or A&W makes it, the sugar-free cream soda. They're both phenomenal. Also, iced tea is great with a cigar. On the deck under the gazebo, just some non-serious thoughts. Have a good day, everybody. Sorry about that. Man, I slept last night. I don't know why I'm yawning today. I do agree. I personally don't do tobacco because my lungs are shitty. Birth defects. But I'll partake in the electric lettuce every now and then because you only need like one or two puffs, and you don't do it every day. But I back in the day when I was younger, I enjoyed a couple of cigars, and I bet maybe a little bit of A&W root beer with one of them would have gone very well. It reminds me of maybe like one of those vanilla flavored cigarellos or something. It's a good thought. And Fred Cow says, my version of the contingency argument includes that any God ever promised is contingent on a human mind. Yeah, actually, as an atheist, I would agree with that. God is contingent on human minds because we made the fucker up, right? That's pretty good. And Misha, hey, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'll never understand why so many guests ask questions and then start talking over Justin's answer. Most of us learned how to have conversations as kids. Sheesh. Rock hard for Doug and Simply Wet for Sharon. Let's cook. Yeah, it's a weird thing. Like if I ask someone a question, generally I want them to answer. Well, I want them to answer. I kind of already know what they're going to say. So I need to hear their answer so I can respond to it, so I can pick it apart, so I can defeat it, right? The best debaters are the ones who can listen to their opponent, what they say, understand what they say, and then break it down. That's how it works. Canbest, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $69.99 super chat. That's humongous. These clowns that can't keep their camera phones focused on their face are so ridiculous. Actually, that one that was in here talking about the woo-woo nonsense psychedelics, it was, I don't know what he was doing, but he was moving around a lot. His phone was, I was a little bit concerned maybe he, even at the time of the call, he wasn't entirely sober. You know what I mean? I can't prove it. But it just kind of seemed to be that case, right? And Cynthia, damn. Cynthia, appreciate the super chat, friend. Says, looking good, Justin. Well, thank you. Want to see a debate on Christians hate the Bible? Oh, that's a good one. Okay. I'm going to go into, while I'm taking our next guest, and change. I'm going to recreate this prompt to say Christians hate the Bible. That's phenomenal. It's such a good recommendation. Prove me wrong. I think that would be great. Cynthia, you know what, Cynthia? It is great. That's a phenomenal suggestion, and we'll work it in almost immediately. We're going to make things happen. And Laura, hey, thank you for the additional super chat, my friend. I really appreciate that. It says, looks like making up jokes is not my strongest skill. You know what? Sometimes it's me. Sometimes I'm the problem, right? With my boat building question, and me trying to say that you are a better and more handsome version of Noah bringing cute animals to the stream for us to enjoy watching Rockwood for Doug. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. I get it now. Yes, I do. Listen, there's some animals in the house, and they're adorable. They're fantastic little animals. And you know what? I didn't need an ark. And well, does a house count as an ark? Anyways, I get the joke now. Maybe I'll consider building an ark if the rain gets too heavy, but it's got to at least be 40 days and nights. That's what I'm saying. Thank you for the clarification, though. And Dennis says, Justin, Robert Alters the Hebrew Bible, a translation with commentary, is currently 50% off. On Amazon, $75 is a good deal. Not only is it a good deal, I bought it when it was, I think, 30% off before it dropped all the way to 50. So I'm pleased that I got a good deal on it, but man, at like 50% off, you can just like buy those and gift them to people. It's amazing. Holy shit. Yeah, it's amazing. It's a great price. I wish I read mine, so I guess I wish I didn't buy it later to get the discount, but I get it. Man, that's a great discount. If you haven't got that, friends, make sure you get it. Last super chat for now from Mo Spider-Man. Thank you for the super chat. It says Matthew 24:3 says, when and what? Caller said, and means without. Really? There are a lot of disappointing kids who get peanut butter without jelly. That is true, actually. That's actually a fair point. When you go to Matthew 24, he is trying to answer 2 questions about the same event. So it says in 3 and 4, 3, tell us when this will be and what will be the sign of the coming of the end of the age. This is actually a fair point. Now the guests would have ran the same argument, to be fair. They would say, well, when means when the temple is going to fall. And what is a separate question about the end of the age. That's what they would say. I'm reading this as 2 questions about the same event, the coming of the age. When will this be and what will be the sign of the coming of the age? This is the coming of the age, right? So he's saying, tell us when the coming of the age will be and what will be the signs. That's a good way to word it because that's what they're talking about. It's not talking about 2 different events. I think it's pretty obvious to anyone who's reading this thing, honestly. But all right, let's get Schmel in here and we'll get another conversation. Then we'll get the Spear people after that. Welcome in, Schmel. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Schmel, we've talked before, right?
Yes, we talked before.
Okay, what was your name last time we talked? I remember Schmel, but I don't remember the rest of it.
Yeah, basically the same name. I was defending the existence of Jesus last time.
Oh, you're an agnostic, and you were trying to prove that Jesus was a real person? Oh,
Yeah.
You called in when I was on stream with with was it with Jaron or Calvin?
I think it was with Jaron, but yeah, with Jaron.
Right. Okay, no problem. So, nevertheless, so my personal viewpoint is that I think Jesus was a real person. Did you want to talk about something else, like one of the topics on the screen?
Yes, I want to talk about the fraud allegations of Jesus.
Sure.
Because I have a really interesting point to get it. I believe that he actually believed he was the Messiah.
Yeah,
And
yeah. So I think the nuance in the wording allows for Jesus being badly mistaken. I use the word fraud to provoke conversation, but like if Jesus is just wrong, it's the same to me. I don't really care.
Okay, so would you say he's wrong because he mentioned that he would arrive on the clouds, or that he is the Messiah?
A bunch of things. He wasn't the Messiah, and then he didn't come on the clouds when he said he would.
Okay, I would just mention that the only mention that he claimed to himself about the Messiah is technically in the trial of Jesus in the Mark story. I don't think the Mark narrative is reliable. So I could say he never claimed to be the Messiah.
He does though. So also
When?
I don't know why. Like if you're just saying Mark is wrong, you're just proving my point for me.
I
The Bible
agree that you
the
can
Bible's
say
not be
that
trusted. So like if we're just gonna say the Bible is wrong, then I'm gonna say cool, all of it's wrong.
yeah, but if we say that Jesus actually said stuff that is in the Bible, we can say that some things misinterpreted. And if you look how Mark described the trial narrative of Jesus, it's clearly said that he tries to get the reference that he's like he needs to die. In Mark, where is it? In Mark, earlier, Mark mentions that Jesus gonna resurrect. In Mark, what is it called? The Son of Man must suffer many things, be killed, and after 3 days he has risen. In Mark 8:31. If I'm right. And if I'm gonna say it, that if this passage says that Mark already knows that Jesus needs to die for some reason, he made up this one part about Jesus' life.
Yeah, I don't think so. The other gospels say that he is the Messiah too. Jesus says so in John when he's talking to the woman at the well. He said, she says, "I know that Messiah is coming, who is called Christ. When he comes, he will proclaim all things to us." Jesus said to her, "I am he, the one who is speaking to you." So Jesus just flatly says he's a Christ.
But in which trust did he say it in Mark or no?
This is in John. He says it again in Luke, actually.
Okay,
well.
but John is not one of the synoptic gospels, so we could say.
Gotcha. So Mark and John are both out.
Yeah, I could say that Mark
okay, so
has like the.
In Luke, it says, "Then he said to them, 'Oh, how foolish you are, and how slow of heart to believe all the prophets have declared. Was it not necessary that the Messiah should suffer these things, then enter into his glory?' Then, beginning with Moses and all the prophets, he interrupted them, the things about himself in the scriptures, in all the scriptures. Interpreted, sorry. He interpreted to them things about himself in the scriptures. So he says in Luke that he's the Messiah, and he does it again in Matthew.
This is the story where he reads from the Torah, right?
That's Luke chapter 4.
Okay.
And if you go to Matthew chapter 2, he's intimating that he is the Messiah at the end of the chapter. He says, in regards to the Messiah, he says, "What do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he?" They said to him, "The son of David." He said to them, "How is it that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, 'The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet'? If David thus calls him Lord, how can he be his son? No one was able to give him an answer, nor from that day did anyone ask him any more questions. It seems pretty clear that he's referring to himself as this person, the other Lord.
Yeah, it sounds like that, but I still could say that yeah, if all the sources say yeah he said these things because they needed him to say that, because if they don't say it, the religion doesn't make sense. But he didn't really say it. Can we really agree on the fact that he actually said these words?
Well, the argument is based on the text. Christians believe the text. I'm not arguing with people who don't believe the text. If you don't believe the text, guess what? Neither do I. So this
Okay,
is kind of a useless argument now. I'm not arguing from an archaeological perspective or from an objective historical perspective. I'm arguing from the text with people who believe the text.
okay, I get it.
What,
Yeah,
Schmel? What are you doing? Why are you trying to do this?
yeah,
What
I don't know. I
why are
just
you
want
playing devil's
to
advocate
help
for the
this.
Christians?
Like, I still think like this Jesus somehow is something like more than like just a fraud. Like the Maccabees did try the same thing, and like you can say that Bar Kokhba was a fraud, but he was a historical person and he tried to do something.
He was actually a Messiah, though. He actually was anointed as the leader of the people.
Yeah, like you said partial fulfillments. If you said that partial fulfillments are a thing, yeah, you could say Bar Kokhba is just.
Bar Kokhba was a Messiah. The Jews don't all believe in a singular Messiah. They believe quite often in many Messiahs. And if that's the case, if you're one of the Jews that believes in multiple Messiahs, then you would believe that Bar Kokhba is one of the Messiahs. And you might even believe that Menachem Mendel Schneerson is the Rebbe is one of the Messiahs. So it just depends on your viewpoint.
Okay, but how can they justify it if Daniel has a completely different vision of a Messiah?
Well, the Messiah is two. In Daniel 9, there's two Messiahs. A Messiah is just somebody who's anointed as a high priest or king. That's it. There's nothing in the Hebrew Bible that says there's only going to be one anointed person.
Oh, but isn't the Messiah tied to the end of the world? Like,
yeah. And if you read the Talmud, there's multiple versions. They have a two Messiah theory. If you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, they've got a two Messiah theory and a four Messiah theory.
interesting. But what stops Jesus from being one of these Messiah figures? Just because he wasn't the king?
Well, yeah, you have to be a king or a high priest. You have to actually be anointed by the people. Yeah. And if you read the passages about what the Messiahs are going to do, it doesn't matter which passage you go to. He didn't do any of them. Even if there's multiple Messiahs, not one of them got fulfilled in Jesus.
But didn't John the Baptist anoint him technically with water?
That's not how anointing works. Anointing's with oil. And John the Baptist is not the leader of the Jewish people. Like if I just go and anoint, my neighbor as the leader of the town that I live in, that doesn't make him the leader.
Yeah, but what makes a prophet a prophet? Like
I didn't say prophet. I said priest. The prophet was in charge of anointing. The prophet was the one who typically would be anointing the high priest and the king. And in the time of Jesus, it would have also included typically like the Sanhedrin.
Okay.
All right, Shmuel, listen. I know you're agnostic. You're not a Christian. We don't waste time doing devil's advocate here. As fun as it could be, we want to talk to people who actually believe this stuff. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Have a nice discussion.
Cheers. He was pleasant last time I talked to him, but friends, if you just want to play devil's advocate, please don't do that. We actually do want to talk to real believers. You know what I mean? Jeff Peanut Butter says, the recent video of you trolling the church was amazing. One of the funniest things I've watched this week. Hope there's more to come. We're definitely going to be doing some more. On my main channel and on Deconstruction Zone channel, y'all, I posted a video of me and Scissor Woman trolling the 83 for Truth organization, the one that put all those billboards like "you're going to hell," "pornography's evil," that kind of stuff. And it was fun. It was a good time. Stephen Wright says Jesus is never coming because his godfather used up all the blue chew. He had at least 70 children, 70 sons, just so he could stay the biggest prick in the universe. Woo. That's a good point. That's why he'll never come down. He's been elevated for thousands of years on Blue Chew. Lexa says, how would you respond when someone says, if we could understand God, then he wouldn't be God? My family says that like it's a gotcha. Well, it's meaningless, right? Because we're not saying we can understand everything about God. What we're saying is there are things about God that are not just, it's not that we can't understand it, it's that they're contradictory. Contradictions can't exist. You can't have a square circle. You can't have a marriage bachelor. You can't exist and not exist at the same time. You can't have something that contains contradictions as far as I know. So if God contradicts, you got a problem. And you need the laws of non-contradiction or else nothing makes sense anymore. So for example, if I said God does not exist, well, that statement can only be evaluated if the law of non-contradiction works. So it's self-defeating to say that God can do illogical things. And Vita Brevis, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, can you explain your take on Cain's fear of being killed in the land of Nod? Apologists say Nod wasn't yet populated, and he was worried that a future population on the earth would kill him instead. Well, that's a bad cope. And here's why. Okay, so what's happened in Genesis is clearly, and the documentary hypothesis would explain this, is clearly that there is a plot hole. There's more text missing in the story. Obviously, either God created more humans or they went on like a massive population campaign right up front. But that doesn't seem to make sense because Cain and Abel are the first children. And so we don't know how many children were had after that. What we do know is that in chapter 5, we hear about the rest of the children. And it doesn't say that there were hundreds of children. If you go to Genesis 5, it literally just says, this is the list of descendants of Adam when God created humans. He made them in the likeness of God, male and female, so on and so forth. When Adam lived 130 years, he became a father of a son in his likeness, according to his human image, named him Seth. So at 130 years old, he had Seth. That's his third child. There's no other children listed yet. There's only these three. Says the days of Adam after he became the father of Seth were 800 years, and he and his other sons and daughters, he had other sons and daughters, presumably after Seth. So we don't have a good reason to believe that. Now, if the original story or one of the original stories said something like, he had lots of sons and daughters, prior to being this age and giving birth to Seth, you might be able to suspect that. But at the time, he went to a region that didn't exist. The land of Nod didn't exist. So he went nowhere. Nobody was there. He didn't find a wife because there were none. There were no women living over there because he's the third person that Adam and Eve created, or the second person. Cain and Abel would be 1 and 2. So it's preposterous to think. Now, you could say that he's predicting the future, right? But the reason why this doesn't work is because it's just anachronistic, and I'll tell you why. So this idea that if I kill somebody, there will be blood vengeance on me, that's tribal warfare, right? That's blood feuds. Blood feuds were common in the patriarchal narrative because tribes were territorial. If you murdered somebody from that tribe, then it's expected that they're going to murder you back. That's tribal warfare. That's an eye for an eye. That's a tit for a tat, whatever you want to call it. That's how they ran shit back then. So it doesn't make sense that that Cain would be worried that if I leave this land, then somebody will kill me. Who? You killed a member of your own tribe. who's going to want to kill you? Your own tribe might want to kill you, but you left them. They're gone. You left those people. So it doesn't make sense that these people over here would want to kill me. So there's obviously parts of the story that were missing, or parts that were incompatible that got left out. And that's why we have a story that doesn't make sense, because it was describing originally some sort of tribal warfare. And then when they meshed the two stories together, the story of brother killing and the story of tribal warfare got mixed in, and parts got left out, and it doesn't make sense anymore. There's a bunch of stories about like this. In fact, even Genesis 36 and 26, the wives of Esau have different parents. They get them mixed up because one narrative thought they were from these families, and another narrative thought the women were from that family. That's just all there is to it. The documentary hypothesis predicted all of this and is the best explanation for all of these problems. Let's get to Spear people in here, and we'll keep the conversations rolling. Welcome in, Spear.
What's up?
Spear, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And which topic did you want to discuss?
So I can't really see that because I'm on my iPhone. However, what I do want to hear from you is kind of your thoughts on. I can't see the actual banner. It says pick your hill to unalive on. I can't, like, the lettering is a little too small for me.
I'm on an iPhone. Maybe your stream resolution isn't good. The topics
maybe it could be my eyesight too. So
could be. The topics are: God does not exist. Homosexuality is not wrong. Jesus was a fraud. Christians should be pro-abortion, and all Christians should be flat earthers.
Am I able to choose a subject matter that's outside of that?
I suppose so.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious on your take of, like, your thoughts on the Nephilim that's mentioned in Genesis 4, and kind of how you perceive those beings that arise in Genesis and throughout Scripture with, Joshua and the giants that they see in the land of Canaan, and then the scouts that are come back and tell the people that there's a bunch of giants that are, I guess, part of the land, and that's where that generation had to basically unalive off until they went on to fight for the promised land. So I was just curious on, like, your perspective.
Are you a Christian?
About those verses? Yeah, I am.
Okay. So most Christians, I mean most scholars understand the text to mean exactly what it says. So being that we now know that the language of Hebrew was basically adopted from the Canaanites, as was most of this mythology was adopted from the Canaanites, we know what it means to be we'll call them the fallen ones for now, or the Nephilim, and we know what the sons of God are. The sons of God is a very ubiquitous reference in the Ugaritic language, which was a precursor to Hebrew, and it just refers to the 70 sons of El. We know El as Elohim. He shows up in the Bible as El and Elohim. He had 70 sons. The Bible actually kind of reiterates this in a couple of different places.
Are you sure they're not spiritual beings? Because, like, I know, like, from Psalms 82, right, it says, like, Elohim was in the midst of Elohim, but, like, that Elohim is actually plural. So it sounds to me that there's other Elohims in the Bible, which kind of, like, changes your mindset on how to interpret, like, different various factors or stories within the realm of the biblical story, as those being beings that are kind of given human beings, like, forbidden knowledge, which escalated the sinful nature. And then when God was saying, I no longer am going to be striving with man, and decide to flood the world, right? So I was just
right, but the gods,
I don't see him as like
in Psalm 82 are the Elohim.
Yeah.
They're the sons of God. So in the Ugaritic literature, there are 70 sons of El and Asherah, although in the Ugaritic literature, her name is slightly different. It's Athirot, because their grammar was slightly different. Nevertheless, there are 70.
What do you mean by that? Is that, like, angelic, like marrying daughters of men? Like, what do you mean by that? They're sons of El? Was that?
They're actual sons and daughters. Like El and Asherah mated and created sons.
Okay, so like you're basically saying they're people. They're nothing to be like worried about.
No, they're not people. They're gods.
Okay, so they are gods. Okay,
in the
I was
ancient,
just curious. I didn't. Yeah.
yeah, in the ancient Near East, gods consummated to produce other gods.
Yeah, that's interesting how there's 70 though, right? Because wasn't there like 70 nations
You
at the Tower of
nailed
Babel?
it. Yes,
Yeah,
there
and
were
then
70
then
nations.
72 disciples or whatever that went to preach the good news.
So the 70 is based on the number of nations that they thought existed, and this even outside of the Bible. In the ancient Mesopotamian literature, they have the similar belief that there were 70 deities, especially in Palestine. There were 70 deities that monitored and were judging the 70 different nations. And that's why in Psalm 82, God's mad at them because they're not doing it. In fact, Psalm 82, most scholars would say, is a story of how Yahweh became the sole God and wiped out the other gods because they weren't doing their job. But they show up later again, so that interpretation might not be sound. But in Sirach 17:17, they show up again. And they show up again also perhaps in Deuteronomy 32:8 and 9. So my point is this: when we read about the sons of God, those are the Elohim; those are the children of God, and they come down because in the ancient times, the gods had bodies just like men. That's what it meant that Adam was created in the image of God. It's a physical likeness, which is why Genesis 5 says that Adam had a child in his image. That's what it means to be made in somebody's image. It's the physical likeness, and that's why all throughout the Torah, God has a body. Every time you see him, he's in time and he has a body, and he's not omniscient, he's not omnipresent. He migrates, he goes places. Because in the ancient times, they believed that gods were like the Greeks, they were like supermen. And so there's a really good book on this by Esther Hamori. I think it was her PhD dissertation, and she turned it into a book. It's called When Gods Were Men. And she's demonstrating that in the Bible, just like the rest of the ancient world, the gods were basically just like supermen. They weren't envisioned as being these like immaterial entities floating around in a timeless void. They were just up in the sky above you, and they were physical beings. They were physical entities, and they ate, they drank, they had parties. In fact, in the Baal cycle from the Canaanite literature, El at one point literally gets drunk and passes out.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was reading like an archaeological book about kind of just ancient civilization, and it was this guy's theory that there was a lost ancient civilization, which was lost to humanity in terms of like evidence of previous civilizations such as Egypt, the pyramids, the Aztec temples. I mean, obviously there's like some artifacts that still remain that we're able to make some sense of it, but we didn't fully make sense of what occurred like prior to like the flooding, which no one necessarily knows if it was flooding that came from like the heavens or if like a comet kind of like blew up parts of North America and some of the debris like falling elsewhere and then melting the glaciers and causing a huge massive flood. But there are some indication that there's like comet imprints that are found on the Earth's surface. But besides the point, right? Like, I'm just curious on kind of like your thought about like the before, where like Nephilim, I guess, were in their full force, and then after the flood, because we know after the flood that they were still there.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about that. So there's a lot of stuff here, and obviously we're not debating right now, but I hope everyone stick around because this is actually a really interesting topic. So according to the ancient rabbis, there's an explanation for how they're still around, and we'll get there in a second. But the general idea is that they were giants because they had divine blood. So if you read some of the ancient stories about the humans that were produced when they slept with the divine beings, they always were massive. A very accessible example of this that you can get for free on the internet is the story of Gilgamesh in the Gilgamesh of Epic. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, we learn that he's part divine, part human, and he's also really fucking big. He's huge. And this was how people perceived things. In fact, even kings were often viewed as partly divine, which is why they're often depicted as being bigger than everybody else. So if you read Saul, or read the Bible, Saul, it says that he was head and shoulders above the rest. That's one of the reasons, that's one of the criteria why people would think that you've got some sort of divine favor, or that you even came as part of a divine interaction. So this was a very common trope, that a divine entity could sleep with a human entity and produce these giants. And it's all over the classical literature. It exists everywhere. Now, how did they survive the flood? So there's two theories, one theory better than the other. One theory, the first theory, is bad. And that is, well, the flood wasn't global, it was regional. Well, that's not a good theory, because the Bible clearly says it was global. The other theory is what the rabbis suggest. They suggested that there was one of the Nephilim that survived, and that was King Og, because in the Bible it says he's the last of the Nephilim. And it doesn't mean he's the only one, depending on how you read the text, but it means he's at least the last of them. Now, the rabbis say that he clung on to the ark and survived the flood by holding on to the ark for the entire time period, until the flood subsided. So that's how they explain the survival of King Og after the flood. Also, it's not entirely clear if it happened twice. So there's some who say, well, listen, it happened once. It could have happened twice. I think that this might not be great, because the New Testament says in Peter and Jude that those angels that did that mated with the women, that they got punished. They're in chains in the abyss waiting judgment. So it's like, well, it doesn't seem like it would have happened twice if you believe the New Testament, if you think that they're locked up. If you're not a New Testament believer, then you could say, well, maybe it just happened twice before God got mad enough to wipe them out. Now, there's a scholar named Michael Heiser, peace be upon him, who has written extensively on this topic, and he's a believer, he's a Christian, and his theory is that part of the mission in the Torah and part of the mission of taking over the Promised Land was to go basically on a killing spree to get rid of all of the Nephilim, as though God couldn't do it himself. And so that's something you might want to check into. He's written on this subject exhaustively, and even though he is a Christian, he's a Bible-believing Christian, most of what he says is pretty well accepted in the field that he's referring to, in what we would say Assyriology. So that's a really good read, and I would highly suggest it if you're still a Christian.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's interesting. Like, my understanding was like there was like one kind of world flood, and then maybe later on there was also a regional flood that occurred around like 4000 BC, but I'm not exactly sure, right? I mean, that's for the archaeologists to kind of find out for us, even though I don't want to go too depth into that, right? I think that kind of like helped me better understand like where I was coming from, and my question that I was asking you on about the Nephilim. I did have like another follow-up question though. I'm just full of questions. I don't really have like
Well, I do
anything
have
else. And I know
questions,
that's not like part of your
but
live, but like if you are willing to allow me to ask like maybe one more, that'd be pretty cool.
well, I don't have unlimited time in the live stream, and I've got some debates that people want to get in on, but I'm doing a Q&A not this weekend, but next weekend on Sunday.
Yeah.
And during the Q&As, people can come up and ask anything they want to.
All right, cool. Yeah, I was just wanting to ask about the lost tribe, or not the lost tribes, but Daniel. Why Daniel doesn't show up in the Book of Revelation? But that's it.
Oh, wait, there's no tribe of Daniel.
Or I thought there was Daniel, right? Wasn't it Daniel?
Oh, you mean the tribe of Dan?
Yeah, Dan. Yeah.
So the tribe of Dan, let me see if it does show up. Now you got me curious. This might be a new topic. Give me a second. Interesting. I just did a word search for Dan. Let me check where the tribes show up. It's like midway, or actually it should be what, around 20 or 21, where the tribes are listed again. All right, let's grab. Every tribe of the people of Israel. the tribe of Judah, the tribe of Asher. Okay, so it's gonna be chapter 7. I think the land is listed again later in the book, but it looks like the first listing, oops, wrong button, is going to have the tribes here. All right. And for allotments, we've got Judah, Reuben, Gad, Asher, Naphtali, Manasseh, Simeon, Levi, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, and Benjamin. That doesn't work at all. That's not proper. Okay. Well, this is a weird listing. So we're not just missing Dan, we're missing Ephraim. So in the tribal allotment in the land of Canaan, first of all, the Levites didn't get a tribal allotment. They were allowed to live anywhere they want to. They were a tribe for sure, but they didn't get an allotment of land. So I'm not sure why they listed them as a tribe, even though they are a tribe. But then they listed Joseph.
They'd be in the middle of the city, right?
They're going to be, but Joseph didn't get a tribal allotment either. In fact,
Joseph got 2.
Yeah, Joseph was split between Ephraim and Manasseh. Now Manasseh shows up here, but there's no Ephraim. It says Manasseh and Joseph, which is a really weird change. I don't know why they would do that. This is a very strange list. I got to be honest. This is the first time I've read this without actually reading it to be like, hey, what the fuck's going on here? I'm actually have to look into this. I got a couple really good scholarly commentaries on Revelation. I'll see what they say.
Yeah.
I'm sure this is not the first time that this has been mentioned. It might be because they wanted to include the Levites as a tribe, and they just needed to leave somebody out. And Dan was like one of the smallest tribes, and also not a good tribe. They were the ones that kept making alliances with the Arameans.
I think it has
fucking
something to do with
everything
the
up.
line. I don't know, like if you go back to like Genesis when Joseph gives all the blessings to all the different tribes.
Oh, in chapter 48?
Yeah, like later on in Genesis. But I think there has to do something with like a line that kind of like, and it's not the line of Judah being Christ, but it's the line of Satan. But I'm not exactly sure. I didn't really understand that part of what I was listening to at the time. But
So
I
in
think it
Genesis,
has some connection to Dan. That's why I was kind of wanting to get to it. But that's fine. We can
yeah.
save it for Sunday.
Well, in Genesis 48, we get the blessings of the children. Let me see. Bless Joseph, Ephraim and Manasseh. Maybe the blessing started earlier than that. Might start in 47. Or actually, I think it's 49. I think he blesses Joseph's children first, and then the others, if I remember correctly. I might check.
Yeah, he like reverses it.
Yeah, last words, fruits, Simeon and Levi. All right, here comes the blessings and cursings. Simeon and Levi get a curse. And then Judah is in here. And then Zebulun. And then Issachar. And then Dan. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a snake by the roadside, a viper along the path that bites horses' heels, so that its riders fall backwards. And this is actually fairly true, because this was written in a time period where Dan was kind of a troublesome tribe. You know, they were at the gate of where the enemy's territory was. That if you wanted to enter the land of Israel, you're passing through Dan. That's why Dan was so ready to make alliances with enemy nations like the Arameans. In fact, Damascus, the primary city in the tribe of Dan, switched hands between the Arameans and the Israelites quite a few times.
Yeah, that's the one treaty that they made where they kind of appeared as if they were traveling long distances, but really weren't. They were deceiving them. And then Josh was like, "Why do you deceive us?" But they didn't go against their covenant because they made a covenant with the people.
Oh, with the Gibeonites. That's it the
Gibeonites? Okay,
yeah,
so that's
Gibeonites.
wrong. Okay, never mind.
But nevertheless, I mean, this is actually
Yeah.
a really good point. There's a couple of scholars that have written on this. Even within the Hebrew Bible, when the tribes are listed, they don't always match. They're not always the same. So if you look at the book of Judges, there's like 2 tribe listings, and they don't match what we find in the rest of the Torah. So the number and the names of the tribes over the course of history have not always been exact. Even though we know pretty well that that some of them did exist. We know for sure that Judah existed. We know that Benjamin existed. We know that the tribe of Dan existed, and we actually know the tribe of Gad existed for sure. The tribe of Gad is even mentioned on the Moabite stone set up by King Mesha in the 9th century.
Yeah, the tribe of Gad. God, what was that from? Was
Although
that from Lot's family?
Kurgo is saying that Dan boarded Philistia, a Kurgo that's only partly true. So Dan initially was supposed to be down by the Philistine territory, and then they couldn't get a stronghold down there. They moved up north. If you go to the end of the book of Judges, you'll find that story, like chapter 18, I believe. Fuck, God, my memory's on tonight. Chapter 18. So in chapter 18, it says the migration of Dan. In those days, there was no king in Israel, and those in the days of the tribe of the Danites was seeking for itself a territory to live in. For until then, no territory among the tribes of Israel had been allotted to them. So the Danites sent 5 valiant men from the whole number of their clan, from Zorah to so on and so forth. And they're explaining what they're doing, and they end up moving north. And this is late though. This is probably about 350 to 365 years after the Exodus that this is happening, maybe even close to 400 years after. So sometime long after the Exodus, after they failed to take over the territory next to Philistia, they moved north. And this is what they're referring to typically when the tribe of Dan is mentioned.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, appreciate it.
Sure thing. Cheers, man.
That's helpful. Yeah, I'll come on Sunday and be here for that Q&A.
Yeah, come to the next Q&A. I actually really enjoy question and answer. The audience gets bored with it, but I really enjoy it. So that's why we have a separate day for Q&A.
All right, sounds good. All right, thanks. Is it Justin?
Yeah.
All right, Matt, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, Matt. Take care, man. Fucking A. Those are decent questions, man. It's not. Listen, I get a lot of bullshit questions. Missing tribes. There we go. I get a lot of bullshit questions. Those were fun questions. Sorry, I deviated from the debate, but I thought they were really fun questions. I wanted to dig into it. I'll probably be able to clip those and post on Deconstruction Zone as like a Q&A for people who want to know. Awesome. Well, let me grab our next in line. Next in line is going to be Licensis Flambus, and then David, will he find faith? Although I think we talked to David just recently. Zipple, hey, good to see you tonight, and thank you for joining our super chat. It says, you know why it was unlawful for Paul to utter the words of the man in the third heavens? Because he would have to pay $3 bills to get there. Wait, because he would have to pay, I think you mean pay, with $3 bills to get in there. I bet this is a good joke, but I don't know if I get it. Does anyone in the chat get this joke? Let me read it again. Yeah, Judy's like, I hate those callers that just ask questions. I apologize. I know they're boring. There's a couple Bible nerds in here, though, that probably enjoy that kind of stuff. So, you know, but I'm not sure I understand the, Matt's bio is sexist. Oh, that's disappointing. Well, maybe we can change his mind. Zipple, I'm really sorry. I don't understand the referral here. It says, you know why it was unlawful for Paul to utter the words of the man in the third heavens? Because he would have had to pay $3 bills to get in there. I feel like maybe this is a joke about $3 bills existing. Like I've heard jokes before about something being as real as a $3 bill. Maybe that's what's happening here. Let me know, Zipple. Is that what the joke's about? I appreciate if you can clarify that. But I mean, I do love a good $3 bill joke. I haven't heard one in a while, but you know, there's certainly some things to be said about a classic. Let's get Licensis in here and keep the conversations rolling. Licensis, welcome in.
Welcome.
Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Awesome. And which topic on the board would you like to address?
The second one.
Homosexuality is not wrong. You believe it's wrong then?
No, like I partly agree, but I want to say like, do you consider like all these topics like above your head to be true, like 100% true, zero doubt?
I don't know what you mean by zero doubt. My proposition
Like zero doubt
is
that
I don't know anything beyond zero doubt. I have no idea why you would say that. Every claim that I'm willing to make in my life, I'm willing to be wrong about. So the question is whether or not there's evidence to prove me wrong.
But you think it's 100% true?
I never said anything is 100% true. I think I'm right until someone proves me wrong.
So there's like when it comes to this topic, for example, there's like this uncertainty. So you're
I didn't
just
say there
making
was
like,
uncertainty. What I'm saying is I allow room to be wrong. That's not that I'm uncertain, it's that I allow for room to be wrong.
oh, okay, so you're just making claims too and believing they are true, right?
I believe they're true based on evidence, yeah.
Okay. So generally speaking, I'm saying like homosexuality is like not wrong, diversity is good, like,
Well,
but there's like one,
are you religious?
huh? Yeah, why?
What religion?
Yazidi.
You might be the first. Okay. This is my first time.
Yeah, and I live in Germany, by the way. It's currently like 3 a.m.
Okay. So what would be an argument for homosexuality being wrong?
I'm not saying that homosexuality is like completely wrong, but I would say there's like a slight problem with homosexuality. It's like the thing with reproduction. That's the only thing homosexuality is like wrong about.
Why? Why is it wrong? Like my mother is post-menopause. She can't have children. She can't reproduce.
Okay.
Is she wrong?
Well, I present you like two options, like two buttons to click. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So either you want humanity to be all straight or to be all homosexual. Which one do you choose?
Neither. I want them to be whatever they are.
Since you
that's a false dichotomy. I would never want humanity to be both or only one way.
No, listen, because since you said that there's like nothing wrong with homosexuality, you would obviously pick the button that says every human should be gay. Like there's like nothing wrong about it, you said.
Yeah, I have no reason to even believe that this is a rational decision.
Wait, but that's not even true though. If we let's say like there's nothing wrong with being a painter, but I wouldn't want everybody to be a painter.
So a painter is a profession, but a sexuality, you can't change your sexuality. Like if you're like a painter, you could like
that's maybe not the principle of the argument. But that's not the principle of the argument. You're talking about universalizing something, right? But if we universalize being and I wouldn't want everybody to be an artist because we need people to be farmers and have other professions, right? But it doesn't make being an artist wrong. The same way it doesn't make being homosexual wrong just because we universalize.
No, I'm not saying that they are general. I'm saying that generally homosexuality is a good thing. It shows that people are diverse. But if everyone is homosexual, that's the problem. Like.
But
that's my claim. Like the thing with reproduction and the population decrease and like.
Well, realistically, that's not even what would happen. Like realistically, what would happen is if everybody turned gay tomorrow. Well, hold on, I'll just lay out like what would realistically happen if everybody turned gay tomorrow.
Hey,
You
AG,
I agree.
agree?
That's why I
I'm
partially
super glad you're here
disagree
because
with
I
this.
super have to use restroom, and this is like you're the master at this.
Okay.
I'm
I
gonna
got
let
you.
AG
I
take
got you.
over, and I'm gonna use the restroom.
Fine.
So when you say, you know, you don't disagree, but if you were to like, you know, everybody were to be gay tomorrow, I'm confused at, like what your argument is, because realistically, tomorrow, if everybody
This
were to be
is not
gay,
a argument, actually. It's pure logic. Because if you're saying like nothing is wrong, this means like everyone could be gay. Like this is normal. Like, but the thing is, humanity will die out, and that's the only thing that
that's not
concerns me. Like,
true.
if yes, it is. Like,
No,
if
let me lay it out for you, right? So tomorrow, everybody becomes gay. This is what realistically what would happen is
okay,
gay men like would, you know, donate their seed, and then women would just become surrogates, right? They'd either be surrogates for gay men to have children and raise children, or, you know, women go through like IVF, artificial insemination, some form of like assisted means to
okay,
have children.
oh,
Just like
like
if everybody
artificial ways to get
tomorrow.
pregnant.
Yeah, meaning like you don't have to stick a penis inside of a vagina, because you don't have to do that in order to get pregnant. You just need a seed to go inside of a uterus.
But yeah, doesn't this isn't. But that's the thing is, like, that's what straight people do.
Yeah, straight
Like,
people and gay people do that.
and so a gay couple can have children.
Through assisted means, yes. And if you are like if you're with a trans woman, like let's say you're a woman and you're with a trans woman who hasn't had like surgery downstairs and wants to proceed with that act, then yeah, then you can get pregnant
Oh,
in a
like
lesbian couple with a
trans.
trans woman.
No, I'm speaking like if only gays and
Cisgender
lesbians.
people, I know. I'm just saying if we were to
Yeah,
add,
yeah, yeah. So in
but
that
no, if you're
case,
talking about a
yeah, you could
cisgender
have
lesbian couple,
children.
no.
Yeah, you're right. You could have children, but if you're talking like gays and lesbians, like if they are supposed to be like tomorrow, they are all gay and lesbian. Like this couldn't work. Like this
I
couldn't
just
work
laid
out.
out why it would work. So
Yeah,
relatable,
but
very
you're
Justin.
saying like if they're
You mind if I
trans, but
offer an example? So it's been noticed and studied that there are quite a few animal species that are I don't know, maybe we would say homosexual or bisexual.
yeah.
And one example is giraffes. And in fact, the statistics shows that almost 90% of all giraffe sexual activity is male on male. But giraffes haven't died out.
Yeah, the thing is, I know that being like homosexuality is like a natural occurring thing, but I mean, like if everyone is gay, like everyone, this could be a problem. That's what I'm
Why?
saying.
But AG already
Because
gave you the
humanity
explanation.
supposed to
Humanity
be
wouldn't die out
humans were
because there's
like,
still going to be people that want to have babies.
And all we need is a
huh?
seed to reproduce and
Yeah.
be inserted inside of a uterus. You don't have to have sex in order to get pregnant, right? So and so obviously the society would be much more organized and based around that. If you're talking, because you said just a cisgender society, you just want
Yeah, I
males and
agree,
females.
but I'm like generally speaking like everybody, because he's claiming that there's like nothing wrong, but I claim that there is something wrong when it comes to reproduction. That's my claim.
Wait, so it's wrong if a portion of the like, okay, so would you say it's wrong to like become like if everybody was infertile tomorrow?
Yes, because humanity will die out, and that's the thing.
What do you
So
think
it would be,
wrong means?
yeah.
Because I feel like AG and I are talking about like a sense of moral wrongness. Sounds like you're talking about like a utilitarian incompatibility
Yeah,
wrongness.
yeah.
So our
That's my view.
claim, to be sure, I don't think either one of them work. But what we're trying to figure out is whether or not it's like morally wrong to be homosexual. Now,
But I want to make clear that you're stating that you're saying homosexuality is not wrong, but that like 0%. But when it comes to the fact that if everyone is that way, like this could be like harmful
Why?
to humanity, because humanity will
Why?
die out. That's my claim.
They won't die out. For what AG already said. AG,
How?
repeat it.
Yeah, again, you don't need to have sex, like penis and vagina, in order to get pregnant. You need a seed in a uterus, and you don't have to implant. You don't have to do that via sex. You can implant it, right? And so, if we have a society of gay men who donate their seed and use assisted means in order to get the woman on the planet pregnant, then that's all we would be doing. It just would be a much more organized thing as opposed to like accidental pregnancies.
Okay, yeah, that's an
So we
interesting
wouldn't die
idea.
out. Like literally, if you wanted to, you could literally plan for like 500. Like you could plan for a bunch of women to get pregnant at the exact same time.
But wouldn't you like? Yeah, that's a great idea actually. But so would you, if you like, suppose you're a lesbian, okay, and you want children, and you take the sperm of a random dude who thinks fits like fits like the criteria you have, and you don't know like your dad, and that's like the moral thing. Like you don't have like like a father, like
So
your
now you're talking like
biological
family
father is like
dynamics.
anywhere on the world, and for me it's like weird. Maybe it's a weird norm to have.
Why do you need a father and a mother? Why can't you have two mothers or two fathers? What's the problem?
No, there's like no problem, but like everyone on the world has like doesn't know their biological father. Like
No,
there's
there's
That's not
like
true.
no relationship.
There's lots of people with single parents. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I understand that, but this means like everybody has this like kind of problem not knowing their
No,
dad
you can
in
know your
person.
sperm donor. That's not true. Like a lot of people know their sperm donors.
But this is like too messed up
actually,
and
AG, when
scrambled.
you sign up to donate sperm, they ask you if you're open to knowing your kids after the fact.
Yeah, and same with surrogacy, because it's not you can't like whenever you become like if you're a surrogate, you can keep that child even when you're setting up like the person who goes to impregnate a surrogate or whatever the case is. I don't know how that works, but they can, like, it's not 100% guaranteed like that. That mother can keep that child, so you're not guaranteed to get the baby.
So do you like imagine this society like would be the ideal society when it comes to
No,
the
I think
fact that everyone
diversity is good. I don't think that universalizing anything. Like I said, like I think being an artist is awesome, but I don't want everybody to be artists, right? I think that diversity is good in society. It's how we flourish.
You're right.
I mean, I don't know. Like, no one's making the claim that everybody should be in a same-sex union. Like, the claim is that you should be allowed to follow like what you are attracted to. Like if you're attracted to a man, you should be allowed to be with a man. If you're attracted to both, you should be allowed to be with both. If you're attracted to a woman, you should be allowed to be with a woman.
Okay.
I don't see why this is a problem.
Okay,
does it hurt?
But so I have a problem with this claim because you say that you can be attracted to like anything you desire, right?
I didn't say anything. No.
No, actually, Justin gave you specific genders to be attracted to.
Only specific genders, right?
Of humans, animals can't consent.
Why are you talking about animals?
Well,
you should probably give a straw man his position. Yeah.
No, I'm talking like you can. Oh, this is too like narrow. Like what? You know what I mean?
No.
Justin said that,
yeah. If I wanted to shack up with my neighbor who's a man, what would be wrong with it?
No, there's like nothing wrong. I had like a universal claim, like when it comes to like specific how should I put into words, situations. And you say the ideal solution would be to have sperm donors to get you impregnated. Like that's not like the ideal society I like visualize. Or do
Well,
you?
no one's suggesting that what we want is a society where everybody is same sex, or perhaps some other form like bisexual. No one's saying that that's what we want. What we're saying is that there are people who happen to be in one of these categories, and there's nothing wrong with it.
Okay. Really?
Again, AG and I are both saying that diversity is good. And it's not just good in terms of
So do
like
I.
how people pair up. It's just good in general. Like it's one of the reasons why universities brag on their literature over and over again about being diverse, because you get strength with diversity. That's one of the reasons why inbreeding is so bad, is because when you inbreed, you reinforce all of the negative traits rather than bringing in a diversity of genes. I'm a big believer, as AG is, in diversity. I think diversity makes us stronger, but I think in order to be diverse, we have to allow people to be what they are.
Okay. Oh, you're actually right. Wait, hold on. Like I used to think like if people if all people were homosexual, like humanity will die out. That's like my main claim, but I didn't know like there were like other solutions to it to like conquer
Yeah.
this problem. And that this kind of enlightened me. Like I've never thanks, AG.
It's the same with infertile people. Like, we would do the same thing because we use the same assisted means. Like, if everybody tomorrow was infertile, we'd do the exact same thing. And if it was all heterosexual infertile people tomorrow, we would just, like, use assisted means. Depends on your infertility, but yeah. I wouldn't universalize anything and make that claim, though, because, like, again, you'd have to claim that, like, all men are bad, because if everybody was a man tomorrow, then we would all die out, which means that all men would be, like, wrong in a sense, which doesn't make any sense. And then if you say, like, being an artist would be wrong, because if everybody was an artist tomorrow, we'd all die out, which is true,
I
because
get
we
it.
need farmers and,
Yeah,
doctors.
I get your point. What's your name again? Matthew, right? Host?
That's
Oh, I'm
Justin.
sorry. My name's Justin. I apologize. I was typing a
Justin?
message to
Okay.
somebody.
Justin, can I speak like about another topic?
Well, you're welcome to grab another topic if there's one that interests you. In fact, you've been good faith so far, so I wouldn't want to prevent you from picking another topic if there's one that you are passionate about.
Okay, can I talk about the first topic?
Yeah.
Like, see, I'm neither Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. Like I said, I'm Yazidi, and I don't want to talk like about any religious truths. Like even my religion, I don't want to talk about my religion. I just want to talk like generally about the existence of God. Like generally, like not like the man-made gods, like generally.
Sure. Why would we believe in any God at all?
Believe because due to the uncertainty, because the possibility is there. Like there's like no fundamental truth that either side is wrong or right.
I don't know what that means. So, like, truth in my vocabulary is an evaluation of a proposition. So I would say, I have a bird on my shoulder, right? And you would look at me and say, yep, there's a bird on your shoulder. And you would call that proposition true because it comports to reality. I don't believe that there's any like transcendental truth or like a truth maker. Truth to me is just when you evaluate a proposition as matching what it's claiming.
But in order to something to be true, it's like there's like you think like there's like universal truth,
No.
like other than maths or physics, like fundamentally truth.
No.
So why do you think like God does not exist? Because that's such a radical claim.
Well, a couple of things. There's contradictions in like typically how God is described. I don't think it makes sense for somebody to
Hold on.
exist. Mm-hmm.
So you're saying how God is described. So how can you describe God in the first place? Like in order to disprove him, you have to define him. But That's
Do
like
you
the
think
thing.
that
How
God
can you
created all
define
things?
the? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know.
Well, the standard definition of God includes that God created everything. And most people who believe in God would say that he created space and time, which to me
You
is
see,
preposterous.
I'm kind of agnostic to it because I don't know. That's the
Mhm.
thing. Like if you're talking like about contradictions, these are all based on already defined properties of God.
Mhm.
But how can you like define God in the first place? Like in order to disprove him, you have to define him. That's the thing.
So I would say this: if you're saying like, listen, I believe in a God, but I don't know anything about the God, right? I would
Yeah, I
say
believe
something like
that
this.
he exists. Like this like I said, this uncertainty makes me believe that there could be a God.
Right, but my point is this, right? If we're just saying, hey, is there a God? My first question would be, why would we need a God? If I have an explanation for the universe and how we got here and, why humans exist, then I don't really need to add a God into it. Typically, the God is necessary to explain something, right? So the reason why we would make an argument for God is because, well, without a God, X, Y, or Z wouldn't be. But my worldview has an answer for all of it without a God. So God is
Okay.
actually just unnecessary.
You see, you seek an explanation for God. Okay,
Well, that's
right?
kind of the thing, right? If I have a
Yeah, but
worldview that explains God, then there's no need.
what you're trying to do, you're trying to disprove God. But can you enlighten me? Like, because I don't know how to disprove him if you can't describe him like in the first place.
Well, that's up to you. Like when you say God, I'm disproving. Oh, we got a jumper. I'm disproving the God you believe in, right? Like so, like if you ask me why doesn't God exist, I need to know which God and what properties of God we're talking
Yeah,
about.
that's the thing. That's the thing I'm making. You have to
So,
like first define him. But I think
well,
that
no,
there
no,
could
you
be a
have,
God.
but you would have to define him, not me. Like
Well, I don't know.
if you and I are having a discussion about does God exist, I'm gonna ask you, well, which God? What God are you talking about? Because like in my worldview, there's no reason
Yeah,
for a
that's the
God to
thing.
exist at all.
Like I said, I don't want to talk about like any religious truth or any man-made God. I'm like talking like only about the fundamental existence of God, like the possibility of God, not talking about any God that I define and you trying to disprove. That's not the point. And that's the thing with theism and atheism. Like it's like a pointless debate. Like neither side knows the truth. Like
Well, we
yeah,
kind of need to know what properties your God holds to be able to make an argument
I
in
don't know.
favor of our claim that
Yeah,
God
like
does not exist.
if you don't know what God is, then we can't give you an
I
argument
know
for why
that
it
he
doesn't
exists
exist. But how?
due to the uncertainty
Uncertainty of what?
that there could be a God.
That
Like the
could
possibility to have.
there be a tooth fairy?
No, I'm not talking about. You trying to sound it, make it
Is it logically
like sound silly,
possible that
but
the
it's
tooth
not
fairy
like a silly
exists?
topic. It's like a very serious topic.
Well, Justin's just
So
saying it's logically possible, right?
Right, he's
so
basically trying to run like a backwards ontological argument, but that doesn't something being possible
dude,
doesn't
I
mean
don't
that
even know
it's
what this is. So let me ask you: do you think like
well,
everything is
is it
like?
possible that wizards exist?
No, what do you mean like with the wizards?
Like a guy with a
Like
wand
what?
that
Yeah,
can like perform magic tricks.
like what do you mean like with magic tricks?
You
Like
don't know what
which
a wizard
ones?
is? Have you seen
Like
Harry
I know
Potter?
the person who does magic. Yeah.
Yeah, do you think it's possible that they exist?
No, they
Why?
don't obey the laws of physics.
And neither does God.
He can be outside of like a
Well, so
meta
can
space time. I don't
wizards.
know.
So can wizards.
No, a wizard is a being who's inside space time, but
No,
God
they're
could
not.
be outside. Who knows?
Wizards literally break space time. They're magical.
Well, I'm not talking about wizards though. I'm talking about
I
the
am.
existence of God.
I know. I'm
Yeah,
comparing
but
God
I
to a
said that they
wizard,
don't obey the laws of physics, and you say so
and
does
neither
God.
does
But I think
God.
God is outside space-time.
That would not obey the laws of physics.
What?
If God was
The laws of
outside of
physics don't apply
space-time,
in.
that
See, the
means
laws of physics.
that he's breaking the laws of physics if he doesn't abide by them.
I'm not saying that God could interfere in our space-time. That's not my claim. My claim is that maybe,
Does God follow
I
the
don't
laws
know,
of
maybe he
physics?
could be. What did you say?
Does God follow the laws of physics?
I don't know. Is he a person? Is he within space-time? We don't know.
According to the Hebrew Bible, yeah. According to your religion,
Yeah, I'm
I
not
don't
talking
know.
about the Hebrew Bible though.
What does it mean to exist outside of space-time? This is what I started on, right?
I don't know.
You told me
It's like,
that you don't know if your God exists outside of space-time or if your
yeah,
God created it. But if your God
it's
does
not your
exist
God, a
outside
God.
of space, if the God you believe in exists outside of
No,
space
I
and
don't.
time, that
It's
entails
not.
contradictions, which is why I don't believe in a God that exists outside of space and time. Which means if we're talking about possibilities,
Dude,
the
I don't know if he
possibility
exists
needs to
outside
include a
space-time. Maybe he
God that
could,
is
maybe he could
inside of
not.
space and time.
Dude, listen, I don't know if he exists at all. Like, you could be true, or I could be wrong, or I could be saying the truth. Who knows? Like,
Well, it sounds like you're
we
just
both don't know.
continuously moving the goalposts, so we can't actually debate the God you really believe in. So it's kind of a silly thing. But listen, lenses.
So neither do you know what.
Well, I have nothing to say about your God since you can't tell me what your God is.
You're saying your God. I'm talking about a God.
It doesn't matter, whatever God you believe in. So, AG, we're going to move on. We appreciate you coming up and taking two topics off the board.
Justin.
But I mean, you were kind enough. I appreciate you bringing up two different topics off the board. The first topic, we didn't get any bites yet tonight. And it was really cool to see somebody bite on it and even listen. So we appreciate that.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah. Cheers, buddy.
See you. Appreciate you.
Be safe. I think the Yazidi they're in danger in some parts of the world, aren't they?
Genocides, like a lot of.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
I just quit. I just cut AG by accident. Sorry. Gotta go. AG, you're welcome to come back. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I cut you. I meant to cut the cast. AG, you're always welcome to hang out with me up here, friend. Oh my goodness. Sorry about that, bud.
No, you're good. You're good.
All right, let me grab. I said I was gonna grab David next, but I'm gonna grab David, and then my last guest is gonna be Alethea. Alethea and I talked last stream, and it was a blast. Also, Misha, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. It says, Lensis, this is the dumbest non-argument. Yeah, I agree. 1, nobody claimed everyone should be. 2, gay people have kids all the time. That's true. So annoyed by the stupidity of this non-argument. Like, go read a book or something, my guy. Arg. Well, you know what? At least he came around to seeing things from our perspective. So that worked out. And Misha says, Lensis is not smart enough to ride this ride, but at least he comes by it honestly, I guess. Sir, go read some basic logic books to understand argumentation and claims and come back later. I kind of suspect that Lensis was I don't think he was stupid. I just think maybe he's, as we would say in engineering, green. He probably doesn't do a whole lot of debating, so he's not sure of the proper format of debates and how logic works. And to be fair, not everyone took logic. I learned logic when I was in engineering school. Prior to that, I didn't. I mean, I was logical typically, but the finer points of using logic weren't necessarily there. Also, for people asking if I have 2 birds, yes, there are 2 birds, and one is a male, one is a female. And one day, if things go well, there will be baby burbs. Baby hatchlings. We'll see. These 2 started out as hatchlings, not from the same clutch, but roughly the same time. So they're about the same age and size. And hopefully one day we'll get some baby burbs. We'll see. Even if we don't keep the baby burbs, we can sell them off. Also, welcome everybody coming in from the Ian raid. I've never seen Ian live stream this late. Must have been a wild night. on Ian's stream, but
really long debate, dude, with the same dude.
oh, that's why. Sometimes he gets really deep in with a guest, and he doesn't want to cut the, or they don't want to cut the guest. I cannot believe I continue to do that. It drives me insane. For anyone who doesn't know, Ian is perfectly happy going by he him, but prefers they them, and I'm still fucking it up after knowing Ian for 2 years. One day I will, I'll get it fixed up. But, anyways, David, welcome back, my friend.
What's up, brother?
David, what topic did you want to discuss tonight? The last time you were on wasn't that long ago. Was it 2 streams ago, maybe? It was 3 streams ago. And you're a little bit Gnostic. And you claim... Oh, you got the commentaries. Fantastic.
Yeah, no. And I so when do you have a biased view on somebody interpreting the text? So you understand that. I mean, you went to school for it. You got your BA. You know what theological bias is. Obviously, man, honestly, you know the Bible quite well. And
well, I mean, I've been reading it all my life, and then I got a bachelor's and a master's degree in biblical studies.
Well, that's great. And do you, I guess, do you follow Dan?
Dan McCullen?
What?
Dan McCullen?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's really intelligent. In fact, I first found Dan McCullen because I published a video. It has to be 4 years ago now. I published a video discussing the possibility that in the Noah story, it wasn't Noah being uncovered that was the crime. It was actually possibly that the mother was sexually assaulted, which is, there's a whole thing that goes into it. And I wasn't the first person to invent this, but I was one of the only people on YouTube that mentioned it at the time. And then that same month, Dan McCullen made a video about it. I was like, good. I'm glad that people are sharing this information, because inside of academia, it's actually not that unknown of a theory. So I've been following Dan for years now, even before I started this channel.
Is it Dan McClain or
it's McClellan? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. McClellan. No, dude, he's smart. He gets into it. He doesn't believe more of the Gnostic, the Old Testament God. As soon as he sees it or hears people say it, he thinks it's what do you call it when you're against the Jewish people?
Anti-Semitic.
Yeah, and it's not anti-Semitic. You're just reading it for what it is. And in fact, if you look at the Zionist movement, hell, they don't even follow the Old Testament. They follow the Torah and the Talmud. So they don't even go into the Old Testament. Right. So whatever.
So let me ask you an opening question. We're doing a pick your poison here tonight. And I'm curious which one of the...
God does not exist.
Sure.
I'll do that one.
Okay.
The God of the Old Testament does not exist.
Is there any other God that does?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'd say the God of the New Testament does.
Sure.
He's revealed himself to me like 6 times.
Well, we did talk about
a bunch of little stuff. There's been 6 big times. So okay.
We did talk about that last time you were up. So I don't know how beneficial it is to go back to the same well.
No, we don't have to, and I know I can't prove any of that, and I don't even want to go there with you because I understand I can't prove it.
Sure. Well, fair enough. Well then, how about? Well, shoot, because the last 2 topics are for Christians, and you're not really a Christian. You're kind of a Gnostic, and that's okay.
Should be pro-abortion. I, to be honest, man, there's so many. Man, if somebody got raped, but man, that topic. So, listen, I'm not your judge. I'm not. Satan was cast down. I know that. I don't want to become his little patron. And that's the thing. Even with abortion, homosexuality, whatever it is, I don't want to become your persecutor. If Satan's been cast down, the only people that can persecute each other are us, if you want to look at it that way.
Well,
And
tell you what, David.
that's what God showed me, and I've never been a persecutor of people. I figure if God wants to lead them in a certain direction, He will, and
Sure.
He will bring it up to them. I've seen people on fire for Jesus, and we're talking out of the New Testament, that smoke weed and they're doing other stuff.
Fucking name.
And then I've seen people that He's suppressing that in them.
Well,
Where
David,
he's
I tell you what. Tonight is a debate night, but not this Sunday. Next Sunday, I'm going to be doing a Q&A. If you
okay.
just want to come and ask some questions and do some back and forth, come on the Q&A night, and we'll just dialogue a little bit about some of the topics. We don't have to debate. And if you have questions for me, I'll answer your questions, and then I'll probably ask you some questions back.
Okay.
Sound good?
What's the last topic on your deal?
It says all Christians should be flurfs, and flurf is short for flat earther. But this doesn't apply to you because you don't believe in the Old Testament, and a lot of these arguments about the flat earth kind of come from the Hebrew Bible. There's one or two verses in the New Testament that indicate that the earth is flat. So when Jesus goes up to the tallest mountain, it says he can see all the kingdoms of the earth. That wouldn't exist. In Matthew 24, when he says, when everybody will see Jesus coming on the clouds, same thing in Thessalonians and other places, it says all of the earth will see this event. Well, that couldn't happen if the earth was round either. It has to be flat for that. And so the New Testament does seem to agree with the Old Testament, but there's more verses in the Old Testament about the earth being flat.
Yes. And that's not my thing. I think it's rounded, but whatever. Cyrus, when they had him rebuild the temple, what did God promise him?
Promise Cyrus or the people?
Cyrus.
Okay, so in Isaiah 45, he shows up prior as well, but in Isaiah 45, he promises that Cyrus will release the captives. And I don't have my Bible. I got my.
Yes, he was going to give him all the nations of the world and control. If you actually look at it and you go back to the Greek, everything
Hebrew.
Satan is promising Jesus is what Yahweh, the fake Yahweh in the Old Testament, is promising Jesus in the New Testament when he takes him out for the testing. Well, you know what's insane?
I don't know if that's what you want to do with Cyrus. You might be thinking of something else, because King Cyrus is God's right-hand man. He says of Cyrus in Isaiah 44:28, he says, "He is my shepherd, and he shall carry out all my purposes and rebuild Jerusalem."
Right. He's the one that rebuilt the second temple, correct?
Mm-hmm. And then in 45, the Lord says that Cyrus is anointed, whose right hand I have grasped, to subdue the nations before him, and to strip kings of their robes, and to open the doors before him, so on and so forth. But
yeah. But hey, check it out, Justin. Research that. Go back to the Greek, and in fact, look at the New Testament and the Old Testament. And when you see who's talking and the same things they promise, the same thing Jesus was promised. Jesus didn't say, "No, you can't do that." He never interrupted Satan tempting him. And it's the exact same thing Cyrus did, because he's the God of this world. And that's what you'll figure out. Sure. I'm telling you, there's a tie here. And once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Well, I think I've probably seen enough, but
listen, you probably have. I understand where you got. Dude, I love your bird, brother. Dude,
beautiful
awesome.
bird. Although this one doesn't have a name yet. So the bluebird is named Akam. This one's a girl, and she's going to be a companion to Akam. And if anyone has naming suggestions, hey, super chat some name suggestions, and maybe we'll get something good. Something like really badass would be awesome. We've got a couple names that we're mulling over, but nothing yet. But nevertheless, David, you're an enjoyable fellow to talk to. But this is a debate stream, so I've got to move on to the next. But do come by on a Q&A night, and we can do a little bit of the breeze shooting. How's that?
Yes, sir. Greenlee Laser Falcon.
Okay? Oh, fuck, Laser Falcon's great. That's good.
All right.
Hey,
Justin,
thanks,
I love
buddy.
you, brother. Anyway, I know you got a big heart. I know you
David,
got a really big heart.
I love you back. I could tell you're genuine.
Yes, sir. You have a good
Take care
night,
of yourself,
brother.
okay?
Yes, sir.
I will talk soon.
Yes, sir.
Also, I just want to make it a point. People ask me sometimes, because they'll catch me telling people on live stream that I love them. I intentionally do this if I think people are sincere or if they're close to me. It's really important, friends. We don't know how many days we get to live. And I think it's important that people know that you care about them. And so, like, tell your mother, tell your father, tell your friends, whoever it is. Don't miss an opportunity to tell them that you love them if you love them. It's good for everybody. It's good for you. It's good for them. And I lost my father when I was young, and I always regretted not verbalizing more. And I lost friends as well when I was young, and I always regretted not verbalizing more, to them. So it's good, friends. Tell your friends and family that you love them if you love them. We're going to bring in Alethea next. And let me grab just 2 or 3 super chats before that. Misha, thank you so much for the additional super chat. It says, oh, my Doug, Justin, do you have 2 birds and 1 Sharon Stone? Incredible. It's incredible. Well, Sharon and Stone are a pair. And we've got Occam. And we'll find out what the name is next. We could do, as Chaos Engine suggests, Occam and Razor. That'd be pretty badass, actually. Actually, Swearwolf says the same. Razor for the bird, Occam and Razor. Man, it sounds good. It sounds really good. I mean, these are fantastic suggestions, by the way. And Cheesy Cheese says, my favorite biblical contradiction is when David meets Saul right before David and Goliath, and the next day Saul forgets who David even is before they both hit it off. True. Although, okay. So this is a contradiction that we've talked about before. And I've always thought that the reason why this contradiction exists is just because, and again, because of the order of the story, right? They had these different texts, and in the text, it probably did make sense at one point when you separate them into individual stories, but when you smush them together, you get plot holes. In fact, on the Evangelical Bible Study, the podcast that I do with Sarah at Leaving Faith, we're going through the whole Bible, and every time we come to a plot hole or a contradiction of some kind, we explain it, and then we go through and demonstrate that the reason why the documentary hypothesis is so strong is because it's easy to demonstrate, and it explains all of these problems. But this is a good one that we've talked about before, but I don't know if I've ever actually added to my cheat sheet. So let me put a note in here to add that later. I know the verses already. I'll get it added up ASAP. It's a good one to add, actually. It takes a little bit of reading to get there, but our people are readers, and readers are leaders. That's why our arguments work. See, I'm going to say David not known by Saul at the battle. What valley were they in? I forget which valley they were fighting in. I'll remember it later. Anyways, a good point, Cheesy Cheese. I really appreciate that. We're definitely going to make that a reality. That's a really good one to add. All right, we're going to grab Alethea in here. Welcome back, Alethea. Alethea?
You want to walk for your pet art?
Hey, Alethea.
But if I get
hey, Alethea, can you hear me?
I want you to give me your word. Do you know what it means? If you give me your
gentle.
word.
I want to be gentle forever in heaven, or even if I'm getting bullied, I'll still be gentle forever.
Well, I love that kid. Great spirit. Hey, Alethea, can you hear me right now?
For little A, for babies.
And Art, you want to know something? If someone is pushing you into a fire, like what happened to Charles, you can push back as much as you need to stay out of the fire, okay?
I didn't even notice Tristan coming up. Her back.
Who?
The guy who was pushing him at the beach.
No, there was no fire though. You didn't have to push him back.
I had to. I tried a little push on Christian when he pushed me into the fire.
Hey, Alethea.
A lot.
Okay.
And then the next time I
That's a shame. Alethea was really fun to talk to. Like crazy fun. We talked to Alethea on our Wednesday stream. She's like quasi-Catholic, and wanted to talk about the abortion topic. And she was fun. I was really sad that we didn't get to talk to her again.
Maybe whenever she gets done parenting, maybe she'll realize that she's got to load back in.
I think so. But you know what? Listen, I've got high hopes for those kids. They were talking some good stuff about being kind to people. So big fucking win for teaching your kids to be kind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My significant other, Scissor Woman, says that kindness is free, and it is true. Kindness is free. It doesn't cost you anything to be kind, friends. I guess since Alethea wasn't available, let me grab Chris, and we'll try Chris. Welcome in, Chris. Are you at least 18?
Yep.
Awesome. And have we spoken before? Is this a Chris I talked to recently or a different Chris?
Yeah, we've talked a couple times.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure. Let's see. When did we talk last?
Sure, I'm not a psychopath.
Well, no. I'm just I'm looking at the call list because I track who I talk to, and I talked to a Chris Phoenix on the 23rd, and then I talked to I don't know if I wrote.
I've never given a last name. I've only ever been up here as just Chris. So.
Oh, interesting. Just Chris. Okay. Well, I didn't write down that we talked for some reason. So maybe if we didn't actually debate something, if we just had a little chit chat, sometimes they don't write it down because, you know, it's,
that's why. Yeah, I've yet to give you significant pushback because I keep finding your stupid ass arguments convincing.
Well, listen, that's how I got to the position I'm at. When I was a Christian, I literally used to think that Bart Ehrman was stupid, and then I started reading his books, and I was like, oh yeah, he actually knows what's up. He's actually these are really good arguments, and even as a believing Christian, I was like, oh, well, while I still believe in God, it's clear that he's giving good arguments. He's not just out here to do evil things. But anyways, what topic do you want to talk about tonight?
I'd like to talk about abortion.
Sure, yeah. So,
yeah, I mean, are we going when you say pro-abortion, or are you talking about like anything other than the like pro-life from conception position? Like anything other than that is Christian?
I think my general point is, I think if you're a Christian and you believe in Jesus's mission, I think the best thing you can do as a parent is to abort your baby, because the baby doesn't have the same moral consideration as an alive child, according to the Bible, and also it sends them directly to heaven. And remember, the path to heaven is very, very narrow, and the path to hell is very, very wide. Numerically speaking, if you want to guarantee your child goes to heaven, the best way to for sure guarantee that is to abort them.
Yeah, but I think as a human, you have boundaries around actions that are morally permissible. So like even if for example, like I would agree with you that the math is such that I would assume unless God's a complete monster, babies go to heaven, right? And so then mathematically, if anybody who is an adult and dies would go to hell, you've got a better shot at going to heaven if you die prematurely. So like I agree with the math, but that doesn't necessarily follow that the behavior is permissible.
Well, I'm not saying if
of
it's
like aborting or killing a baby or a fetus.
I'm not suggesting that this is God's plan, although I think we could make that argument next. I think that it's something that is guaranteeing to produce the most amount of good, because remember, all sins can be forgiven except for blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. So even if I'm worried for the welfare of my children, and I have them aborted, they go to heaven one day. I'll get forgiven, and well, not me personally because I'm an atheist, but if I'm a believer and I truly feel bad about what I did, God would forgive me for it. So it kind of seems like a win-win all the way around.
Yes. So you're not going to find disagreement on like the eternal consequences side. What I'm going to push on is like a Job 1, where Job says, like, the Lord gives, the Lord takes away, blessed be the name of the Lord. Like, basically that there's a, a sphere of action that is the Lord's only, and that, like, it's not our business, I guess, the eternal the result of the child's decisions in life. Like going to hell sucks, but it's not up to us to take that into our hands and then say, like, therefore I'm down for abortion because the baby goes to heaven. Like, that's just not the realm that we're allowed to play in. Does that make sense?
Well,
Because, like, by that same logic, then you would probably say that any child you see under the age of 7 or whatever the heck you want to say, that is not exhibiting signs of, like, strong signs of heading towards repentance, that you should just kill them too.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay. And yet, I mean, other than some random psychotic Christian, there's, like, not a Christian in all of history has been like, well, my son's not repenting, I guess I got to kill him.
But the
So how
Bible
can
says
you
you can
argue
do
that
that.
position is logical if not a singular human has followed that logic to
Well, it
its
doesn't
conclusion?
matter if the people have followed it, but people actually have followed it. In Deuteronomy 21, you're allowed to execute your rebellious son. It's not clear if they go to heaven or hell, because their conception of heaven and hell in the Old Testament is a little bit different. But the
Right.
reality
Just
is,
everybody
I'm
goes to
not.
Sheol no matter what, right?
Yeah, but I'm not making an argument from popularity. I'm just making this is purely a logical argument based on, do we want to maximize the amount of people in heaven, and do we want to guarantee that our most precious things ever, our children, don't end up in hell? And somebody, I was literally just talking about this with the people from the billboard company 83 Truth, and he said, well, aren't you happy that your mother didn't abort you? And I said, no. In your worldview, I wouldn't be happy because I'm an atheist. My mother should have aborted me, because then I wouldn't be an atheist and go to hell. So it seems like, if you want to achieve the greatest good, then abortion gets you to that endpoint.
Yeah, I would say, like, the responsibility of the Christian is just to, like, remain faithful to and worship God. It's like the role of the Christian is not to exact a result, right? Like, when you share the gospel, your goal there, I mean, yes, your goal is you hope that they convert, but, like, ultimately that's God's problem. You're just supposed to be faithful, and you can rest in that peace.
But
Does that make sense?
my argument is not about what God would want you to do. Although I can actually make the argument that is the case. So, for example, God God wants children born of an illicit union to be miscarried before they were born. Meaning, there are situations
Oh,
where,
you're talking about the ordeal with the dust and the water?
well, there's two different passages that kind of touch on this. One is Numbers 5, that's the bitter water ordeal, but also in Deuteronomy 23, God says, those born of an illicit union shall not come into the assembly of the Lord, even into the 10th generation. None of their descendants shall come into the assembly of the Lord. So God is like, listen, I don't want these bastard children around here, which is why he's perfectly okay in Numbers 5 executing them.
Numbers 5 being the dust ordeal that I am familiar with. I see what you're saying. And so then your argument from that is, well, this is well within God's character that you should just off children for
It's
impurity, essentially.
it's certainly within God's character, and also listen to the words of Jesus. Jesus says, "Those who want to save their lives will lose it, and those who lose their life for my sake will find it." Well, the ultimate way of sacrificing your life is committing a sin that you think could send you to hell in order to save
Sure.
somebody else. You're literally laying down your eternal life for somebody else. That's the greatest gift. And again, you can be forgiven. So this is the utilitarian argument, by the way. If you're trying to figure out what I'm doing, this is an argument from utilitarian, which is, how do I bring about the most good all the way around? And if you want the most good
Sure.
things to happen all the way around, this is the method.
Yeah, actually, okay, that is helpful. Thank you for framing it that way. I guess I would argue that the human agents, the Christians or creations of God or whatever, that your job is not to carry out a utilitarian vision. It's more along the lines of following like a deontological
But
set of standards.
but what happens if you do?
Yeah, you would follow the direct commands of Scripture,
No.
the
I
ones
mean,
that apply to you.
you're saying, well, that's not the role that God gave you. And I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm saying, listen,
Right.
what happens if I decide to disobey God and try to achieve what I think God wants in my own way? What would happen to you?
Well, you're disobeying God, and then in the context of this conversation, you're in a sick way sending your child to heaven.
Yeah. That's my
Yeah.
point. Is God going
Right.
to not forgive you? Is God going to reject your child?
Oh, I see what you. Okay, I think I'm connecting. So you're saying God will forgive you for any act that is not blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. You're preventing the child from potentially doing blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. Therefore, you can get off the hook. Child can't. Still works out.
Yep, everything works out. Y'all get to
Okay, I
heaven.
see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. The prompt is Christians should be pro-abortion, and I would just say they they shouldn't be, not because the act of abortion doesn't carry out some kind of like utilitarian calculation that is net positive. Like, I'm not arguing that that's not true, but what I'm saying is that like that calculation itself is just not the that's not man's problem, so to speak.
So we shouldn't be concerned with achieving good?
I think you should be concerned with achieving good insofar as it accords with scripture and God's commands.
So we should then achieve to do good unless God wants us to do bad.
Well, like, okay, if there was a Bible verse that says, "Hey, you should abort all of your children," that it's divine command theory, which this is why I don't follow divine command theory, and why you're deconverting me, you little frick. But
We'll get there.
yeah, I know it's brutal. But from the Christian's perspective, like if that is not a command written in the New Testament applicable to the New Covenant believer, then it's just not in your purview. It's not on the table. It's not a problem. It doesn't matter what the consequences would be down the road. It's just not your problem. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm not asking if it's what God wants us to do. I'm just trying to figure out why it would be less desirable. If we want the same desire as God, and remember, God literally says that He wants all people to be saved, right? So
Right.
if we're saying, listen, my goal is God's goal, well, we would be literally achieving God's goal by doing this.
Sure. I okay. And probably not intentionally. You're a very good faith actor, but I feel like you're goalpost shifting. So the claim
Oh.
is Christians should be pro-abortion,
Mhm.
but then you're saying no. What I'm saying is we should be we as Christians should be pushing for good.
Mhm.
Yeah, and so
No, oh, sorry. Let me
I'm not
make sure I'm clear.
arguing that a good in a sick divine way isn't being enacted by the abortion, but that's different from Christians should do it or Christians should be for it, uh, for acting it and for encouraging others to act in that way.
Sure, but
that's the break that I'm having.
Right. So, should we have the same goals and motivations that Jesus has?
I'm, I think yes, but in the same way that a general and a soldier should be aligned on their overall goal, that doesn't necessarily mean that their role in the war is synonymous.
But they want the same goal, right?
Yes. So are you saying that Christians should be for other people doing it, but you're not necessarily saying Christians should do it?
I'm actually saying that Christians should be the ones doing it. If you're not a Christian, then you would have no motivation to do this, because a Christian, your goal should be the same as God's, to save all that you can. And in fact, you can even bring Jesus back to earth faster. Remember, Paul says in Romans 11, verse 25-ish, says that basically they're waiting for the fullness of the Gentiles to come in. Well, listen, you're going to get to that fullness way faster if you're just out here bam, 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 aborting babies.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, but that's like saying like you should commit an evil to get to a good end. Like the ends don't justify the means.
This is a good point. I'm glad you brought it up, because that's what we would say when God murders babies in the Hebrew Bible. People are like, well, it's okay because they went to heaven. So the end does justify the means there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna look really wishy-washy here, but like that's that's kind of why I'm deconverting. Or at least part of it is like the God of the Hebrew Bible is a complete monster. So,
It's a tough one, actually. That was a huge issue for me too.
Now, like I've heard like all of the apologetics, and they're all just garbage. So
yeah,
I think the best you could do is just say that like the Old Testament is like heavily corrupted, maybe inspired, but the challenge is like you need the OT to get to justify Jesus in the New Testament. So, again, like I said, hence why. Okay.
Well, that's what the Gnostics were doing, right? The Gnostics were trying to figure out, how do we hold on to the Jesus character and try to make sense of this horrific Hebrew Bible character. And to be fair, like some of the Gnostic writings is stupid beyond all belief, but I have sympathy for the viewpoint, because like you read Jesus's writings and they're like, they sound great, they sound loving, harmonious, most of them. But then you get to the Hebrew Bible, this God is a monster. Like, well, what the fuck were you to make with that?
Yeah. I think I don't know. Like I would still argue that Christians should not carry out abortions, because again, I just don't think that's within your purview. Like it's up to God under the Christian worldview to give and take life. But in the sense of like, should you as a Christian be insanely torn up when someone else does the abortion? I can at least see where you're coming from, in the sense of like, well, at least the soul goes to heaven, kind of thing. But you're still, I don't know, you're still robbing someone of this life.
Well, this
Okay,
life
fair
really
enough.
isn't important, right? It's a blink an eye. In fact, Paul says that we're aliens to this world, right?
Right, yeah.
Our
Like
citizenship's
if
in
you were to put
heaven,
your human experience on a 100% scale, our experience here is like less than 1%.
right?
So like it literally doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah, it's a
Fair.
blip.
On the flat Earth thing, and I feel goofy saying this because up until like 18 months ago, I was a young Earth creationist. But why can't a Christian just legitimately interpret anything related to flat Earth and the dome and all that stuff as just allegory, human perspective, God communicating in the best terms that it could with humans who didn't understand? Like why do you have to take it literally? I guess is what I'm saying.
Sure.
Just take it figuratively.
Well, if you just like take something figuratively every time you don't like it, There's a lot of weird things you would do figuratively. In fact, this is one of the criticisms from Porphyry of Tyre. He was an early critic of, I would say, Judaism and Christianity. But he made a point when talking about Christians. He says the Christians take the book of the Jews and allegorize everything in a nonsensical manner in order to make it fit. He goes, but like that would be preposterous to do that with like the writings of Homer, like with the Iliad and the Odyssey. What kind of nonsense would it be if we just went into these books and just allegorized everything? You can make it say anything you wanted to say. And so I think that's the difficulty with allegorizing stuff. And the early church did that, by the way. And you've been studying the early church fathers. If you read, I'm going to say from Origen, like all the way through Jerome, one of their most favorite methods of dealing with the Hebrew Bible, the ones that were not Gnostic, was to say that these are all allegories. They're not real, they're not true, they're allegories, they're theological stories. But there's really no limit to what you can do that with. Like if we're going to allegorize these texts, I could just say all of them are allegories. Like where do we draw the line?
Yeah, I don't know. Is the difficulty to draw a boundary just necessarily like a reason to throw out the entire methodology?
I don't think
Like,
it is.
presumably you would interpret a lot of Revelation allegorically or metaphorically, but that the fact that like, oh, where do we draw the line doesn't negate the legitimacy of that of interpreting Revelation that way. Correct?
Listen, I actually agree with you on this point, but let me give you an example of why I think an allegorical interpretation fails. So we're going to go to Job, and Job is part of a wisdom literature series. So in the time period that Job was written, roughly the same time as First Enoch and some other what we might call apocryphal text. One of the things that was really, really common in this time period was trying to explain like all the mysteries of the world and to give divine information about how the world really works. You'll find this in Enoch, you'll find it in the book of Jasher and in all the other apocryphal texts. And what we find in this text here in Job is a lot of it is literally. You ever wonder why Job is so long? Job was never meant to be a real story. Job is wisdom literature. This story is packed full of stuff that's supposed to be wisdom. Whether it really happened in real life is irrelevant. In fact, we know that we can make a good argument from within Judaism that they never intended this, and from literature that they never intended this to be a literal story. But the points being made are supposed to be literal, meaning the story wasn't real, but the story is couching it in a framework so you can receive the revelation. Does that make sense? Like if I told
like a giant parable as a literary device.
You got it. It's basically a giant parable, but the point of the parable is to teach you facts about reality and the universe. Because remember, Job is basically this guy who's righteous, and in order to inform Job of how God works, he has to go through all this diatribe of like, hey, were you there when I laid the foundations? And he goes through all this pretty typical wisdom literature. You find it in 2nd Esdras chapter 6, where he's trying, just like Enoch, trying to explain the workings of the world. And in his explanations, like they just fail. So in verse 17 or 18, let's grab 17 and 18 in Job 37. And this is part of the reprimand. It says, whose garments are hot? Well, sorry, we kind of picked up in the middle of a sentence. It's about God. Do you know how God lays his commandment upon them and causes the lightning of his cloud to shine? So God's in the clouds sending lightning. Do you know the balancings of the clouds and wondrous works of the one whose knowledge is perfect? And this is interesting. Listen to what he's about to say about the sky still. You whose garments are hot when the earth is still because of the south wind, can you, like him, spread out the skies hard as a molten mirror? And this was a super common belief at the time that Job was written, and probably at least 1,000 years prior, which is that the sky is covered by a dome, the firmament, and God's throne was on top of the dome. And there's a vast amount of literature that talks about this dome and what it was made out of, how thick it was, and even the ancient rabbis had a lengthy discussion about whether or not it was made of metal or made of sapphire. And the book of Ezekiel agrees that it was something made of sapphire. So my point is that, like, when we see these passages where it's clearly trying to function as wisdom literature, describing the world around you, giving you the mysteries of the universe, and it just says over and over again, like, phrases like this that agree with the rest of the Bible, which is that the sky is hard. I guess I don't really have a good reason to think that all of these references are allegorical. What would they mean? Like, what would they be referring to that's up in the sky that's hard?
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Actually, that makes sense because, like, contextually, there's no, there's no, there's nothing in the text that indicates like this part is like a separate um, piece of content within the text. Therefore, we have like a hermeneutical justification to think of it differently than the rest. So, like, if you're gonna say spreading out the skies hard as a mirror of cast bronze is allegorical or non-literal, then you have to feel the same way about lightning flashing in the clouds, or the clouds filling up with moisture, or like waters becoming frozen and turning into ice from the breath of God, like the hot wind of the south. Okay, okay, I see what you're saying. Like, we cherry pick parts that we know cosmologically are incorrect, but textually there's no reason to do that. Like, that's purely
Basically.
a scientific discovery, therefore we reinterpret it.
Right. Yeah. So
Okay.
that's one of the things, like, this is why reading the parallel literature is so important, because when you read the parallel literature, what you'll find is that these verses that might be vague or could have wiggle room, it turns out when you read the extra biblical literature, it's not. Reading them straightforward is exactly what they wanted, because people at the time period, they wrote extensively about the shape of the earth, about the dome over top of it. The ancient Egyptians actually had a pretty large disputation about what the dome was made out of. And so it's like everybody in the ancient world just believed in this firmament. And so when it shows up in the Bible, I'm like, oh, well, they believed it too.
Sure.
Now,
Right. Like, it makes it seem a lot less like a divinely handed down creation myth and a lot more like the same crap that everyone else is believing, just a slight twist on it, right?
There's
fair.
a short article written on this by Paul Seeley. I think his middle initial is H. He was a professor at Gordon Cromwell Theological Seminary. And it was a 2-piece article. I guess he published them at different times. But it's an amazing article, especially if you could find both sections. They used to both be on the Gordon Cromwell website. And then at some point, I don't know if he retired, but they took them down. And one portion of it is still preserved. It's called, I'm going to type it in, Paul H. Seeley, and I think it's The Waters Above and the Waters Below. And it did get, actually, the good section got preserved by the divinecouncil.com, which I think used to be associated with Michael Heiser. But find that document, even if you only get to half of it. So what Paul Seeley did is he surveyed the literature from all the surrounding cultures, even non-ancient Near Eastern cultures, about what they said about this firmament, basically building the case that, like, this is just what everybody believed. Like, everybody believed in this, because if you go outside, go to a tall hill, look around, look up, and spin around, what does it look like? It looks like you're in a dome.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have anything to say about homosexuality. Can we have a conversation about transgenderism?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Give me grace here, dude, because this is like, I'm still unpacking a lot of programming. Okay.
I'm a big
so
believer
I'm going to
in
try to be
giving
vulnerable,
people
but give me some
space
grace.
to be wrong without without beating them up. There was once a point in time when I was wrong about a lot of stuff. Now I think I'm not, but I got to the point where I'm now because people that cared about me, gave me better information to work with.
Sure. Yeah. So, like, for context, Ray's pretty like fundamentalist, Calvinistic Baptist, and I've been doing this whole deconstruction thing, and I was so focused on like, is the Bible real? Is God real? Blah blah blah, and I sort of like came up for air, and realized like I literally don't care if you're gay or not. Like,
Mm-hmm.
why was that a thing, right?
Sure.
I don't have that same instinct with the transgenderism, and sort of here's where I'm at. Um, you are born with whatever parts you have, and as I understand it, that's more a statement about sex, and then people distinguish that from gender, and gender is sort of this idea that it's a expression of like I think of it as like masculinity and femininity are expressions of that
Yeah.
typical binary sexual dimorphism, right? Like men with penises typically exhibit masculinity, and masculinity is sort of like the word we use for um I see it as rather synonymous with man, and femininity rather synonymous with woman, because it's all the sociological and like physiological outward facing characteristics that we put out socially to sort of identify with that group. Is
Right.
anything
So
like super crazy here, or
typically maleness is associated with the social construction of presenting as a male, and femaleness
right?
would be the same way. And sex typically
Yeah,
is more of a biological term, which is what you said. So
yeah,
now some people don't know the difference between sex and gender, and that's fine. But
hmm
that's the difference. That's how they're defined in the literature, and one of the reasons why it is that way.
biological versus social, right?
It's biological versus social, and I actually think that inside of the trans debate topic, there's room to discuss the social and room to discuss the biological. My journey started on
Yeah.
the biological, and I'll give you a short story of how I got here. When I was even just a young person, shortly before I became a Christian, I've got one sister who's bisexual, but when we were younger, she almost exclusively dated women, and I was friends with all of her friends, and we got to talk about some of the stuff. And she was the
hmm
one that introduced me to this idea that, well, actually, some people are born somewhere in between. They don't fall into cleanly one sex. Some people are born with parts from either. And I was like, oh,
hmm
well, yeah, that makes sense. That means sexuality it's not binary. It's not just you're born one sex or another sex. Like there's a whole spectrum in between, right? Now, the interesting thing is after I became a Christian, I kind of viewed people who were born this specifically just this way, where they were somewhere in between on the spectrum, as maybe like a loophole for Christians. Like, well, they're not doing anything wrong; they were born that way, and then, they don't
Right.
fall into one category or the other. Now, the interesting thing is, by the time I got in high school, gender studies was actually starting to get pretty good, and we learned over the course of, I would say, the '90s and 2000s that when it comes to both sex and gender, it's more than just what you see with your eyeballs. There's chemicals and stuff happening inside of your body that determine, say, sex and gender. So, for example, if I said to you, if I was born, let's say, as a traditional sex, that you might refer to the sex as a female sex, although it's typically, I think, a gender, but the reality is, say I'm born as like just a cis woman, right? But it turns out that my estrogen is really, really low and my testosterone is really, really high. Well, that chemical is associated with the opposite sex. So even though I might present on the outside as just looking like a biological sex on the outside, well, inside there's more happening, right? And so it's not as easy just saying, listen, if you're born with something not cleanly biologically, physically, like with their eyeballs that you can see, then you must be in one or the other. It's actually inside too, and that's something that we didn't know for a long time. So all I'm suggesting here is that when we talk about these topics, it's not as easy as just saying, oh, got a penis, or oh, you know, got mammaries. It's much more complex than that. There's a whole cocktail of chemicals inside that are determining where we're at on the spectrum, and also determining our sense of self.
Sure. Okay. And actually, I guess what you're saying is that just as sex is a lot more complicated than a direct binary because of all the different um, biological conditions that you can have. The reality that behaviorally and psychologically, what we typically identify as masculine or feminine or man or woman behavior is also, it has a deep biological component to it because it's largely hormonally driven and things like that. Am I understanding you correctly?
Quite often, yeah. So when we talk about sex and gender, it's not like they're unrelated. They're clearly related, right? And so
Right.
traditionally, it was understood that would say people that were born in the male sex, that they had higher testosterone, and because they had higher testosterone, you remember being a teenager, your hormones are going crazy because your body's producing test now, and like your voice is getting deeper, and you feel like sometimes you get that angst where you're like angry. I don't even know why, and that's
Yeah.
these types of things are associated with testosterone. But it would be improper to say that everybody who is in this particular sex are going to exhibit those traits, because there's a spectrum of traits, even if you have, say, adequate normal levels of testosterone. But that's why I say all of this is very much on a spectrum, whether you're talking about your biological makeup, or whether or not you're talking about like your actual constructed identity. And our constructed identities are typically saying these typical traits that we associate with maleness. These are traits that I'm going to identify with because I think they accurately describe who I am. And
Sure.
that part can actually be a decision. You actually get to, when it comes to your social construction is the part that initially you could control. Now we've got medical sciences as such that the biological construction can be modified to come in alignment with our social construction. And these are things that I don't believe we should be forcing on people, but I think it would be wrong to prevent them from being able to align who they feel they are, with their actual biology, given that it's on a spectrum. And now I'll say the last
Sure.
thing. I'm sorry I've gone on so long. The typical
No, it's
complaint,
okay. You're fine.
the typical complaint is something like this. Let's imagine there's somebody who's not anywhere on the spectrum. Let's imagine they're dead pegged. Like they've got male genitalia. They present all the masculine traits. Should they, given that they're not somewhere in the middle of the spectrum, should they just be able to choose if they want to present as the opposite sex? And yeah, I would say so, or as the opposite gender. I would say so, because if we're discussing, is it wrong to do something? That means, is it wrong to present socially as something? I don't see how it would be wrong. Like, for example, if I woke up tomorrow and said, you know what, I want to wear a dress. I want to present as a non-masculine gender. Who am I hurting? What am I doing wrong here?
Yes. Okay. A couple things. Um, so here's my potentially ignorant uh, current position. Uh, why can't you just make the categories of man and woman, guy and girl, uh, just very flexible? Like in the sense of, okay, so if you don't fit into some kind of like typical social construction of what a man is, you're not some John Wayne emotion stuffing, freaking, six pack badass, whatever. You exhibit traits that we would characterize as more prototypically effeminate. What's wrong with just saying like I'm just a more effeminate dude? And so like there's a spectrum within the
There's nothing wrong with
category
it.
rather than like kind of removing the categories and they're saying like everyone's a spectrum everywhere. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can do that. Give me a second. My TikTok studio is still like acting up, and I've got the the message that says we detected inactivity and I need to do the CAPTCHA to keep the live stream, TikTok's going to die. But Chris is our last conversation, and then we're going to read super chat. So if you want to keep watching, friends, pop over to the YouTube stream on DZ Debates or on Deconstruction Zone. TikTok's just going to go down again, and then I'm going to restart it, and half of y'all be gone anyways. Pop over to the YouTube channel. Just type in Deconstruction Zone if you like vertical. Type in DZ Debates if you like horizontal, and you can finish the conversation with us over there, rather than doing this whole nonsense again with TikTok. But Chris, so I'm not suggesting that you wouldn't be allowed to. It's like if you want to classify yourself as somebody who identifies a particular way but presents another way, I don't think it's a problem. You're allowed to do that.
Can I say something real
Okay.
quick?
All right. Fair. Okay.
Yeah, AG, I don't know if you heard what I just said, but TikTok's about to kill my live stream because CAPTCHA doesn't work anymore, apparently.
Yeah, how much time you got before it
2
goes
minutes.
down? Okay. Can Chris
But go
hear
ahead.
me?
Yeah.
Okay. Before your live goes down, Chris, I think it's important because a lot of people want to remove categories. Your question was, why not, I guess, broaden the categories? But I think it's important to remember that people do, align with feeling like a woman and align with feeling like a man, or they align with, feeling like neither, and the spectrum of gender continues. So I don't find an issue with somebody aligning with any of the gender categories that we have. Do you have any, like, I think your question's a little bit broad to me, but I don't think there's an issue with somebody who is, more of a feminine man. But if he describes himself as a man, then he feels like a man, aligns with like with what we would describe as a man. Then obviously he would fit into that category. But for somebody that doesn't, then they would just fit into another category. I feel that's more descriptive and helpful for people when it comes to the sociological system when it comes to gender.
Yeah, I think there's a couple aspects. The one aspect I want to explore first, I guess, is so my concern would be that if someone does not fit into the very small
Hey,
box that society
AG.
tells them they have to fit into.
Sorry, AG, we got about 40 seconds left. Can you pop the link in the screen when this TikTok stream dies and join me over there?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll bring it right up. The same method I used to bring Chris up, I'll bring you up, okay?
Sweet.
Perfect. Appreciate it. Sorry, Chris, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but the TikTok
No,
live
you're
is
good.
about
You're
to
good.
end because TikTok's a hot garbage fire right now.
Sure. So I think I have like a concern about those individuals, and then I have a more societal concern. So the concern
Sure.
with the individuals is my worry would be that, like, say they don't fit into the small box that society tells them is manhood. So then they explore a different identity, maybe make somewhat drastic decisions, um, and then that new identity also doesn't work. Um, and because they tried something so extreme and still aren't totally comfortable in their own skin because they can't fit in a box, that there's a high level of despair. And where I'm kind of pulling this story out of my head from is, like, I am aware that there's pretty high rates of unaliving in that community, pre and post, maybe like a physiological surgery. And, like, I just want people to be well, and I don't give two craps what they do, um and I just like, if they switch genders because they're trying to identify with that effeminate part of themselves, but they just do kind of a binary switch instead of just being like, yeah, I'm a dude and I've got some effeminate parts of me, and, like, I'm just a weird box of whatever I am and I'm cool with it. That they make this jump, and then that jump they still don't feel comfortable in their own skin, and then it's like, well, I did this super drastic thing and I'm still broken, so F it all, you know what I mean? And then the
So
societal part to this is, I guess there's a secondary question of, like, cool, people can do whatever they want, they can identify however they want. What is society's obligation to accommodating uh, minority groups? And I think that's probably where most people get pissy.
Mm-hmm.
Like some random dude in Alabama probably doesn't care as long as you don't mess with his football and his Olympics. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of that's just the reality. Like he probably doesn't care about what someone in Pennsylvania does with their identity, but he doesn't want his society to change. And it is an interesting question of what do we do if we have a very small part of the population who is in a difficult situation because they don't fit cleanly into a male or female category. Where are they supposed to go to the bathroom? That's a rather vulnerable place. They probably don't want to make anyone feel uncomfortable, but they're also uncomfortable. What the heck are you supposed to do as a society? You know what I mean?
Sure.
So there's two
So
parts there.
I'll address both of them, and I think AG will as well. AG, is your audio and microphone working?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Perfect. Yeah, good.
Sweet.
So I would say this,
Can you fill me in on the first half, Justin, of what he was saying?
So yeah, what Chris was saying is his concern is that there are going to be people that are non-binary, and in the process of trying to figure out how they, who and how they're going to live, that they could become so maybe dismayed, or they can become discouraged enough that they might harm themselves. And I don't know if that's typically, I don't think that they're harming themselves because they're discouraged that they haven't figured it out yet. Typically, they're discouraged because maybe they're still figuring it out, and society is not being kind to them. And in fact, it's common for young people to contemplate self-harm for a lot of reasons other than this. Because when you're young, I don't know if you remember being in high school. When I was in junior high and high school, people were vicious. And so, and you're trying to figure out where you're at, what you're doing, what you're going to do in life, right? So, I don't think that people are doing self-harm just because they're confused. They're usually doing self-harm because they're confused and people are making them feel horrible about it. What do you think, AG?
Yeah, I mean, studies show that when it comes to like, if we look like the Trevor projects, like when it comes to trans people, and just queer people overall, the harm it typically isn't perpetuated towards themselves unless they have some sort of, gender dysphoria. So if they have gender dysphoria, then that would be a distress disorder, and that's where, if they don't get, the right care, which would be, therapy, gender affirming care, then they could go down routes of harm. From gender dysphoria, but not just on its own. So if you don't experience gender dysphoria,
Mm.
when you walk out in public and, let's say, you go out and you say you're non-binary, and somebody, starts giving you a hard time, or at school, or you wish you could come out, but you can't, those kinds of things can cause distress. And then those would cause more, I would say that's where you'd get the distress, not just in itself of it being confusing. I find that queer people actually really know how they feel pretty early on. I don't find it often that they don't know. I find it often that people are telling them that they don't know what they're feeling, or that they're confused. A lot of people tell them they're confused when they're actually telling you exactly how they feel.
Gotcha. And that probably makes them feel crazy. Because like I know I feel like my
For
wife's a
sure, for sure.
believer, and I've talked about some Old Testament passages, and it's like water off the duck's back, and it makes me feel crazy because I'm mortified, and she's just kind of like, yeah, well, God does what God does, and it. So I guess a society's telling them that what's in their head is wrong, and then is there enough data, and have they done any meta analyses where they try to isolate variables and see like, is it a lack of um, uh, close personal friends that are affirming? Is it parents that are disowning? Is it like, do the rates of harm and unalivement decrease after gender affirming surgeries, or is it
Oh
still the
yeah.
same? Or like, do you have any data on that? Because I'm super ignorant.
Yeah. So I mean, well, for one, if we're just talking sociological, this one's actually interesting, probably for Justin and maybe you too, because if we grew up in like Christianity, if we look at queer people, if we isolated the Trevor Project, isolated queer people who were exposed to religion, and then queer people who were not exposed to religion, and the people who were not exposed to religion, it cut their suicidal ideations in half when it came to their queerness. And so, and then if we talk about gender affirming care, I think it's it's over. I mean, the regret rate is less than like 6%, and then it reduces the suicidal ideations by like something like 70%. Just from gender affirming care. If I'm correct on those, it's been a while since I've read the statistics, but it's pretty high.
78% reduced.
Yeah, it's really high. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Cool. That's helpful
But
because like you know, like most people, I'm busy and I have kids and my whatever. I'm not doing like deep dives on like statistical analyses. So what I'm getting is just like stories filtering to the top of news feeds or social media feeds, and so there'll be like one person who regrets their surgeries and one person who loves it, and it's like impossible. It's not impossible, but I'm just too lazy to like go figure out the actual data. You know what I mean? So thank you.
sure. I would say this too. There are
Do you
some
guys?
cultures that are pretty accepting of trans individuals, and they typically have a much lower rate of self harm. And so, if you
Mhm.
go to like Thailand or the Philippines, because of the culture, even though they're religious, their culture accepts it, and so typically they don't feel that pressure to fit neatly into a category, and they don't feel so negatively about themselves.
Interesting. Okay. I have a Bible contradiction that I need your help affirming if it's legitimate or not,
Sure.
Justin. And then I have an argument that has premises and conclusions for why we should try to reform religion rather than disprove it.
Okay.
So the hum of disapproval.
Well, I used to believe the
um,
same thing. When I first deconverted, I thought about being a cultural Christian. A cultural Christian is somebody who like believes the teachings of Jesus are good and that we can use them to move humanity in a particular direction. And then I
yeah.
quickly turned away from that, which we'll get into. But what's your argument?
So I think I'm going to follow the same path as you, but it's more of a societal argument because I don't think most people have some of my personality traits. Um, okay, so I don't have a very specific verse. This was after I'm reading through the Bible and retabbing contradictions and horrible things God does and stuff. So after I finished Leviticus, you have all the different burnt offerings, sin offerings, guilt offerings, cleansings and everything, right? And
Hmm.
also in Exodus, and then I think I saw it again in Numbers, you have the comment that there's 600,000 fighting men
Yep.
who are leaving Egypt, which would insinuate like 2 or 3 million, depending on
Yep.
how many kids are running around. Fair?
Hmm. Yep.
Okay. In the Old Testament sacrificial system, so you have the tabernacle, you have the Holy of Holies, and then you have the altar out front where they're doing all the sacrifices. Were there any other places that they could do all of these burnt offerings and sin offerings and stuff other than the bronze altar?
Um, it does depend a little bit. So, for example, during the days of the law, we find
Uh-huh.
that Samuel and some of the priests were doing the offerings and sacrifices outside of the temple. So when David brings, actually, well, no, I take that back. That was before the temple was built. So I got to refocus. They did offerings outside of the tabernacle. They used to have a tabernacle before the temple. So they did offerings and sacrifices as they were marching to battle. That's why Saul got in trouble. Remember, Saul was supposed to wait for Samuel to come and do the offerings and sacrifices before battle, and then he didn't wait long enough and did it anyways. And then David's doing
Hmm.
offerings and sacrifices as he's marching the ark back into Jerusalem. And so it seems like at least prior to the temple being built, you could do offerings just about anywhere. But
Mm.
after the temple was built, God seems to be of the opinion that this is the proper way to do it, but they're never condemned for doing offerings and sacrifices elsewhere. In fact, um, it, I'll let you respond to it, but while you're doing that, I'll probably grab a couple verses that will illustrate the point.
Sure. So no, this is why I needed to talk to you about it because it may weaken my. I don't know if it's going to throw it out, but it weakens my argument if they can do it in multiple places. So if you have 2 to 3 million people, and let's just say for the sake of simplicity, 600,000 households, right? Um, and you've got all these different sacrifices that they're required to meet, which I feel like if you take Leviticus seriously, I'm being extremely generous, but I would say, like, let's say every household is doing one sacrifice of some sort a month,
Mhm.
right? Well, you've only got 12 months in the year, 365 days. If the Levites are sacrificing 16 hours a day, 365 days a year, it works out to about 3.5 seconds per sacrifice.
Yeah.
And that's if only one household is only doing one sacrifice per month. It obviously gets way worse if they're truly following the law. So there's a logistical impossibility here, as I see it.
There is too, and on top of that, remember there are daily morning offerings and daily night offerings that are just literally on schedule. So those are going to butt
Ooh.
into it because those are the food offerings in Exodus like 32-ish, 33-ish. Let me
See, and
grab
if you can't
those.
have like 10,000 locations to pull off all of these sacrifices, like it's not possible for them to do anything. Not to mention the fact that they're murdering like 7 million animals a year minimum, to pull this off. Which, what do their flocks have to be like for them to be able to sustain that kind of death rate, uh,
It's
and
a
still be able to continue to offer?
it's a real problem because remember also they have to do this while they're still in the desert, most of these. And so like
Right.
where
Yeah.
they I think it was 38. I apologize. 32 something different. But yeah, like literally in the desert, where they get all the animals from. It doesn't make sense to me that they would even be able to find the animals for it. And one of the reasons, so if you do any research on the scholarly literature, they'll typically say that the reason why this happens is because the Bible is so anachronistic, meaning when they write down numbers of like the people, they're writing in a time
Mhm.
period where Israel is a vast nation, right? So just like when you see the Chinese people drawing Jesus, they'll make Jesus look Chinese, right? You tend to, when you do stories, you interpret the stories and make the stories up based on your culture. And so they're like, well, obviously they must have been huge when they came out because that's what God promised. And look at us now. There's so many of us. And so they make, in the story, they make these monstrous number claims. And you can see this too. If you go to the book of Samuel and then the book of Chronicles and compare the stories, they bump up the numbers drastically because Chronicles was written so much later than the book of Samuel. So when it says that David captured 7,000 or 700 men, in Chronicles it's 7,000 men. And so that's why these numbers are so preposterous, because they're just assuming that back then things were the way they were now. In reality, if there were any people that left Egypt, it would have been a couple hundred of them, and these laws would have been fine for a couple hundred people. But as you've
Yeah.
correctly pointed out, it doesn't make any sense that 2.5 million people could be doing this. There wouldn't be enough time in the day to do it. And we have the same problem with the animals. If you calculate the number of animals that would have been on the ark, there's not enough time in a day to care for, even in a week, to care for the animals. And it's preposterous. And even when he taps the rock and water comes out, well, we've got one shoot of water for 2.5 million people. How are they all consuming the water?
Right. Right. Yeah. Well, it's always magic. Um, yeah.
I mean, this is a
Yeah.
great observation,
One
by
of
the
the
way.
things that killed me on the young Earth creation thing was that you actually have to advocate for a more virulent form of uh, evolution, because however many types you want to say there are, for them to speciate within, I mean, really not even 6,000 years, because we've got written history before that. So, within a couple thousand years, so that they're speciated and dispersed enough that by the time society start writing stuff down, you could, uh, that is more extreme than any traditional form of evolution, even if it
Yeah.
is from one, Luca back in the day. So,
Yep. And I did the numbers
all right.
on, I can find them. I did the numbers even on the Exodus. So if you look at how many people went into Egypt, the 70 people that are listed, and then how big they were when they came out, the population growth for that time period, even if you assume it was like a full 430 years, which is the max that the Bible allows for, the population growth during that time period while they were slaves is higher than any other population growth the earth has ever seen. The numbers never work.
Yeah. By the way, I saw that video. I appreciated it. I mean, I know your audience loves the blood sport, but for someone like me who's like actually deconstructing, the more calm interactions and more slow, systematic information dumps are super helpful. All right, you want to hear why I think we should reform and not destroy religion?
Yep.
Okay. So premise one, and you can interrupt me and argue whenever. Premise one: we should value well-being over truth.
Okay, this is interesting. All right.
Yeah.
We should
Premise two.
value well-being over truth. Okay.
And sorry, these are not super. I tried to make them concise. Premise two: religion evolved with us to provide community, meaning, death denial, and stability.
Okay. P3.
Premise three: most of the population do not have the resources to deconstruct and recreate P2's benefits. And then, so my conclusion is we should seek to reform religion's harmful aspects primarily, and only secondarily tear it down due to it being false.
Okay. So I think there's a couple ways I would probably attack this. I would start maybe on premise number one first. So we should value bearing. Sorry, I got an R in there. Well-being over truth. I think the contention I might have here is I think that believing things that are true will more often lead to well-being. And what I mean by that is, let's say, for example, that you believe that sickness and disease is caused by unclean spirits. Well, listen, we're not going to be able to heal anybody. We have no accurate medical sciences because we're sending religious madmen in there to do something that really, I don't know, maybe some antiseptics and some rubbing alcohol could have taken care of. So I think believing that is true, at least over the long run, would absolutely be more beneficial than just trying to achieve well-being by any means possible. Then the inverse is when we believe things that are untrue, a lot of people get hurt. Think about the amount of people that were sent to go pray away the gay because religion taught that, well, this is what you have to do, right? So I think religion comes with so much baggage that I think the truth is to be valued, even if some of the good parts need to be reconstructed and maybe not even reconstructed entirely. So that's what I would say to premise number one. Premise number two, I think, is true. It just says religion evolved with us to provide community, meaning, death, denial, and stability. No argument there. That's just an absolute truth. Premise number three is most of the population do not have the resources to reconstruct religious benefits without religion. Now, I don't know if that is the case. I would say that if you're older, that you're not likely to deconstruct as readily as a young person. A young person isn't worried about death yet, and they're actually usually pretty good thinkers. Like, I think I've worked with kids all my life, and people classify kids often like they're idiots. They're not. They're really smart. When I was teaching Bible studies, nobody had better questions than the kids because they haven't grown up to accept this thing as a core truth. They're still thinking about, hey, I don't know, is it true? Let's find out, right? So I think while it might be true that it's difficult to reconstruct something for people that are older to come out of the religion, I think young people would deal with it just fine.
Okay, fair. So my counter argument to P1 is going to be that. Let me ask you this. I'm going to try to push this a little bit. So if we knew that deconstructing from religion was going to have like a 30% unalivement rate due to nihilism, uh, would you, and simultaneously we can work to get rid of some of the bigotry within the same religion, would you still want people to become aware of the false truth claims inside of that religion?
So I think this is a fair question. When I was talking to someone recently about the churches that engage in detox programs and drug rehabs, and people, I expressed like, listen, a lot of counties aren't putting funds towards this. I'm just glad that somebody is. The problem though is that even though we can find good stuff that they're doing, it's hard to just get rid of the bad aspects because these religions are all based on like a book, right? So let's take Christianity for example. Well, it might be true that you could deconstruct from Christianity. The people that stay in the religion are always going to have like a reference point, and the reference point is definitely going to be the book. And until you can get rid of the book, I don't know if you can accurately reform the religion. And I'll give you one example why I think that's the case. Because remember in the 60s and 70s, I wasn't alive then, but there's history books that document it pretty well. Countries like Iran and Iraq were modernized, they were westernized, and they had moved beyond a lot of the toxic stuff from the religion. And all it took was the Muslim Revolution in 78 and 79 to go all the way back. And you can always do that as a society. If your society is based on a religion and the religion has a book, there's nothing ever that prevents the leadership in your society from going, hey, go back to that. Let's do it right. Let's go back to that thing. There's no guardrail. There's no barrier there.
I have to concede the risk of regression. I would argue that like other than severe like socioeconomic decline, I would actually argue that most people's reference point has nothing to do with the book, and I think you see that every night you talk to these people. So I would say most people's reference point is actually more geared towards the religious leaders or just the societal leaders within their community, right? So you've got like Episcopalian churches, right, that are affirming of people, don't care what they do. They use the Bible as a resource and as an inspiration, but they don't interpret it with that literalistic framework. And that's what I'm wrestling with too, is just because I grew up fundamentalist where everything's very black and white, not everyone grew up that way. Not everyone had their brain wired that way. So there's clearly people who, claim the name Christian and are very comfortable living in the gray and also having removed a lot of the rougher edges of Christianity. And I would also point to like Judaism. Modern Judaism seems to have, certainly there's sects that are more orthodox, or whatever, but it seems to have largely modernized and secularized,
Well,
but still held on to the stories and the traditions.
that's because
Um,
50% of them are
but it's
atheists
still a
now.
religion in the sense that it's that community, it's that those rhythms of life, those ceremonies, and all that.
Yeah, but 50% of Jews today, like even practicing Jews, are just straight up atheists. They don't believe it anymore, right? But if you look at some people that are true believers, the true believers are sometimes they hold dangerous views. In fact, I don't think it's true that most of the Orthodox believers are for Zionism, but the reality is a lot of people that are Zionists because of what the religion teaches, right? And so I think the reason
Sure.
why we see Judaism in a place where it's safe is one, they have a past history of getting the shit kicked out of them, and they're like, that was horrible. We don't want to do that. And then also, a lot of them just don't believe anymore.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I guess again, I'm not going to defend the risk of regret. Real conversations are very nuanced, where you're actually just balancing pros and cons. Like there,
Mm-hmm.
neither of these I think are perfect, right? Because people are messy. Like authoritarian tendencies are going to happen religiously or irreligiously, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, in the face of like economic uncertainty and danger, people are going to regress back to that regardless.
Well, do you think maybe
But
there's a
like,
benefit in creating an alternative religion rather than trying to reform one of the bad ones? Like, so if we're saying, well, maybe we need some kind of religion, well, there's nothing preventing us from just starting a religion and promoting it to the point where it replaces the harmful, toxic ones, and we can make it whatever we need it to be.
yeah, I apologize. I don't have a source for this. Another creator mentioned that, and they just said that there's yet to be. It seems like the truth claims are almost necessary to guarantee the longevity of it. So, like, you can build communities and you can build religions, if you want to call it that, in the sense that they have ceremony and community and rhythms and things, even if they don't have a god or whatever. But they just don't last. Like, there's no strong truth claim that creates the impetus for people to devote the resources of time and money to keep the thing going.
Well,
And
what
from
about
the data I've
Buddhism?
seen, it doesn't seem like good.
Well, all Buddhism's an alternative religion that doesn't even have a god in it, and they don't make a lot of hard truth claims, but it's very popular.
Yeah, that to me is a a, a wonderful alternative for the so, and again, this is going into my P3. Like, I have very strong freedom and truth drives internally. Like,
Hmm.
those are more important to me than what other people think or what feels good or whatever, right? So this deconstruction process largely has been challenging, but on the back end of it here, I'm kind of, I actually really appreciate it. I just
Yeah.
think I'm odd in that regard, and I think most people are much more socially influenced, that they
Hmm.
need to have that stronger community, people who agree with them and see eye to eye to them, for them to feel safe. And I just think and also, like, I'm very privileged in that I have a career that's rather flexible, um, and I have pretty good financial resources that I've been able to devote a ton of time to the study of this, to deconstruction. Like, dude, the reality is a lot of people got like 3 kids and work 60 hours a week, and they also frankly don't have the intellectual horsepower to slog through even popular level, let alone scholarly work
Hmm.
on scripture and the Bible and what. And so, them hopping to like an Episcopalian version of Christianity or even to Buddhism is like a better and more feasible alternative for the majority of people than like completely deconverting like you or me.
Well, I think I would start at the
And there are going to be people
beginning.
like us, and that's great. They'll find you and Mindshift and all these people, but most people don't have that strong internal drive to truth, almost regardless of personal harm.
So, but my point is that I would start even before that, right? So you don't need to deconstruct people if they already don't believe it, right? So it's like nipping it in the bud. Don't worry about
Hmm.
deconstructing them and then worry about what they deconstruct into. If we teach the young people science and true facts, the young people won't have to deconstruct later in life. The people that still believe, let them believe. If it makes them feel good, let them believe. They're going to pass away just like everybody else, and then the young people coming up who are more acquainted with facts and logic and reasoning, they won't have to be deconstructed. They'll just already not believe.
Sure. So like Nordic countries that have largely um, uh, secularized and seem to function.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, maybe that's possible. I don't know. Yeah, that's a good counterexample. I don't know. The ethos in America seems to just be so heavily religious that, and to be honest with you, man, and this is at least for me, the hardest part of this journey has been the fear of how people are going to treat me and what is my position in society now. Even
Mm,
as independent as I am,
right.
I'm like, are my loved ones still going to love me? Are they still going to treat me kindly? Am I suddenly going to be an enemy, or am I going to be a project? Right? It's actually not been the most painful part has not been, oh, like, I'm going to die someday and I'm not going to continue, or oh, God's not real. It's actually been the societal piece of it. Um,
Right.
uh, I don't know. So there's an extremely high friction transition that has to happen. That's going to
Hmm.
be extremely difficult for a lot of people, and I just
Yeah.
don't think the majority of people are going to navigate it nearly as well as I did.
Well, I
So,
agree.
so
Some people are
I
going to
just I look at
struggle.
the face of all that
Yeah.
pain, and I struggle to say, oh yeah, we should secularize.
No, I agree. I think there are some people that are going to struggle mightily with it. That's certainly the case. But I think that's more for people who grew up in it and then are leaving it. If you didn't grow up with it,
Sure.
I don't think it's necessarily a problem for you. And like I was an engineer before I started doing this, and a lot of engineers are not Christian. In a lot of the offices I worked in, I was one of the only really religious people, and
Mm,
they didn't deal like with the like when I left Christianity and then eventually stopped believing in God. I had existential crises and like panic attacks and like, oh my God, I'm learning in as a full grown ass adult that I'll die one day, right? And like so, but like
right.
the other engineers that I worked with, a lot of them grew up not believing in God. They were able to deal with that on their own, growing up, coming of age as a teenager and then a young adult. They had already dealt with all that stuff over the course of time, and it wasn't something that bothered them. It's the idea that you're going to die one day is a huge issue if you spent your whole life believing that you wouldn't die one day. That's where it's really hard. But if you know that from the beginning, I think people deal with it much better.
I think so. Okay, so I see what you're saying about the person who never grows up with it. I guess what I would say though, and hopefully you'd be willing to concede this, that like the little old lady that doesn't have a lot of time left, who the majority of her life maybe is limited at best, suffering at worst, because we're really good at keeping people alive and we suck at preserving lifestyle.
Hmm.
Um, the comfort that she will be made well, and the comfort that she will have eternal life soon, that though false is worth letting her keep, so that she doesn't have to face it. You and me, we're young and like we have time to live the life that we want to live and make it count, right? Someone
Yeah.
like her, she doesn't have the opportunity. It's like, oh, just kidding, actually the only experience you're going to have for the next 5 years is suffering. Have fun.
Listen,
uh
you and I
would
agree
you
on
would
this
you at
point.
least concede to leave that lady alone?
Yeah, I've actually got loved ones in my own life that I go out of my way not to talk about this stuff with them because they're not harming anyone. They're peaceful individuals, and it makes them feel better. And you know what? If that's the case, I love it for you, right? As long as you're not hurting anyone, right? So
Aren't
I
you
agree with
kind of
you.
agreeing with P1 in that instance, though?
Well, to me, it's very sectional, right? So I'm suggesting that people that are first of all near the edge of death that aren't harming anybody, that particular type of individual uh, would probably benefit more from just remaining with what they believe. So my goal isn't to deconvert every individual in society, but I think moving society
Yeah.
overall, largely towards true things is beneficial. Not that we have to do it overnight, not that everybody has to be on board, but that society in general would benefit from believing things that are true, and that can happen naturally, just like in the Bible. Remember, there was a generation in the desert where God was like, you know what? I don't like the way you're behaving. And rather than correcting them, he said, we'll just let you die off. And in 40 years, the new generation will be better. Kind of like that. Like, so we don't have to deconvert people. We can literally just let the belief die out and make sure that the younger generation is more apt to live in the truth.
Do you think that your well-being would be lower or higher if you were born in like a kind of casual Episcopalian type of, sorry, I'm picking on them,
Mm.
Lutheran or Methodist or what, I don't know, like kind of a more casual, fluid, more culturally influenced church that's not fundamentalist, grew up on with that on day one, you didn't absorb some of the most harmful parts of Christianity, and you continued to believe in an afterlife? Do you think you'd have more well-being in that situation, or more well-being now as an atheist, having deconverted? Or I guess let me give you a third option: atheist from day one, and uh, uh, that is continued? Like, which of those three has the highest level of well-being in your opinion?
Well, I think it depends on how we measure well-being. So, for example,
Okay.
if well-being is just our emotional state, it might be the case that we're in a good emotional state, but our well-being is quite low. So, for example, let's imagine that you have a belief, and that belief is that legs are bad. In fact, I'll give you an example from a real life person this happened to. There was a woman who was distraught with the fact that she had vision. She dreamed so much about being blind. It was like her fantasy. She was in the UK, if I recall, and she fantasized about becoming blind. And then eventually, she paid somebody. They made a deal, and she got her eyes blinded with acid, right? And she was thrilled about it, right? So like her emotional well-being was good, but now she's actually damaging the things that she needs for her actual like well-being to be good, like her ability to work and survive and participate in society and things like this. So I don't know if I would just say somebody's emotional well-being is identical to their overall well-being. I think it's a little more nuanced than that. I think sometimes
Mm-hmm.
well-being can be well-being must include the fact that you have being and that you can continue being without without harming yourself further.
Would you say that you are more or less others focused in the amount of like hours per week that you devote to people that aren't you or your family, uh like now or when you were religious? Because like I see religion as a catalyst for forcing communal behavior, and I think in the West that's something we need desperately.
So individualism pops up in, we would say, first world countries, even if they're not religious. I personally have always been very motivated to help other people, even before I was religious. And so I remember even as a young person being very concerned about other kids who didn't have anything to eat, and always wondering as a kid, what could I do one day to help remedy the situation? And so I think some people are just naturally going to be empathetic, and some people aren't going to be naturally empathetic. Now, if you belong to a religion that teaches this type of empathy, you can learn to be empathetic through your environment, and that certainly wouldn't be a bad thing. But you can also learn that just through proper teaching, like proper socialization through school, where they teach you the benefits in school of being empathetic, and they go over the statistics and go over like why this is good behavior. And I think you got to remember what we do with our school system is not unlike what we do in a religion. We're taking our young people and we're trying to put them on a
Sure.
direction of the right path. So everything that we're doing in the church, we could do in the school if we think that our youth should be going in a particular direction, and that includes, teaching them the benefits of being charitable and empathetic.
I'd actually love to see a comparative religion class and mandated in every school, because I think it forces out dogma.
Mm-hmm.
Because like when you learn about Mormons, you realize how dumb some of your like metrics for believing Christian doctrine are. Because
Yeah.
if you apply like that would those in your debates, those were always the things that pinned me and I couldn't wiggle out from, is when you would talk about things in Mormonism or Islam and use the exact same criteria, and I couldn't disprove it without disproving Christianity simultaneously. Like that comparison is actually brutal.
Yeah.
So yeah. So then I guess actually what we would maybe say is that it's a case by case basis
Yeah.
where we're kind of evaluating well-being versus truth,
Mm-hmm.
well-being versus like potential increased well-being after a period of down, and um, moving towards a like diverse or comparative education for the younger generation, so that ultimately they can go eyes wide open into whatever religion or community they decide, and probably on the whole that will probably naturally kind of natural selection out most of the dogmatic pieces of religion.
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very
Okay.
much on a spectrum, and it's definitely a case by case basis. And what might be good for one person might not be the best for another person.
Okay. I have one I think I've mined out the topics that I felt were helpful, and I'm sure your audience wants to see someone get flame broiled. I
Well,
am currently
you
doing my due diligence.
you are
Go ahead.
the last guest. I got to read super chats and end after this. It's almost midnight, but
Too bad, audience. You have to come back next time to see someone get roasted. I have one question. So I'll be honest with you, dude. I'm basically deconstructed. But I'm doing my due diligence on the resurrection, and so I'm reading some books. Can you give me um, resurrection stories to go look at the primary literature for
yeah.
and do some comparative mythology like we're talking about?
Yep, sure can. So, I would do this. I can give you the references. I have a tab on my deconstruction cheat sheet, already
Oh, you do?
listing
Oh,
comparative
I have access to
resurrections.
that. I'll just go look at that.
It's not
Yeah, I
completely
bought your
filled
thing.
out,
So.
but I appreciate that. I've got some really good stuff already on there. I'm working on filling it out more this month. But if you want a
Okay.
book that's already kind of written on the topic, I don't know if it's going to be as exhaustive as what my cheat sheet will eventually be. But Richard Miller, it's going to be Richard C. Miller, I think is on, it's called Resurrection and Reception in Early Christianity.
Okay.
So Richard Miller
Cool.
covers
I've heard
other
the name.
resurrection accounts and how these other resurrection accounts kind of feed into why people believed in Jesus' resurrection and what they would have thought about it.
Yeah. Cool. I'll check it out. Oh, one spicy comment. I think as a deconstructed individual, I hope no one that I know hears me say this on your live. As a deconstructive individual, I actually think that I have access to kind of a higher form of love than I did as a Christian. And what I mean by that is when I realized that I'm not going to continue and I thought about a bullet heading for my like wife or kids, to my shame, there was a pause mentally of like, oh shit, if I do that, like it's over. I don't just
Yeah.
go to heaven. And
Yeah.
it's a deeper level of sacrifice that's literally not accessible when you have the whole like no matter what I get to go to heaven and everything's chill. But I thought about it and it was hard to wrestle through the mortality piece, but I was like, no, I'm still taking the bullet because like they're like I want them to live this life even if it means I can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, like I had to wrestle myself on this in a way that I never had to as a Christian because like I can't lose, like whatever, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I
I feel
can't
the same
help
for
but think
mine.
about the whole Jesus had a bad weekend comment that I was like, oh, this this makes a little more sense now.
Yeah.
Because if you knew like it's a sucky couple days and then you're fine again, you're back to being Lord of the Universe. It's like kind of
Who
not that big of
cares?
a deal.
Yeah. Well, even if you're not back to being God, if I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt, meaning I had verifiable proof from God that if I sacrificed my life, even in the most brutal way possible, that hey, 2 days later I'll be back, I'll be fine, and I'll get to go up to heaven. Fuck, I do that every day of the week.
Yeah, dude. Comparative religion and imagination is what killed it for me. Realizing that God could have just not created sin nature, that like he could just not have hurricanes. Like none of those paradigms have ever entered my consciousness
Right.
until watching the debates. And I'm kind of strong atheist, dude. Or at least as far as Christianity and any good deity, because I don't feel like you have to go the agnostic route. It's like no, if there's baby cancer, it's literally impossible for there to be a powerful good God. Like that's
Yep.
super unnecessary.
And
You know what I
if
mean?
there is a God
Um,
that's evil that causes that, I don't give a fuck about that God.
yeah. Yeah, there's a part of me that's kind of like, well, maybe I'll just cowardly submit. But yes, like certainly not worthy of worship. And if he's evil, then who's to say he's going to follow his own rules anyway? Like it's kind of a moot point, you know.
You got it. You're going to follow the promises of an evil God? Why do we think that he would even reward you?
Right? Yeah, you can't trust
Look
it.
at Trump. Look at all the people that cower to Trump, thinking they're going to gain by being a yes man or a yes woman, and then the minute he doesn't need them, he throws them under the bus.
Yeah. I will say one challenge, at least in my position, and I don't know if you ever went through this because I'm guessing you did because you seem pretty consistent. Um, it is as independent as I am, it's a little bit challenging because um, the truth claim of Christianity is gone, but I still carry like a lot of conservatism in my
Mm-hmm.
brain, and a lot of the atheist circle is like uber liberal, and so it's kind of like, well, oh man, I don't like, am I allowed? And they get kind of mad too, and I understand why, but it's kind of like, can I just like keep my conservatism for a while? Like, don't crucify
Well,
me. You
so
know what I mean?
I say this a lot because there's a lot of people in the atheist community that sometimes they're really hard on people that deconvert from religion but are still in right-wing politics. And I keep reminding people, you have to give people room to learn and to grow and to change. You can't expect everything to happen overnight. Believe it or not, I deconstructed from right-wing politics before I deconstructed from Christianity. And the thing that made it undeniable for me was you know me, I'm utilitarian. I care about the numbers. I care about results. And I have an
Right.
aunt, the same, another, I've talked about my aunt before, who's a delightful Christian. And I would never want her to know that I'm an atheist. But that same aunt used to work for the Bureau of Labor. She's actually
Yeah.
the first woman who ever worked for the Bureau of Labor, and she worked in Nixon's law office. She literally hand typed the first draft of the Civil Rights Bill. So like she's an amazing mind, and she was a Democrat. I was like, why? I was a young person. I was like, why are you Democrat? They kill babies and all this stuff, right? All the talking points.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, for me, it's about the numbers. And she's like, look up the numbers and all these topics you care about on the unemployment rate and how the dollar works and how the policies worked out in the long run. And she gave me some starting points, and I did. I went in, I studied all of the government data available for like the last 150 years, trying to figure out which policies actually work and which ones don't. Not which ones are good ideas. Like everyone loves the good idea of personal responsibility, but like, okay, when we have people in power that are trying to enact personal responsibility laws, are they effective? Do they do anything? No, they don't. They fucking suck. And the obvious reason, I'll give you an example, right? People get so mad over like SNAP benefits and things like that, or even like Section 8 welfare.
Mhm.
Listen, if you look at the way money is spent, 70% of our economy is just spending money. That's how we create the economy. If you look at how money is spent, the more money a person has, the lower value that dollar has because they're less likely to spend it in the local economy or even in the American economy. So the multiplier on that dollar is incredibly low. In fact, a lot of them are just going to put it away in a foreign bank account. But every dollar spent through feeding the hungry, housing the homeless, those are all dollars that have the highest multiplier of any dollar spent in the economy because it gets spent locally, then it goes to somebody who lives locally, and then they spend that dollar locally typically. There's not a single dollar in our economy that's got a higher multiplier effect than actually helping people on the local level pay for basic necessities. So it will always be the best economic decision as long as you're actually giving it to the right people. Don't make a mistake and give it to wealthy people by accident or because of fraud. If it's literally getting to people who really need it,
Yeah.
the multiplier is insane on it. So like it's like, just look at the numbers behind like these liberal policies that people don't like. There's a reason why they exist, and it's not just because people are like, "Oh, we should make everybody socialist." No, they're actually really effective.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if I follow you at some point. My whole brain, like, I mentioned earlier, like, I just came up for air and realized I didn't care about whether people are gay. All of my attention has been focused on the truth claims of Christianity, and frankly, I'm exhausted from it. and I haven't even thought about any of the like political ramifications. Um, it is really jarring occasionally. I think like, wait, do I care about abortion? Like that's super weird because that used to be a really big part of my identity. Um, but uh, yeah, I don't know. It's I'm sure I'll jump ship at some point, but I've kind of unmoored from my entire community, and then I'm listening to these people who I deeply respect, but then also I'm like, oh shoot, I would have maybe said that if I was the caller, and they're just like raking them over the coals for it. It's like nowhere safe. Are you ever open to talking politics on your Q&A nights, or
Yeah.
do you stay away from politics?
I do veer away from I would say the adversarial side of politics because I don't want to split my audience. I know that there are right wingers in my
Sure.
audience, and I try to make it comfortable as much as I can for everybody. So I
Right.
typically stick to topics like this. You have the topic of homosexuality, because believe it or not, there are right wingers that think it's okay, right? So I don't want to just say everyone who is a right winger is evil, but I think talking about the topics are really helpful because sometimes good people have bad views. And so I want to focus on the issues and less on like, hey, if you voted for
Sure.
this person, you're bad.
Oh, okay. So like less of the identity stuff and more of the yeah, fair. I mean, honestly, dude, when it comes to the politics stuff, my experience watching people is that everyone wants the same thing. They just have different assumptions about
Hmm.
um, what's efficacious or not,
Yeah.
and then you just have to do the hard work of looking at the data. But it's just difficult, and I think the reality is most people kind of like with their religious beliefs too, frankly. Um, they make the decision more based off of well-being and belonging than off of truth.
Right.
And
Yeah.
like understandable, we're social creatures, and the reality is some random dude in Pennsylvania doesn't matter. But my people here in this community, if they're all conservative, I'm probably gonna be daggum conservative too because I need to be safe.
I get it. And
So
you know what? Most of my family uh, voted for Trump twice. They're not bad people. It just happens to
right,
be that they have a particular echo chamber that they live in, and there are sources of information that they trust that they probably shouldn't trust. And a part
right.
of moving people into a healthy direction is that you need to talk about the actual topics and the actual facts and not so much time trying to demonize people. There is a time and a place for demonizing people. If you have truly awful views and you're super dangerous, yeah, we'll fucking demonize you. But for
Yeah.
most people are just they're just trying to raise their kids and work and get by, and they don't have time to do the in-depth study. And so that's where having these types of conversations are so beneficial because most people are open somewhat to information, even if it takes a long time to transition them in their belief system.
Yeah, I think you just run up against the same when I was talking about my P3. It's just that most people just don't have the resources, privilege, or frankly, intellectual horsepower to work through these things because it's just a lot of daggum work, you
Yeah.
know. And um, when you're tired at the end of the, I mean, I'm only doing it every night because if it's true, then I need to be a Christian, and if it's not, I need to take advantage of the only life I have.
Yep.
But I'm exhausted, and I would say I'm like very privileged, and so I can't
Yeah.
imagine, single mother, whatever, 3 kids, difficult life, like frickin' stay in the church or whatever you got to do to survive, girl. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
they just don't have time for any of this stuff. So.
Yeah.
I'll let you read some super chats, dude. I really appreciate it. I'll read Richard's book at some point. Hopefully, I'd like to come up here and debate the resurrection if I don't just deconvert myself off of that too. But
Yeah.
that's the only bastion that's left for me that seems to have reasonable arguments. But I'll do my reading and then
Well,
I'll see you again maybe.
stick around a couple of streams because I started running a new argument recently, and I think you'll like it, which is even if there was a resurrection of Jesus, it doesn't mean that Christianity is true.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, it's a
Interesting.
good
Well,
one.
I mean, I will say also your prophecy thing completely undid me as far as deconstruction went because I had never heard that. I saw Gavin Ortland and some guys did some
Hmm.
videos on it. They were pathetic, and in terms of their argumentation, I love Gavin, but like terrible arguments and super like vague, shadowy, like so bad, and you're like, this is the best we have. And
Yep.
also because I became convinced that actually like a temporal miracle is dang near the only um like validating miracle. Like if I had a personal experience, I couldn't even validate if it wasn't just a psychological phenomenon
Yep.
unless I had it one day. It was a very specific prediction. I wrote it down and then it actually happened the next day. That's miraculous. And if it
Yes.
was like, hey, I'm Yahweh God, I want to know you. Tomorrow you're going to be at an intersection. There's going to be a sparrow that lands on your hood and a blue truck to the right of you. Like super weird, right? And then it happened. I'm a Christian immediately forever.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't unconvince me. But even
Right.
like a people talk about their personal experiences, could be psychological. Everyone has personal experiences. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so, like to me, it's like if you're a God who actually wants to communicate with your creation, that is the easiest slam dunk opportunity. Is to have an Isaiah scroll that's certifiably BC and have
Mm-hmm.
it just unambiguously predict an impossible situation of Christ, and they're all trash.
Yeah.
So
Well,
like
that's
the
what I've
best
been
you
saying
have
for a
is
long
Isaiah
time.
53, and like if you're actually going to use context and be hermeneutically consistent,
Right.
it's disputed at best. I mean, even apart from the whole Israel is the servant, like look at the passage. There are parts of that passage that didn't happen with
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. True.
Like he opened his mouth on the
Sure
cross.
did.
So like, like it doesn't work. So, and that's the best you got. Anyway, sorry, I'm gonna let you go, but yeah, prophecies, man, whew, that was brutal.
Well, listen, Chris, it's good to hear from you. I'll continue if you need to come up or work through some stuff. I'm here for it. When
Sure.
I first started the channel, I actually envisioned having more of these conversations and less of the fiery stuff. But people they want to see the blood sport. So,
Yeah.
and the blood
Yeah.
sport's
I'm
effective.
really torn on that because I think this is more productive for if that's your goal, but also like the algorithm doesn't like it because we're idiot creatures that just need to see, negative blood sport all the time. So
Right.
I don't know. I want you
Well,
to do well, but I also think these are actually productive. So
they are. They are. In fact, I learned a lot by watching the old Matt Dillahunty debates, and I do think that people will learn from debates even if they're contentious. So,
you'll
but
convince the people who want to learn truth, but that's just always going to be 10% of the population, and the other 90 are going to be 45 and 45, and the guy they liked going in is the guy they liked on the way out.
yeah,
That's just how it is. But the
indeed.
10% are listening, and like because I was one of them, and like I had
Yeah,
no interest in not being a Christian, but I also like truth is a high priority. So if the
yeah,
prophecies don't work, prophecies don't work. It's not my fault.
yeah. Exactly. You nailed it. Well, listen, buddy, I appreciate you coming in and chat with me.
Sure. Yep.
If you haven't joined the Discord yet, it's a good place to meet people that are asking the same questions and are trying to figure out good answers. There are a lot of people in the Discord that are even smarter than me. We've got people in there that know Greek and Hebrew really well. We've got people that are really familiar with the ancient Near East and the Mediterranean world. It's a cool place. And so it's just a fun community to be in if you're really into deconstructing or
Yeah.
just learning.
Appreciate it. Yep. Yeah, I'm part of the community. I've enjoyed being part of that.
Dope. All right, buddy. Take care of yourself. We'll talk again soon.
Yep. See ya.
Well, W. Chris, it's hard. It's hard to not have the religion, the thing that you grew up with, the thing that gives you comfort. I get it. I went through it. It was not my intention to convert everybody to atheism when I started my channel, but it's kind of a side effect, I guess. All right, friends, I'm going to read some super chats. I went way later than I wanted to because Chris was, well, he was just being honest and fair, and it looked like we were having some productive conversation. So we kept him on for a while. Base to share, great to see you. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, I wonder if Dirk is skiing the Colombian slopes. Yes, slopes. If Dirk wasn't sober, I don't know what he was. That was a fella who was out of his mind. And my conscience says Deconstruction Zone isn't live, friend. I'm sorry. I did get it worked out eventually. I didn't realize that when I clicked the button, it didn't go live. That's why you always got to check both streams. I didn't check both streams this time, and guess what? Wasn't up. Babs, good to see you. Think of it. Super Chat says pieces of 8, pieces of 8. And I suspect that this probably But is that a pirate? I'm hearing this is a pirate reference. What's it mean? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, that didn't work out. Let me try this again. Pieces of 8. As historical nickname for the Spanish silver dollar, minted in the Spanish Empire. Interesting. Pieces of 8. Oh, it's from the Pirates of the Caribbean. Right? Okay. It's an object. I didn't know that. I watched the movie when it first came out, and then I never watched it again. I'm sorry, friends. The reference was over my head. Thank you though for the pieces of 2. And Dade says, excuse me, bro is smarmy as fuck. Dirk, yeah. He was off his meds for sure. And Warmest Disdain says, my orange cat Louie likes to watch you because the kitties show up, but now with the bird, he's obsessed. Rock hard for Doug. Occam is beautiful. Occam is beautiful, and our nameless here is also beautiful. Look at this beautiful shade of green. Just a natural beaut. Stahlheim, hey, thank you for the 14 NOK and the magic unicorn, huge W, or life granting unicorn. And Herbie, thank you for the super chat. It says this parrot is dead. It's pining for Ford's Monty Python sketch. This parrot is dead. I don't know if I know that sketch. I'll have to check that one out. Thank you for the reference, though. I do like the Monty Python sketches. Some of them more than others. The Ministry of Funny Walks wasn't my favorite, but the rest of them I liked. Thumbelina says, for the most beautiful burb, tell him I love him. Oh, we will absolutely tell both burbs, Thumbelina, that you love the burbs. No worries there. And Yoda St. Cloud says, new merch with Occam holding a razor while his cage is lined with cut-up pages from the Bible would be awesome. And I'm going to screenshot. That's actually a really good idea. Hold on. That's actually a hell of an idea. Fantastic. Got it. Yeah, we probably do need Occam on a mug with a razor. That's going to be badass. AI will produce that kind of stuff. And Erland, I know there's a bunch of people that just lost their minds because they said AI will produce it. The reality is, friends, nobody's going to be paying $1,000 for hunting down an artist that can do this, that will most likely just use AI to do it. Erland says, to be clear, in the last instance of Kadir and Moses, Kadir kills a random child because Allah told he'd grow up to be a rebellious disbeliever. Yeah, I think that was kind of the case that he was making, is that like you have to kill the child because worse things will happen if you don't, right? But that's, for reasons we explained earlier, it doesn't really work. Yoda St. Cloud says, Moses on a ship? Okay. Last time I checked, Moses just parts the sea and walks across. Caller is a goofy goober. Rock hard for Doug. SFO and Simply What for Sharon? What's SFO? Shoot. SFO. This probably is a community hashtag that I forgot already. Shit, I'm losing it, friends. I'm losing it. And Gina says, how are the kitties feeling about the burbs? Well, we're not introducing the kitties to the burbs yet. So the burbs are new in the home. And we're going to introduce them slowly to the domain without anything to worry about, with anything to be afraid of. And then slowly, once they start feeling like the place is home, we'll slowly and safely introduce the kitties. And as long as the kitties know that these are family and not food, I think they'll be okay. I don't think it'll be a problem. So we'll just, I think we'll be all right there. There have been lots of people who have birds and cats, as long as you socialize them properly. And Veronica says, I love Occam. Awesome bird name. Thank you. I thought it was a really good bird name. We are still looking for suggestions to name the green one. The green one is a beaut. Some popular names have been put out, but I don't want to push anybody in a particular direction. If you think that you got a good name, send it up. Vodapins says, you have a birdie and kitties. So cute. It's true. Birds are new, actually, though, and they're adorable. Occam, I think, is going to be talkative. He's very talkative. already in his own baby bird speak, and he's going to be picking up deconstruction phrases fast, I would suspect. JM, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Dexter, thank you for the super chat. It says Akim can handle your Twitter activity. Oh, fuck, that's good. Just 10 out of 10, Dexter. 10 out of 10. Yes, Akim will handle all of my Twitter activity. Amazing. I would clap right now, but it would scare the bird. Can Am Rock, thank you for the super chat, friend, says physiognomy confirmed. The spirit science acolyte was sensed from the moment dude's camera went online. It must be Toast's power following us. I tell you what, something was following that caller. I still am not entirely sure if that caller was a troll. I suspect maybe that's why he ran at the end, because he ran to the end of the gig, you know? Johnny, thank you for the super chat. Says, just when I thought it couldn't get more weird, it did. Yeah, listen, on the list of weird callers, what was that person's name? Hold on. It was Chris Meltek. Yeah. Definitely brought it to a really weird place that I did not see coming. Maybe one of the weirdest. Ampersand, thank you for the super chat. Says, Sykes have cured me from a depressive state. Oh, well, awesome. I saw God, still an atheist. The only true information you gain from the experience is introspective. I've never done them. I actually would like to try them in a controlled environment, but I don't know what to expect. But I can't imagine that they would convince me that it was God, because it's all happening in your head. I know it's happening in your head. And MP says, I don't want to be the woker, but is this ethical? What do you mean? Is what ethical? Owning a bird? There's a reason why it wouldn't be? Birds are social creatures. They'll bond with humans and other birds. We've actually got 2 of them too, by the way, so they can bond with each other. I think owning a bird is fairly ethical, unless you're referring to something the caller said. Power Ranger says, my retina relays hurt from watching that. Well, obviously, if you have the metaphysical substrate coming into contact with your retina relays and your halogen fluid, there's going to be some things, that are going to go wrong. Mr. Timon says, do you have an opinion of the concordant literal translation of the Bible? That's not one I know of. I'm used to people referring to the Young's literal translation. Let me see who does the concordant. Oh, they got a website. Interesting. Huh. Let me see the online version. Let's go to, oh, there's no Old Testament? What? Huh? Okay. I expected the Old Testament being here, but whatever. Let's see, Matthew's account. The scroll of, oh, I already hate it. The scroll of the lineage of Jesus Christ, the son of David, son of Abraham. Abraham begets Isaac. Well, at least they use beget. That's good. Let's see. It doesn't seem too bad. I think getting a literal translation of the Greek sometimes is easier. I'd be most interested to see what they do with the Hebrew Bible. Getting a literal translation of Hebrew is super hard because the language is just so much different than English. Interesting. I want to see what they did with Timothy when they talk about the requirements to be a deacon. It says the supervisor then must be irreprehensible, the husband of one wife, sober, sane, decorous, hospitable. Okay, it's not bad. I mean, I would read it. It seems like a decent literal translation. If you want like a really literal translation, you can also do the New King James. The New King James is okay, but they do a little bit of apologetics too. Actually, I'm curious now what they do with Matthew. Hold on, let me go to Matthew, the end of chapter 1 in the virgin birth. Lo, the virgin shall be pregnant. Interesting, rather than become. And they capitalized and. I don't know why that happened. Shall be bringing forth a son. Oh, and they shall be calling his name Emmanuel, which is okay. I like this. This part. Let me tell you why. Sorry. I'm going to explain one thing about Greek, and you'll understand why I like this, what they did here. And then sorry, I've spent some time on this one, but okay. So in Greek, you've got like lots of different ways to conjugate verbs, and there's a lot of present tense verbs and participles that get used in the New Testament, but also a lot of aorist verbs. And aorist verbs is something that started in the past and is ongoing. And they'll say like, let's see, they show up like in the resurrection account. They'll say like, having appeared, even though the event is still ongoing, right? It looks like they're trying to translate the conjugation of the Greek verbs directly into English as they would read in Greek. Now that I love, that they're not glossing over it and translating out some of the nuances of the Greek language. And even though it's weird to read in English, it's kind of important. One of the reasons why you gotta learn Greek in seminary. And Flanker says, when the axions and quantum fields cross, the Mandela effect warps reality. All brains are one in matter, and gluons, you didn't know? I didn't know about the gluons, actually. You know what? The weird guy with the word salad, to me, was at least fun. Like, to watch people, like, be, like, that far out, kind of entertaining. I mean, he might not be well, but... Roy Williams, hey, thank you for the $2 behind the scenes. I really appreciate that, friend. And Cruisin', thank you for the super chat. Says, who am I? Had a humble beginning. 5-letter name ends in S. Know the king. Has a cult following. Had sightings after death. Knew Peter, Paul, and Mary. Oh, who are you? Okay. Oh, there is someone. Give me a second to think on it. 5-letter name that ends in S. I should know this one. I'm going to cheat and look at my cheat sheet because I think I wrote this down on my cheat sheet. 1 second. Oh, did I not write it down? No, I'm sorry. I don't know who it is. Damn. But there is an account of Jesus's resurrection. Well, of a resurrection very similar to Jesus's. Oh, you know what? I think the chat got it though. Chat said Elvis. Fucking amazing riddle, actually. Had a humble beginning, true. 5-letter name, true. Ends in S, true. Known as the king, true. Had a cult following, true. Sightings after death, knew Peter. Fucking a masterpiece, Cruisin'. That was really good. That was really good, actually. And Cruisin' with the follow-up says, yup, not Jesus, Elvis. He is the king. That was actually really good. I've never heard that before, Cruisin'. I'm going to have to use that parallel sometime just to mess with the Christians. And Mike G says, all doesn't mean all. It's a holdover from the last live stream. Yeah, just in case you didn't know, all doesn't mean all. So in Matthew 24, when he said all, he didn't mean all. He meant like some of them or most of them, perhaps. And Misha, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, incredible to see Justin who knows things versus a Justin who seems to literally know nothing, including what words mean. Not all Justins are created equal, friends. Not all of them. Sorry. And Unashamed Apostate, good to see you. It says Yahweh has done more for the atheist movement than Satan ever could. Too bad about those pesky words and their definitions. Indeed. That's the craziest thing is like, listen, the best way to make atheists is just get people to read the book. It's so easy. Just get them to read the book. We'll be home free. This book is reprehensible. And Steve Wright says, so who built the boat to sail to Florida? To lumber the gopher wood, indigenous to that part of the world. Okay, so This is a fair point. People have made the argument of like, wait. What is gopher wood, and does it appear in the Near East? Now, it's widely believed that gopher wood in the Bible may not be referring to a tree species, but a way of lumbering wood. And so it might not be that this is a type of wood. So I would definitely check some scholarly commentaries on this, because I don't think that the gopher wood is a slam dunk for atheists. I think there's actually some nuance there. Shirley Temple says Ohio may be the heart of it all, but the spirit of Massachusetts is the spirit of America. That's adorable. Maybe Massachusetts, obviously Ohio is the exact image of the invisible spirit of America, which is Massachusetts. We could say that for sure, right out of the book of Hebrews. And Buget says blasphemous road experience is greater than Damascus road experience. True. Do the blasphemy. Do all the blasphemies. Remember, Jesus died for nothing if you, don't sin. So go do the sins. Barry says, God exists. You'll find out that on your final day. No, I won't. God doesn't exist. And you'll probably never find out, because you're just going to see black when you die. Sorry. Thank you for sending your money to look silly, though. And Steve Wright says, Justin, please don't smoke. Tobacco is a massive biological radiation absorber. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. That's just another reason to not smoke tobacco. You didn't have to convince me, but I'm even more convinced now. Big W. And Ross Gal says, caller Justin takes, meaning, yeah, the caller named Justin takes, words don't mean words to a whole nother level. I've never seen someone struggle so hard with language. Well, that's what the religion does to you. You don't know up from down, left from right. You don't know what any words mean, because in order for the religion to be true, it rests on changing the meaning of all the damn words. And Not a Robot, I swear, still believe you, says, topic idea I got from yesterday's video. We could replace Jesus with abortion. Also, maybe the Sodom and Gomorrah author was neurodivergent. Maybe, but let me see. If we do the topic, we could replace Jesus with abortion. So you're saying Christians should be pro-Jesus? I may not fully understand the text or the message, my friend. Melon says, wonder why the name Dan caught on, but not Zebulun. Yeah, I wonder why. Actually, I do know a guy named Zeb. I should check to see if his real name is Zebulun. Personally, I like it. I like the name Zeb. I think it's good. And Zebulun, it's better than Gad. Peace, love, and cake. Thank you for the super. It says, Licenses, it's okay. You can come out. Happiness is right there at the end of the rainbow. You nailed it. There's a lot of people that are like really, like against, anything that's like non-cis, anything that is like coming out as bisexual or gay or anything like that. A lot of reasons is because they're fighting it. Like, if I say this a lot, if you went to a church where your pastor is constantly, like every week, talking about pornography, your pastor is struggling with pornography, bro. Like, that's what's happening. So when you see these people that get so bent out of shape over these topics, because it's their struggle. That's why it's on the forefront of their mind. It's not because it's hurting anybody. It's not hurting anyone. That's their struggle. And HP Lovecats says, seeing Occam for the first time. Occam's a beaut. And Greenie, which we need a name for still yet. That's a beautiful bird. My stepdad had a lilac-crowned Amazon, and that could call my Jima a female dog. Oh, you got to be careful what words you say around the birds, because they will pick and choose what they're going to repeat. So that's why I want the birds here with me streaming, so they can learn all the best lines to cook the Christians. And Kane says, my 20th level wizard has cast out many a time stop. Listen, if we're going to believe in magic, I don't see why wizards are off the table. If we got God, what the fuck? What do you mean we can't have wizards? And Puzzling Apostasy, hell yeah, I see the new channel name, aka Hunter Girl. In fact, I'm going to go right now to YouTube, and I'm going to look up that channel. and follow it. 1 second. Come on, YouTube, you can do it. All right, we want puzzling apostasy. And I probably have to type in channel for it to come up because it's a new channel. Yeah, there it is. Oh no, that's not it. I see. Oh shit. Is it not up yet? Interesting. Did I spell it wrong? I did spell it wrong. No, I just spelled puzzling apostasy. Puzzling apostasy. No, I spelled it all right. Your channel doesn't come up yet. Link it up in the Discord, Hunter Girl, so we can find it. But I don't think your channel is being loaded in the search results just yet. So that's probably gonna be a problem for you. We might be able to manually type it in at YouTube. We can do youtube.com and do at a puzzling apostasy, and it does not show up. So I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe the channel has yet to propagate on the YouTube server. Keep us up to date. Send us a link. And Chip Pat says, name it Tweety so you can pretend it's saying, I think I saw a putty. I would never. It's too corny. Too corny. Farmer in the Sky says, bird name Envy. Oh. Green with envy. Occam and Envy. That's really fucking good. Envy's really good. Okay, all right, that's locked in. And from Zonon says Lovelace for the Ladybird. Oh, Lovelace is lovely. Occam and Lovelace. Not bad either. Got some suggestions rolling in. And Jesus Crust says Arya. We actually did talk about Arya. Arya, she was a badass in the Game of Thrones. Your birdie can be that too. Well, not only that, Arya is a goddess from the Greco-Roman period. So Arya actually was on the, it literally was on the list already for consideration. And Aleph not here. Wait, there's an Aleph right in your name. Wait, what do you mean you're not here? Anyways, Aleph says, I vote for the name Pascal. Classic companion for Occam. If the green bird was the male variety, maybe I'd name Pascal, but I think we want to give her a beautiful name to go along with our beautiful Occam. And the cake, well, then again, listen, let's not belabor the point, but the Cake is Alive says, Greenbird shall henceforth be known as the Doctor. Oh, shit. Okay. The Doctor. Honey, what are you eating on me right now? What's happening? Are you nibbling on my shirt? You can eat the shirt. I don't care. Misha, I think cotton is okay for them to nibble on. Misha says, Occam, Razor. Ooh. Occam and the Razor and Murphy Law. Is it Occam and Murphy, maybe? That's doable actually, but we'll see. We'll see. Basis Sheriff says, I remember when Jesus revealed himself to me, I ended up calling the police. Oh, probably wrong Jesus and wrong revealing. If somebody reveals himself to you in that way, there's going to be an arrest coming for sure. Liz says, name her after Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Theory of stupidity is worse than evil. Oh, well, I know about Dietrich Bonhoeffer, but I didn't realize that he quoted that. It's kind of a cool quote, actually. Dietrich seems like, even though he was a believer, a pretty decent dude. And Swearwolf says Payman might be cool too, like the demon. In the movie Hereditary, Payman has a lot of bird imagery. Oh, Occam and Payman? Now I gotta look it up. Paymon is a character. Let's see, in Heredity. Okay, Payman is a powerful demon and one of the 8 kings of hell. Interesting. Okay, that's a really dope name actually. And Lazeman says, what did the fish say when it tried to swim to heaven and swam into the firmament? Goddamn. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's a good joke because the firmament would act as a dam. It was holding the waters back. So the fish swimming would hit God's dam. Oh, that's fucking brilliant. Love that one. And D.I. Founder says in the movie Contact from Sagan's book, the scientist Ellie, also I saw that movie, I like that one, quotes Occam's razor to the theist Paulner Joss. Ellie is a nice name for your pretty bird. Oh, Ellie is not bad actually. I do remember that movie though. That was while I thought it was a good movie, I was a little disappointed with the ending. I really didn't know what they were gonna do with the ending, but I think I don't know. I felt thinking that the ending could have been better. I just don't know what they could have done better though. Imtrick says, may I suggest another type of razor for the green girl? Gillette is probably prettier than Schick or Bic, and it's the best a man can get. That's the slogan. Gillette's slogan is the best a man can get. So Occam and Gillette, I actually kind of dig. Okay. Hildegard, I love Hildegard, by the way. In fact, so much so that my mom's previous dog, I suggested the name Hildegard because my mom likes to pick names of like either philosophers or like Catholic saints. And I said it was a dog, a female collie, border collie, maybe a rough collie. I have to double check. And I was like, well, what about Hildegard of Bingen? She was a famous mystic, and it stuck. So we had a Hildegard in the family for a while. Great name for a pet. I agree. Also, my dissertation advisor from Teresa Morgan, New Testament scholar, on pistis and fides. Have you read her work? I haven't. I'm curious what she's doing with them. Like if she's just going through an overview of trying to determine what the proper like biblical usage would be. I think pistis is one of those words that like most people who attended Bible college and seminary understand that it's something that is referring to putting your trust in somebody, like you're following them, you're trusting them. But for some reason in America, we just kind of chalk it up to believing some shit. But that's not what it means to have faith. And Reverend Nate says, how could Adam and Eve had any bloody clue what die means if no one had ever died before? Lifted from Mark Twain's Letters from the Earth. I actually did get that book based on someone's suggestion, but this is something that we hear a lot of. It doesn't make sense that he's saying, if you do this thing, you'll die, being that they have no idea what death is. He would have to explain what it means to be dead for them to understand. And if when he says die, he actually meant spiritually die, how the fuck even more complicated is that? How would they possibly know what spiritually dead meant? What a nonsensical worldview. Laura loves DZ debates. Thank you for the additional super chat. Laura says bird's name suggestion, Kumu. Oh, that's not bad. It's a Hawaiian word and it has a few meanings such as source of knowledge, foundation, main meaning, teacher, and bonus meaning trunk of a tree, color alignment. Oh, Rock Hard for Doug and Justin fucking Rock. Well, that's an interesting name. I've not heard Kumu. We were considering yuzu, which is a green fruit, but also kind of a cool name. But Kumu's pretty dope as well. Thank you. And Astronova, thank you for the super chat. Good to see your friend. Says if heaven is the ultimate goal, every Christian should be throwing a party when a loved one that they think is going to heaven dies. I think their sadness underscores their doubt. Thoughts? 100%. I actually had this conversation. It was at the end of a church service with my pastor way back when I was like, I don't know, 19. And it was the first time I heard somebody say it, which is if people truly believed this religion, there would be no fear of death. And I thought that is actually a really good measure of whether or not you truly believe this religion. If you have fear about death, and not fear that you're going to hell, but fear about dying and there being nothing, you don't fully believe it. You're on the fence somewhere. You're still doubting. And Pat says our community is starting to break through. I know, Pat. We're moving the needle. You know what I mean? And Zipol says I'm someone never had children. God didn't give a shit if I had children. Why should I be forced to give a shit if someone else has children? Yeah, well, that's the other thing too. Is like, listen, like if you don't have children, you can't very well say, like, say two people get married and they're capable of having children, and they just decide not to. Are they wrong for doing that? Like, do human beings have a moral obligation to have children? I don't think so. And Mason Torrey says, I've started reading Spinoza, which is going to take a really long time to get through. Am I wasting my time, or is his insight on point and valuable? Well, Mason, this is actually something I can't tell you because I haven't read Spinoza. Now, I would say his philosophy seems to be well regarded, but I don't want to say it's old. I might say that maybe it's outdated, but to be fair, all philosophy is outdated. My theory is this: whether you're reading one author or another, it's always beneficial to read. Anytime you read a piece of literature and you learn something, you're never wasting your time. I don't know what you're going to learn in that book, but I know everything you learn is always a benefit. You're never going to be not benefited by learning something. So read the book. And if you don't like what it says, you're still going to learn something along the way. And Daniel says, I want you, I'm sorry, I want to you clarify, wait, I think you mean, I want you to clarify if Elijah lied in 1 Kings 18. Obadiah told him that there were 100 other prophets, yet Elijah said that he was the only one left. Oh, 1 Kings 18. I remember the prophet debacle, but the specific lie, I don't think I've pinpointed actually. Give me a second. Okay. So this is a really interesting section of the story. Let me put it up. So you gotta remember, Ahab is not a good person, by the way. Ahab is married to Jezebel, and they're not good. They're bad people. After many days, the word of the Lord came to Elijah in the 3rd year of the drought, saying, Go, present yourself to Ahab. I will send rain on the earth. So Elijah went to present himself to Ahab. The famine was severe in Samaria. Ahab summoned Obadiah, who was in charge of the place. Now Obadiah revered the Lord greatly. When Jezebel was killing off the prophets of the Lord, Obadiah took 100 prophets and hid them 50 to a cave and provided them with bread and water. Then Ahab said to Obadiah, Go through the land and all the springs of water and all the wadis. Perhaps we may find grass to keep the horses and mules alive, not lose some of the animals. So they divided. Okay, so they're doing the thing. As Obadiah was on the way, Elijah met him. Obadiah recognized him, fell on his face, and says, It is you, my lord, Elijah. He answered them, It is I. Go and tell your lord that Elijah is here. He said, How have I sinned that you would hand your servant over to Ahab to kill me? As the Lord your God lives, there is no nation or kingdom to which my lord has not sent seeking you, so on and so forth. But now you say, Go and tell your lord that Elijah is here. As soon as I have gone from you, the Spirit of the Lord will carry you, I know not where. So when I come and tell Ahab, and he cannot find you, he will kill me. Although your servant have revered the Lord from my youth, has it not been told that my Lord? Has it not been told my Lord what I did when Jezebel killed the prophets of the Lord? How I hid 100 of the Lord's prophets, 50 to a cave, and provided them with bread and water. Yet now you say, Go and tell your Lord that Elijah is here. He will surely kill me. Elijah said, As the Lord of the host lives, before whom I am standing, I will surely show myself to him today. So Obadiah went to meet with Ahab. Okay. Let's see. And Ahab said, Elijah, is it you? He answered, Have I not troubled Israel? Blah, 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 blah. Therefore, prophet Israel assembled at Mount Carmel. Prophets of Baal. Okay, so Ahab sent all the Israelites and assembled the prophets at Mount Carmel. And Elijah, okay, it says, Elijah then came near to all the people and said, How long will you go limping with two different opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal, then follow him. Then people did not answer him a word. And Elijah said to the people, even I only, am left a prophet of the Lord, but Baal's prophets number 450. Okay, so I think what you're asking is, was Elijah truly the only prophet? I don't know if is that how I would read this section. While it is possible to read it, I would probably read this as something akin to Like, I'm the only one left who actually believes, right, in the Lord, right? So, because remember, he's the only one that showed up. It's this one prophet against all the prophets of Baal, and there's 100 of them left. And you can see why he might say something, I'm the only prophet of Yahweh left. Did he know that there were others? Maybe, probably. It seems to be implied at the beginning that he knew very well about the hiding of the others. I would also suggest that we don't know if they're still hiding at this point or if they've been found out, right? It seems to be that Obadiah is referring to a time period in the past where he hid them, and we don't know if they ever came out of hiding yet. So I don't know. This is one of those passages where, depending on how you read it, you could definitely get to a point where it's a contradiction, depending on how you explain the passage. But depending on how you look at it, you could come to the conclusion that it's not a contradiction. Some of them are pretty cut and dry. I don't know if that one's cut and dry. I think that would be a difficult one to prove out inside of a debate. But to be fair, if we're reading the text dead literal and we're not leaving any room for idioms, yeah, I guess it's a contradiction for sure. Which reminds me, I think I added 2 things to the cheat sheet this week, and I want to double check just in case I didn't. There's a contradiction here. Well, I guess I don't even know where to put it because it's not really a contradiction. It should go under. Shit, I don't even know where to put it. That's why it's not in the cheat sheet yet. In Exodus, God lies. I need to put that actually on the cheat sheet. I need a tab for all the times that Yahweh lies. Maybe, I don't know, maybe for now I can stick it under failed prophecies. Maybe, I don't know. So in Exodus, on like 3 occasions, God literally tells Moses to lie. Where would I put that? Lies told by Jesus. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I don't know where I would put it. Anyways, so God clearly lies in the book of Exodus, and so he says to tell Pharaoh that I want my people to go out to the wilderness for 3 days to offer sacrifices, with no intention of being gone for 3 days. God knows that they're going to be leaving, and he's telling them to tell Pharaoh that they're only going to be gone for 3 days. That's a lie. Misha says, Chris came to Takis on the line to talk to trans people. Chris, come to Takis on the line to talk to trans people about your questions. They are great and very nice. True. I wish I had seen that. I should have suggested to him that he call in on Thursday, but it looks like he did come around despite the fact that that's not really a topic that I am as knowledgeable on as the people who debate it all the time. Quado says, hi, Justin. Have you ever debated Vor from TikTok? Yeah, actually. So a long time ago now, I don't know, 2 years ago, I had a debate with Vor, and he didn't like it. He didn't have a good time. He was very mad at me for a while after that. But we subsequently ran into each other and talked to each other on other streams, and he's come on my stream again since then a couple times. And to be fair, I mean, he kind of grew on me. Like, we're not adversarial anymore. I think when you're the type of person that believes in a lot of conspiracies, it's hard to change your mind. And I'm not prone to conspiracies at all, and he really is. And so I don't know. He's one of those guys that had we would say a mental and emotional breakthrough when he came to Jesus, and because he was able to overcome his addiction. And so for him, it's a very emotional experience. But I would say, I think he's real, though. I think he's a real believer. I don't think he's a charlatan. I don't think he's a fake. I think everything he says, he really believes it. And the only thing I never liked about him was, especially early on when I was on TikTok, he was very condescending towards me. And even in my DMs, he would send me videos and condescending messages like, what the fuck? Why do you keep DMing me? Like, I don't make videos about you. We've never interacted. I've never sent you a message. Why are you doing this? And at one point, I messaged him back about it, and he stopped doing it. So, ever since that, I think we've gotten along pretty well. And if he wanted to do a stream with me and just wanted to hash out some topics, I'd be more than happy to do it. I think we're kind of past the point of having a heated debate. We already had one of those and got that out of the way, and now I think we can kind of casually chat. Shirley Temple says, last caller was fire. Really enjoyed that call. Thanks, Justin. You're a real peach. Well, I appreciate that. As you all know, like if somebody's really deconstructing, really struggling, and really needing help, I'm going to help them, friends. That's why we're here. It's not always about cooking. And Astronova, thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. 10 more people just got the cheat sheet. And Foxy Illuminata says, my wife is Episcopalian and they still have some horribly problematic views, especially regarding biblical slavery. True. So Foxy, there are, careful, honey. There are denominations that I would say are less troubling, but still troubling, right? That's why it's important just to leave it all behind. Don't just try to cut the bad parts out. Shirley Temple with another one. Thank you. I appreciate that. It says ultra-Orthodox Jews are not Zionists. They do not support current state of Israel, no state of Israel until the Messiah comes. Okay, so I think it depends on who you're talking about. I didn't say anything about the ultra-Orthodox. There is a range of Orthodox Jews. And I bet there's statistics, actually. Give me a second. Let's see. Okay. See if there's numbers. According to at least one source, says 80 to 85% of Orthodox Jews identify as Zionists or support Israel's right to a Jewish state. So this is based on the survey. I don't know how precise the numbers are or who and how they were collected, but it seems like there's a pretty tight correlation between them. Mason Torrey says that birds aren't real. You know what? You're right. This is a spiritual bird, to be fair. And Laura loves DZ debates. Well, thank you again, Laura. I really appreciate that. You again, no problem. By the way, thank you for the compliment on the name earlier. I changed it a few months ago, and I wear it as a badge of honor because of a hidden agenda behind it, spreading good news of knowledge, bringing more people to your life. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And again, I think that my live stream is a really good way to disseminate information, which is why I continue to stream as much as possible. I think if we want to change the culture, we need people to get information. Give me 1 second. All right, we got her. I think she needed to eat or use the bathroom again. She was looking pretty uncomfortable, or she just got tired of bouncing on my shoulder. So we put her back with her toys and food. But right, so I really appreciate that, Laura. Like it really helps the live stream when people share it with others. That's one of the main drivers of the live stream. So huge W, and I really appreciate that. The more the content from my channel gets shared, the more we spur on the debate and discussion on these topics. And the more we talk about these topics openly, the more we win ground. Listen, the talking points in the deconstruction community are effective because they're true, they work, they're accurate, people are convinced by them. Neighborhood Adversary says P1 about religion and truth is basically Plato's noble lie. True. I forgot about Plato's noble lie. Shit. We talked about that decades ago when I was in school. Okay, I forgot about it. Here kids learning Lacanian psychoanalysis can explain. They don't have to deconstruct. However, the problem of education described remains. Yeah, I think education is the thing that we need. There might be room for a noble lie, but we have to talk about which lies and are they necessary and when are they necessary if they are. Cranky Old Cooper says, "Hail Doug, I picked a great time to join this discussion. Is great. Cheers to you, Doug and Sharon and Rocky. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Cranky. Yes, I think that last caller was great. I really enjoyed that we had someone that was up here being honest and working through some stuff. And while it might not be good blood sport, it is going to be helpful for the person that's here and honestly thinking the same things. And Foxy with another super chat, I really appreciate that. It says, here's another one just because Dennis whined about this caller costing Justin supporters. Foxy, I really appreciate that. And you know what? Listen, I'm aware. I watched the numbers on the live stream, friends. Like, I know my metrics very well. And I know when I get someone like Chris, we're going to lose like half the audience during the conversation. I'm okay with this. This is it. This is a business decision that I'm making because I put people over business. So the goal of this channel is to convince people of the validity of my viewpoint. And sometimes you can't always do it while entertaining people. Sometimes you just have to do it to get it done because it's the right thing to do. Chris, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says good talking. Well, oh, you must be the Chris. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Chris. And thank you for coming up and being so cordial and honest with us. It really was great. Six McGraw says, name the bird word. Oh, fuck. Bird's the word. Or word's the bird. I love this one, actually. Here's some names from Jason. Thank you for the suggestions, Jason. Good to see you. It says, adorable, adorable. Listen here, motherfucker. Sky. Oh yeah. These are not names. These are what the bird's going to repeat. Yes. They're going to say adorable. Listen here, motherfucker. Sky carcass, rock hard, foreskin wizard, and also rock hard. You know what? I can't imagine a better outcome than the bird saying things like rock hard for Doug. God is dead. Listen here, motherfucker. That's adorable. And the list goes on. I'm pretty pumped for it. What a cool thing. And then eventually, I think we'll have everybody in the house trained up, so we can have the bird roasting people on camera and the kitties chilling out over here on the kitty pedestal. Mason Tori, thank you for the additional super chat. Friend says, I cracked up when my half-cracked sister cracked the egg. I'd love to see how historians in 2,000 years translate that without understanding today's idioms. True. So, Tori, this is one of the reasons why it's not just good enough to open a lexicon. Like, if you want to do nuances of Bible translation, you don't just get to open a lexicon and look up a word. That's not how learning a language works. You need to know the language, the grammar, the culture, and how phrases were used at the time that they existed. So when I was in Hebrew class, we didn't just learn the words and the conjugations and how to decline nouns. We also learned a lot of really important idioms and where they come from and why they're idiomatic. So that's why I keep telling people, if you don't have language training, it's okay. Put the lexicon down. It's not that important. Steve Murphy says, my vote for nameless, just going with Occam theme, is Aristotle. Oh, my first dog was named Aristotle, Eris for short. And what peace be upon him. What a beautiful, wonderful dog. But Aristotle's a great name. I think they would complement each other nicely. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin. Thank you, Steve. That's not bad. Occam and Aristotle is pretty dope, actually. If I didn't already have a dog named Aristotle, that might be on the table for sure. Sand Sensibility, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says bird name suggestion. Okay. Chatin or Shaitan? Oh, Shaitan like Satan. That'd be great. Named after Walter Shaitan, a contemporary of William of Occam. Oh, that's a fair point. Okay. He hated Occam's razor and created Shaitan's anti-razor. Alternative name, Pascal. Well, that certainly is a possibility. I would reiterate for people who are naming or working on names, Occam is the bluebird is a boy and the green bird is a girl. And we're hoping that eventually they'll make sweet babies. However, that works out for them. Deep Bluesy says a name suggestion for the green fella, Ronan. Oh, green in Hebrew. Oh, that's that's not bad. Or it'd be Ran-Na'an. I have to look at the spelling of that one, actually. Hold on, give me a second. I'm going to see where the accent marker is on that one. Interesting. Interesting. The modern Hebrew word for green is actually Yurach, which is funny. That's like a conjugation of cold, rock. Let me see what green is in biblical Hebrew. And for those who don't know, friends, biblical Hebrew and modern Hebrew are not always the same. It does say that the word for green is still Yurach in biblical Hebrew. There's got to be there's probably other words for it too. Give me a second to see if interesting. Okay, so Ra'an in Hebrew is an adjective and also a name meaning fresh or flourishing, but can be used to indicate the color green. That's interesting. I like that one actually. Flourishing and fresh are really good descriptions, I think. Oh, I just got a note from Jimmy. Jimmy ended the live stream early. I was going to send you all over to the Lions live stream, but it looks like they just finished. J Masters says, "When the hell did you get a bird?" Haha. Actually, well, we got birds weeks ago, maybe a month ago now, but you can't just take them home when they're that small. We got them as very brand new, maybe a week or two old. But the place that you typically buy birds from, they typically will nurse them because they have to have liquids. And so they nurse them and grow them to a point where they're completely weaned and they can eat standard bird food before they'll let you take them home. And so we got them a while ago, but we just got them in the home today. Dracos Rose, thank you for the super that says, "Give them some time and the birds will be saying, Phil bro, rock hard for Doug and the rest. Maybe get Occam to say Razor, just the fucking rock. You know we're going to do it." They're going to, listen, the birds are going to have all the slogans. It's going to be marvelous. And Not the Bible Jason says, Pontius the Parrot. Ooh, hope you nail down a name soon. That's fantastic. In fact, if we name the bird Pontius, it sounds like they'll be doing the nailing. But Pontius is really good. The crucifier of the Christ. I really kind of dig Pontius. Occam and Pontius. Actually, the feminine version of Pontius would be Pontia. So that's a method that we could use. Not a Robot says, "Go for wood. It's where you go for wood." Oh. Not a Robot. That was a horrible joke. It was so horrible that I enjoyed it. That's a joke that only a dad can love, and it just happens to be that I am a dad. That was a true dad joke. Like, that was the daddiest of dad jokes, and I'm here for it. Also, another one, thank you, or in reference, joke from before: sacrifice, abortion equals forgiveness, don't need Jesus. True. So we actually, guys, you got to go watch that video that I did with Scissor Woman on the main channel yesterday, because she brings that up, that David's child acted as the sin sacrifice for David, which means Jesus never had to die. God could just sacrifice a baby for all the world. We didn't. It's preposterous that Jesus had to die. And Misha says, "You won't need a soundboard soon with those birds picking up sounds. I hope they get M's sure myself. Ha ha ha." And you know what? That's true. The people that are on the stream a lot, they might be able to pick up, although they can't hear the stream. They can only hear me because I have to run it through a Bluetooth. If I run the stream through audio, then all the audio goes right back into the mic and you have an endless feedback loop. You got basically an audio erase condition. But yeah, I would love for maybe I'll put that on the list. Would love for Occam to say sure. Hunter Girl says, "Will do." Thank you. Hunter Girl, yeah. Did you drop your YouTube into the Discord? We'll check for it. Nevertheless, when you get the channel up and running and get some content on it, let us know. We'll send some people your way. Misha says, or that the burb ask anyone who visits, "Hello, are you over 18 and do you believe in God?" That's what I'm talking about. I was thinking about if the bird's with me a lot, what phrases will they pick up the most? And the thing that I say the most, because it was every caller is, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? So hopefully he'll say both of them thinking it's a single phrase. We'll see. Because the bird walking around just saying, are you at least 18 is sketchy. That's really sketchy. People will think some weird shit about you. Crispy said, Occam and Hanlon's razor, never attributed to malice. Oh, I love this quote. Never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. I love this one. Although the way I heard it was incompetency. Nevertheless, this is one of my favorite sayings, and I think it's mainly true. I think people are more incompetent than malicious. Me personally. And Nightingale, thank you for the super chat, says a name for the green baby. Anchoress Julian. Oh, she was a contemporary and fan of Occam. Nickname Anchor as a badass too. I like it actually. That's actually got a pretty decent ring. Occam and Anchor. Ooh. Okay. All right. And Carnage says, well, thank you for the super chat. Carnage says, Kaleo is Hawaiian for the voice. Isn't that part of a song? Oh, it's a band. Oh, shit. Kaleo's not a bad name. When did you learn Hawaiian? Oh. No. Beautiful name. Occam and Kaleo is not bad. Steve Wright, Oi8KY says, name for her, Valkyrie, the Norse goddess of war. Actually, that was very high on the list, by the way. Like in the top 5, I think. Occam and Valkyrie. That might still be a winner. Like I really like the name Valkyrie. We'll have to think about that. Maybe we'll do a Discord vote. But Valkyrie, I love. And Ivy, thank you for the $4.99 Super Nintendo controller chat. And Stephen Murphy, thank you for the $20 super chat. My friend says, I didn't realize Nameless was a she with, that's okay, with my last suggestion of Aristotle. It happens. New suggestion, Lila, pronounced like Leela, the Sanskrit word meaning divine play, a dancer of the universe. Shoot, FHFO, highlight for Occam. Shoot, what's FHFO mean? I forgot that one. Shoot. FHFO meaning. Google saving me on these acronyms. Oh, that did not come up with anything. Shit. I'm sorry. I don't know what FHFO means. Let me just type in F8. Oh, I typed it wrong. FHFO acronym meaning. Let's try that. FHFO. Fast high frequency oscillations? Interesting. Okay. Fair enough. And Mason says, in your JC Lies tab, you haven't included no one has ascended to heaven. I didn't put that in there yet. It's in the contradictions tab. I'm shocked that there's gambling in this establishment. How is... shoot. Okay. I don't know how that got missed. Let me put that in there. No man has ascended into heaven. Oop, wrong button. We'll copy that and we'll go over to the JC Lies. I actually have more, by the way, on another document that I need to add up here. But yes, we got it right there. Let's see. No man has ascended into heaven. And these are the verses. But good suggestion. I don't know why I didn't add that one to the list. You know, I guess my brain just farted it. And that happens sometimes. After all, I'm basically an old fart, so you're gonna have a little bit of brain rotting every now and then. But I did add it just now. John 3:13 is now on the Jesus Lies tab, and I appreciate the suggestion there. Foxy, thank you for the super that says, regarding Elijah contradiction, could he be saying he's the only one prophet of Yahweh standing here before the 450, or lying to protect the hidden prophets? Seems a lot of interpretations are possible. Yes, those are both really good possibilities. I'm the only one here. In fact, if I go back to that, I'm curious. Let's see. If, oh, I just typed the wrong, O-N-L-Y, there we go. Okay, that's verse 22. So 1 Kings 18:22. Let's see what it says in Hebrew. Oh. Okay, so he says, okay, I am left. Interesting. Why isn't the passive too? Nosferati. So he's just saying I. He didn't say only here, by the way. We're gonna get that. It says I am left, or I have been left, because it's in the passive. So it says I have been left, a prophet of Yahweh, alone. But he didn't say one. He could have said a kat or a cod for one. He didn't say one. He literally said alone, livavdi. And alone typically means, in the way that it's used in Hebrew, it usually doesn't mean that you're like the last one standing necessarily. It just means like there's nobody with you. Like you've been separated, right? So he said, I alone. He's just saying that, you know, I am left as a prophet of Yahweh by myself, right? And then he says, let's see, and prophets of Baal 400. So now that I'm looking at this in Hebrew, the way that the word alone is positioned is better. So it's actually positioned right at the end of the sentence transition. He's saying, I alone of the prophets of Yahweh are left, but the prophets of Baal are 450. So he's saying, listen, I'm the only one here. I'm the only one around, and it's me versus the 450. I think that's a fair way of reading it. I think that's perfectly acceptable. But again, there's a lot of options. It could literally be a contradiction, and it could be something else. The Duncan Idaho Gola, thank you for the $20 super chat, friends. As Facebook thinks I am a Christian, and hence I get a steady feed of ex-con Kent Hovind. I'm sorry to hear that. On one, he was calling Enoch a forgery. Theists in the comments were devouring each other. Can you explain why and how we can use this against them? Yeah, of course. All I got to go is to Jude chapter 1, although there's only one chapter, and go to verse 14. Let me grab it real quick. Jude 1:14. And this is why Enoch, whether it's a forgery or not, whatever forgery means. Forgery is when you fake a book. I guess you can say it was faked in the name of Enoch. It's irrelevant because the New Testament disagrees. So if you believe the New Testament, it's incumbent that you believe at least some of the book of Enoch, because the book of Jude quotes it. It says it was about these, the wicked, in the seventh generation from Adam, prophesied, saying, see, the Lord is coming with 10,000s of his holy ones. In fact, he actually calls him a prophet. We go back like 2 verses. Let me grab 2 verses before that. Oh, no, it was in there. It was also about these that Enoch in the seventh generation from Adam prophesied. So saying he's prophesying, see, the Lord is coming with 10,000s of his holy ones to execute judgment on all and to convict the ungodly of all the deeds of ungodliness that they have committed in such an ungodly world, so on and so forth. Now, look, see how this is in quotations? It's in quotations because this is a literal quote from the book of Enoch. It's right in the book of Enoch. It's like First Enoch chapter 9, maybe. The First Enoch is it? I think it might be chapter 1, verse 9. Or chapter 9. Let me double check. Let me do Enoch 1:9. Yeah, it's got to be Enoch 1:9. All right. So in verse 1, chapter 1, verse 9, it says, behold, sorry, let me zoom in. You'll never be able to read this. It says the same thing, right? It just says, behold, he cometh with 10,000s of his holy ones to execute judgment upon all, and to destroy all the ungodly, and to convict all flesh of all the works of their ungodliness which they have ungodly committed, so on and so forth. So the New Testament treats Enoch like scripture. That's why this is important. That's why it's not just good enough to say, well, Enoch was a forgery. Yeah, clearly it's a fucking forgery. That's not the question. The question is, does it say things that are true? Because the New Testament says that it does. It says it's prophecy. Stephen Murphy says, had to redeem my typo. FHFO, flying high for Occam. Oh, I would not have catch that. Okay, FHFO would be a tag, flying high for Occam, and I fucking love it. We need a hashtag FHFO, flying high for Occam. Love it. And Misha says, I don't know why I thought you were having a secret convo with the bird with the mic muted. I was having a conversation with Scissor Woman. The mic was muted because we were having a conversation about the birds, because our beautiful green bird here was getting a little bit restless. I just want to make sure that she was comfortable. Pranic, good to see you, my friend, says, as a fellow Chris who's here for the long haul, Chris could go to hell if such a thing was real, which is not. For real, though, I love this community. Well, we love you, Piranha. And I think Chris came around to seeing things from our perspective, which you got to love that. Laura loves DZ Debates. Thank you again, Laura, for the super chat. Says, baby bird's first words. Let's try this again. Rock hard for Doug. Listen, if the burb doesn't say, let's try this again, I will be shocked. Shocked. And Piranha says, also, if you ever do get little birdies, I have inroads in the exotic critter communities. I don't deal with unethical people or strangers. Rock hard for Doug. So that is a conversation that we're still having. Do we want them to hatch? And if they do hatch, do we want to keep any of them? And if we don't want to keep them, who can we give them to that would ethically like feed them, wean them, and get them to a good family? And there's some options on the table, but you can't just give them away. You can't just go to Facebook Marketplace and give them away. Like, there's a reason why like bird shops charge like big dollars for ringneck parrots and other parrots, is because they're a huge commitment. They're a lot of work. You have to know how to take care of them. It's not just like, owning a cat and, giving it love and attention and a litter box and food. There's a lot of shit you gotta learn to take care of a parrot properly, so you end up not accidentally hurting the thing. So if we have baby burbs, we'll definitely be looking for a resource other than the one that we know of that will ethically make sure the birds have a good home. Thisby says, what did one strawberry say to the other? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been in this jam. Fucking good. I've never heard it. That's a new one for me, and I enjoyed that one. I like that one. Thank you for that. Matthew Mulkeen, good to see you. You are late. You're joining late, although we're about to end, actually. Thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. You can go back and rewatch. Joining late, not sure of the context, but there are approximately 1.4 million ultra-Orthodox Haredi Jews in Israel, comprising about 14% of the total population. 6.6 million live births per woman, fastest growing population here. Fuck. So when the Christians are out here saying that we need Christianity because the population growth, no, it sounds like you need Judaism for population growth. Holy shit. And I would point out this, I did look up the statistics, and it's not like all Christians are having babies. Like, it's mostly the Catholics. The Catholics are still crushing it on the baby numbers. Protestants, just barely above the non-religious, like despite a sneeze. Ivy, thank you for the additional super chat. You're suggesting Ursula, and I do love the name Ursula, one of my favorite villains from the Disney universe. Says, my two little dogs are Horatio and Wolfgang. Beautiful bird. Well, thank you. The bird is beautiful. Beautiful dog. And beautiful names. Horatio and Wolfgang is fantastic. Great pair of names. Dipshit Savant. Well, owning it. Cute cat. Thank you for the super chat. It says, seconding the name Pascal. Could work for a girl. Side note, Kaleo, a great band, seeing them in LA in June. Rock Hard for Doug. Well, shit. Apparently, I'm on the out. I don't know about this great band, but that shouldn't be news for you. You guys know I don't know shit about pop culture and the world outside of this deconstruction debate space. Although we could talk about electricity for a long time. I am contemplating when I finally get my channel to a point where all my clips and stuff are automated and I don't have to spend time doing that kind of stuff. I get some, I am contemplating, because people have asked, starting a channel doing, like, learning electricity, like doing a lot of cool hobbyist home projects, like the type of stuff that I did when I was first learning about electricity. And it'd just be a cool little science channel where we get to do like home projects together. And I can teach you how to do really, really cool shit with electricity that you probably never knew you can do. And to me, like, I don't talk about it that much on stream, but to me, I'm very passionate about electricity. That's why I became an engineer. Maybe not quite as passionate about this topic, but listen, if there's a room out there in the creator space for another engineering channel, electrical engineering channel, to do fun projects and teach people the basics about electricity, I think I'd be all for it. Maybe let me know if that's a plan. Also, Sydney Raptor says Occam and Aquinas, both philosopher friars, and I do love that actually. But again, the green we're looking for a name that is compatible for a pair of lovebirds that are going to make babies together. And if it's not required, but we're looking for, like we would say, a typical name for a female bird. And Not the Bible, Jason. Good to see you again. It says, came in late, didn't realize I needed a fierce queen's name. There's really only one. Oh, Hot Chef. I can't even say it. Hot Chef Suit. This is actually a really interesting name. In fact, let me double check just to make sure I'm not lying to you. I'm gonna open up the copy of my book. Obviously, I got to finish my book before I do any electrical videos, but I'm gonna open up a copy of the book. I believe on one of the recent chapters that I just finished, I actually pulled out an Egyptian prophecy referring to this exact individual. Let me grab it real quick because it's actually a really cool demonstration. I was using it. Yeah, should be in here. Let's see which prophecies did I end up grabbing. I might not have grabbed that prophecy, but there are. So if you do the literature, like the Egyptian literature, there's actually really cool literature referring to Hatshe. Let me do a word search. Hatsze. Oh, I did. Yeah. It's from. Let's see. It's an article by Thomas Ladd, and let's see, footnote 63 is where it comes from. Yeah, the prophecy is this: the lands are hers, the foreign lands are hers, all that the heavens cover, all that the sea encircles. You have now made her as your likeness. You know eternity. You have given to her the share of Horus in life. The years set in dominion have given to her the lands of peace. We have given life and dominion from all of us, health and from all of us, joy from all of us, offerings from all of us, provisions from us, and she resides over the cause, all of the living along with her cause, the king of the upper and lower Egypt upon the throne of Horus, like Ra forever, which comes from the coronation So there's a Hatshepsut's coronation prophecy that this comes from. I should probably label that properly so I don't have to look into the footnote for that. But yeah, so a name that is fantastic and has a lot of value and is even going to help in the deconstruction conversation. Hunter Gross says, you'll be the new Mark Rober. I don't know if that's the case. I love Mark's channel, but he's got more time than I do to do elaborate projects. I would probably have to start out more with basic, simple projects that any person could do because I want to teach people. I could just build really cool electrical projects that take a long time and do really crazy shit, but people are already doing that. I think it'd be cool to do a channel where we really just teach people the basics of electricity and how it works, and then do some basic projects that are really cool, but easy, but something you wouldn't have thought of, something you wouldn't think you could do with electricity. And Lauren, thank you for the super chat, says, could you build a Stirling engine? Hell yes to the channel. I could, yes, we could do a Stirling engine, not a problem. All kinds of engines, actually. I love engines. So yes, electrical propulsion, steam engines, all kinds of stuff. I'd be on board for that. Piranha Kill says, stick to tarantulas. Some live 10 years. I didn't know that. That's still less commitment than birds. Spiders aren't social. Parrots are a lifestyle. Enjoy them, friend. Well, that's one of the reasons why we like the parrots, is because they are social. They're like a member of a clan. Oh, Evamp wants to build a Tesla coil. I could build a Tesla coil. In fact, that's definitely on the list of things to do, is to build a Tesla coil that will produce plasma. So look forward to that. We'll do some plasma, y'all. And also, Matthew Mulkeen with an additional one, I appreciate it, says, like the idea of an EE channel, has good potential, would watch. Hell yeah. I think I've had a lot of feedback in the past of people that would be interested in doing some electrical engineering content. And my goal is to keep it really fun. I've built so many interesting projects over 20 years of being an engineer, and even before that I think we can do some really fun, like, cool stuff that every person at home could, like, go onto Amazon, buy a couple basic parts, and do the project with me. Or maybe I can just put kits together and send kits to people who want them eventually, or actually maybe have somebody else do it for me. But Steve Wright says, you got the parrot, sorta, need an eye patch, true. And a cutlass broadsword, yeah, I would go for that. EOP song Pirates playing for a show intro. You know, I got to be honest, when it comes to pirate songs, I'm still Christian on pirates. My favorite song about pirates is The Pirates Who Don't Do Anything from VeggieTales, and then was famously remade by Relient K. If I had a pirate theme song, I might go with that one. Although I do things. We're doing things here. And I thought that was the last super chat, and we got one more. Thank you, Draco Rose, for the super chat, my friend. I really appreciate that. It says, you remind me of Temperance Brennan, a forensic anthropologist from the TV show Bones. I was told I would like that, but I've never seen it yet. She also didn't know current trends at the time, knew the older stuff, and was very knowledgeable of her work. Well, shit, that pretty much describes me, actually. I should watch the show. It's an interesting show premise. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, flying high for Occam, and Justin's fucking rock. Well, thank you, Dracos Rose. I really appreciate that, friend. And Stephen Murphy says, one more. Satori for short, flying high for Occam, gay for Justin, rock hard for Doug. Satori is good. Actually, there's a really interesting engineering company called Sartorius. They make scales. But Satori is a word in itself. Let's see. I'm trying to remember where it comes from. One second. Japanese. It means awakening or comprehension or enlightenment. Satori, I like that. Awakening, enlightenment. Yeah. I think that's a good name. Okay. Appreciate the suggestion. All right, listen, friends, it's late. I didn't mean to be up this late. I was trying to be done by midnight. You see how fucking well that worked. But somebody else, I'm sure, is live tonight that we can send you all to. It looks like, and I can't believe this is it looks like they're ending. Who is live? Is anybody live right now? Let me switch over. I got to switch to my main account where I'm subscribed to everybody. Interesting. Where's the live tab? The line is live somehow still yet? It looks like they're all waving goodbye though. I don't know what's happening. Is this a gimmick? They're just waving goodbye for an hour? Or they're just currently like ending the stream as I'm looking at it. You know who is live right now is the Async Network. Check this out. This is what Gretchen was talking about when Gretchen was up here. Gretchen is made a channel, and it looks, I can't tell what kind of automation's happening here. Let me turn the audio on. I'm not sure what's happening. It's a live stream, and it looks, I'm not sure how it works yet. So anyways, for those who don't know, our friend Gretchen is part of this new channel called the Async Network, if I remember correctly. Gretchen was the one that started it. But I'm not sure exactly what's happening with the channel, but go and check it out. Let's figure it out. I'd be curious to know what's going on with the channel, but there should be some content loading up. In fact, hey, there's our Gretchen right now. So friends, they're live right now. I'm not really sure I understand what's happening. It says anyone can call and join. So they must be doing some kind of live thing, but it almost looks like the live, I don't know what's happening. But I'm going to check it out. I'm going to support our friend Gretchen. Gretchen supports everybody in the community. We deserve to send Gretchen some support as well. Run over to the Async Network Live and tell them that there's a deconstruction zone raid. And I'm going to go figure out that stream too. I don't know what's happening, but also last name from Jason, Barb. Barb's not a bad name for a burb. Barb the bird. I like it. I like it a lot. Thanks, Jason. Friends, we'll see you again on Monday. I'm going to be live a little bit tomorrow and then again on Sunday, but on the other channels, I'll be live Sunday on AXP. And I'll be live Saturday on the line, and then Monday I'll be live on the main channel. So thank you for being here. I really appreciate everyone. Thank you for the likes and the shares and the comments and support. I really do appreciate everyone that makes this community possible. And also remember to join the Discord if you need community. Our Discord is a great place. Thank you so much, friends. We'll see you again soon.